I believe we are live on YouTube. कोई मोबाइल वगैरह पे if somebody just yes, मोबाइल पे भी चेक किया.
Yes, I also confirm we are live on YouTube.
Am I audible?
Yes.
We should start 7:02.
शुरुआत करियो प्रोग्राम जी.
Just everyone is there, right? Yeah. Okay.
Shall we begin?
Yes, Krishna.
Okay. तो आ शुरुआत करींदी पंहिंखे इंट्रोड्यूस करीने. मुझो नालो है कृष्णा कटारिया अने आ भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम जी मेंबर है. हरिओम मई के आज थी लगभग 8 दहाके पहला पंहिंजा वडिल मातृ संस्था रूपी बीज पोख्यो हो अने हेन बीज के समय समय ते योग्य खातर अने पानी जो सिंचन करे योग्य मावजत थी अज वट वृक्ष बनीने ही समाज उभो है. शिक्षण पर हिन सिंचन जो हिकड़ो महत्वपूर्ण भाग आहे. समाज हू वट वृक्ष आहे जो के निंडे में निंडे वेल के पर पिंजे कुले ते वेराने आकाश अंबाने. निंडे निंडे गामडे जी शाळा में भणेला पंहिंजा वडिल अज पांखे शिक्षण जो बहु वडो प्लेटफॉर्म दिनो हो. अज पा शिक्षण क्षेत्र में खूब प्रगति कई है अने हिंजे फल स्वरूपे अज पंहिंजा घणे परिवार अने पंहिंजा घणे स्टूडेंट्स यश अने कीर्ति थी विदेश में सेटल थियणाई, विदेश में भणेता अने समाज जो नाम ऊंचो कियो. श्री भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट मुंबई रचित परम पूज्य संत श्री औदराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन अने भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम हिनी जो खूब खूब अभिवादन करे थी. पांजे प्रोग्राम जी शुरुआत करी बो औदराम स्तुति थी. ही स्तुति शुरुआत करे पहला आ हिकड़ो वडो श्रेय नॉर्थ कैलिफोर्निया बे एरिया यूएसडी टीम के डींदी. दिस स्तुति is wonderfully prepared North California Bay Area team only within 24 hours, that too in the lockdown situation. So a big thank you to the North California US team for making this स्तुति. To celebrate the wonderful efforts, हलपा वेबिनार जी शुरुआत औदराम स्तुति थी करियो.
श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम.
श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम.
तमने प्रभु छो अंतरना राम।
श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
पावन नाम पवित्र तमारो उर अज्ञान तिमिर हरनारो। पावन नाम पवित्र तमारो उर अज्ञान तिमिर हरनारो। एक ज करवानु छे काम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
सद्गुरु अद्भुत शक्ति तमारी निज महिमा केरी बलिहारी। सद्गुरु अद्भुत शक्ति तमारी निज महिमा केरी बलिहारी। कीधा परोपकारी काम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
घट घट ज्योत तमारी जल के तेज तमारू सगड़े छल के। घट घट ज्योत तमारी जल के तेज तमारू सगड़े छल के। गुरु छो स्वयं ज्योति सुख धाम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। तमने वारंवार प्रणाम प्रभु छो अंतरना राम।
श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
छे आ एक अचलनी हरजी श्री गुरु पछी तमारी मरजी। छे आ एक अचलनी हरजी श्री गुरु पछी तमारी मरजी। आप्या दर्शन ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
तमने वारंवार प्रणाम प्रभु छो अंतरना राम।
श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
Hi, I would like to request Shri Dinesh Chandra, Karubari Trustee of Bhanu Samaj, to say a few words.
સર્વપ્રથમ આજે શુભ અવસરે અને વીર પસલી જડે સરસ મજા જે શુભ દિવસે આપણે ભેગા થયા અને જેટલા જણા પણ પાસ સાથે જોડાણા જ એની મણી જો હાર્દિક સ્વાગત કર્યા તો આઈ વેલકમ ઓલ સમાજ વિશે થોડાક 5 મિનિટ जो समय गेंदो से कि मातृ संस्था पांजी जो पांजे के 34 श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जो पांजे समाज की मातृ संस्था है ये छेल्ला 91-92 वर्ष थी सतत कार्य करे रही है। समाज जे उत्थान ला करे, समाज जे डेवलपमेंट ला करे। तो ये मातृ संस्था पाके ख्याल है प्रमाणे वर्षों पहला 5-7 हॉस्टेल विद्यार्थी गृह कन्या छात्रालय जो निर्माण के हेवर पावटे भुज में, जामनगर, वल्लभ विद्यानगर और पूना में विद्यार्थी गृह, कन्या छात्रालय अने हॉस्टेल जो निर्माण करेलो है अने पांजा विद्यार्थी विद्यार्थिनीओ ते भणे थयुं। ते सिवाय वर्षों पहला विधवा सहायक फंड जो नवुं नाम है मातृवंदना फंड सहायक फंड, गरीब सहायक फंड जो नवुं नाम है शिक्षण ज्योत सहायक फंड। ई मळे सहायक फंड में वर्षों थी समाज कार्यरत है इनमें अने कार्य करे रह्यो इनमें। ते सिवाय पाके खबर है कि मेडिकल असिस्टन्स એટલે પાંજે માવજતલા કરીને जो को भी जेके भी जरूरत हुए थी એટલા કરીને પાંજે फंड जो उपयोग કરી रह्यूं। તે સિવાય हाउसिंग એટલે घर पाके खबर है कि लगभग घणे जणे के खबर है कि सेठिया नगर में हाउसिंग कॉलोनी बनाई है। उन कॉलोनी समाज बनाने अने उनमें हाउसिंग ला करे जो कोई इश्यूज पांजा से पूरा कयूं। ते सिवाय सेनेटोरियम ही पांजा जो को पण जे बॉम्बे में मुंबई में अचे बाहर थी इनी के पाके रेला કરીને व्यवस्था पा કર્યું એટલા કરીને પાઈ સેનેટોરિયમ રાખ્યો है। તે સિવાય હેવરાઈ કદાચ સોયાઉના કોવિડ અને કોરોના जो कोई इश्यूज हली रहे खास तो मुंबई में महाराष्ट्र में અને गुजरात में भी दक्षिण गुजरात અને अकड़ी लेवल सुधी कच्छ में पण हजी पग पेसारो के ने छेल्ला लगभग 123 थी समाज जा જેટલા પણ કાર્ય કરે ई आखो कार्य करे रही कोविड सामे लड़ी रही पांजा जो कोई भी कार्यकर्ता ही से जेमे जोड़ाणा ही पांजा ट्रस्ट बोर्ड कारोबारी वाला मळे सभ्य अने ते सिवाय पांजा जो को दाता मंडळ ही से अने डॉक्टर जी पांजी टीम है से ई पांजे कोविड ला करेने सतत लड़ी रही अने इनमें हेवर सुधी 6 सेंटर बनाए कोविड जा जिनमें सेठिया नगर એટલે मुंबई में असलफावाड़ी, मुंबई में डोंबिवलीवाड़ी, नवी मुंबई, वापी अने भुज खाते 5-6 सेंटर्स बनायूं अने कोविड सामे पाए लड़ी रह्यूं। ते सिवाय जो 16/4/95 એટલે 16 एप्रिल 1995 25 वर्ष पहला पाकड़ो ओधोरम एज्युकेशन फाउंडेशन जो निर्माण क्यों रचना कई वो रचना करे पाछळ जो कारण हिकिड़ो जो वडो एज्युकेशन जो को छेल्ला घणे वरे थी स्टार्ट क्यों थी पहला भी 65 वरे थी एज्युकेशन ला करे शिक्षण ला करे समाज सतत कार्यरत हो मुंबई अने कच्छ खाते अने ते पाछळ 16/4/95 जो 16 एप्रिल 1995 जो आंकड़ो ओधरम एज्युकेशन फाउंडेशन जंहिंजी स्थापित दाता हुआ दयाराम मावजी कटारिया सिरवावाला परिवार अने एज्युकेशन के हिकिड़ो बूस्ट डेला કરીને हिकिड़ो के एकदम स्पीड वधायला કરીને हिकिड़ो थियो अने एनुं સાથે घणे बधा युवान जोड़ाणा एज्युकेशन शिक्षण बाबत जी जानकारी धराईंदड़ पास સાથે में जोड़ाणा अने पाण के एकदम स्पीड आगळ में वधार्यो जंहिंजो मेन कम हो स्कॉलरशिप पंहिंजो जेको बि विद्यार्थी भणदा वेंदा उनखे स्कॉलरशिप जेको बि खपे ओवरसीज स्टूडेंट्स उन लाइ करे बि स्कॉलरशिप पाण वटि प्राथमिक એટલે प्राइमरी स्कूल जी स्कॉलरशिप पाण वटि ऑलरेडी सेवा समाज अंतर्गत वई सेकेंडरी स्कूल जी स्कॉलरशिप पाण वटि वई पण 10th एम अबव 10th અને એની અબવ जी MBBS કે MD સુધી डॉक्टरेट કરી દો કોઈ ત્યાં સુધી જે સ્કોલરશિપ સેવા સમાજ ઓધરમ એજ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્ડેશન જે અંતર્ગત ચાલુ કે અને એમને પાસાથે शिक्षण बाबत जो को शिक्षण प्रेमी गचमड़े जोड़ाणा અને પાંજો ખાસી એડી સ્પીડ વધારે અને છેલ્લા 5 વરે में આપણે સારી એડી લેવલ તે એજ્યુકેશન લા કરીને પુગાસી તે પાછળ ઉનજે અંડર ઉનજા ઘણા બધા વર્ટિકલ્સ થયા ઓધરમ એજ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્डेशन जा उनके अंतर्गत जे आंकड़ो जो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स जो उपयोग किया है छेल्ला 4-5 महीने थी तो बहुत वधु पड़तो कहेवाय जिनमें फेसबुक जो पांजो लाइव जो पांजो पेज है जो जिनमें ते वर्ष सुधी 4.5 lakhs 4.5 लाख व्यूज आवे हैं जो यूट्यूब ते पांजो पांजी चैनल है पंहिंजी इंस्टाग्राम ते पांजी हिकिड़ी चैनल है भानुसमाज.org समाज जी जो वेबसाइट है वो वेबसाइट ते पांजी मळे डिटेल्स जेटली भी मळे अवेलेबल है व्हाट्सएप जा ग्रुप है वो ग्रुप्स मळे एन मथे सतत अकड़े साथे कनेक्टिविटी में रहता जूम ते स्ट्रीम यार्ड ते सेमिनार वेबिनार्स में करे रहे એટલે છેલ્લા 3-4-5 महीने थी सतत समाज विविध जो को डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जो उपयोग करूँ था समाज के जोड़ेला करे एज्युकेशन ला करे अने समाज जे बे जो को भी कार्य करी रह्यो समाज उन ला करे बेओ हिकिड़ो जो वर्टिकल है इनमें जो कैरियर गाइडेंस एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट अने पेरेंट जा जो सेमिनार्स पा करूँ था लास्ट ईयर पा शुरुआत कई जैसी गज टाइम थी हले था बॉम्बे मुंबई में पण लास्ट टाइम पाण इवन कच्छ में भी भुज में भी चालू कयो हिन वरी जामनगर करे जो पण कोविड जे हिसाबे पाण के पोस्टपोन कयो है पाण के करींदासीं ख़ासि त डिजिटल भानुशाली जो जेको पंहिंजी हिकिड़ी कल्पना आहे उनमें अहिड़ो आहे कि पंहिंजी मोस्टली जेतिरी बि प्रवृत्तियूं आहिनि इहे पाण वटि डिजिटलाइज़ करे विझिबो अने इनमें जेको पंहिंजा वॾेल आहिनि पाण सां एवर ट्रस्ट बोर्ड में जोड़ियल आहिनि मैनेजिंग कमिटी ओधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जा जेतिरा पण आहिनि इन जो एक्सपीरियंस अने जेको नवी युवान टीम आहे पंहिंजी उन जो जोश उन जो समाज लाइ करे की करे लाइ करे जेको उमंग आहे जेको उन जो उत्साह आहे त इहे ॿ चीज़ जो संगम थियो आहे अने ही पाण सारी अहिड़ी स्पीड थी इन जी गति जेको बि आहे ही पाण हिकदमि प्रगतिशील पाण अॻियां स्पीड थी वधी रहिया आहियूं तंहिं सवाइ जेको तरह पंहिंजा वॾा प्रोजेक्ट्स हलनि था भानुशाली नगर घाटकोपर जेको पंहिंजो भानुशाली जो पाण जेके मथक चऊं हब चऊं जिते पंहिंजी हिंगलाज माता जी जो मंदिर आहे उनजो पाण रीडेवलपमेंट એટલે એનું પુનર્નિર્માણ નવનિર્માણ કરી રહ્યા आहियूं उनजो बि डिमोलिशन जो कमु चालू आहे हिकिड़ी विंग आखी डिमोलिशन थी हुई आहे ॿई विंग जो डिमोलिशन जो चालू आहे 15-20 दिवस में पाण डिमोलिश करीबो अने उनजो कंस्ट्रक्शन स्टार्ट आहे तंहिं सवाइ नेरुल में पंहिंजी जेको भानुशाली वाड़ी नेरुल એટલે नवी मुंबई में भानुशाली वाड़ी जो पाण कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट करे चुकिया आहियूं 2 महीने जे अंदरि अंदरि पाण कंहिंजो ऑक्यूपेशन अची वञे पंहिंजो उपयोग करे सघिबो तंहिं सवाइ आयरोली में हिकिड़ो विद्यार्थी आयरोली पण नवी मुंबई में हिकिड़ो आहे मुलुंड जे बाजू में जेको नवी मुंबई ने मुंबई के ने नवी मुंबई के जेको जोड़े थो ई वो विद्यार्थी गृह उते हिकिड़ी स्टूडेंट्स हॉस्टल पंहिंजी आहे पाण चालू कई आहे उहो बि पाण लॻभॻि मार्च 21 जो उहो बि पाण स्टार्ट करे सघिबो त आखे हिन जेको बि पाण टे वॾा प्रकल्प टे प्रोजेक्ट्स करे रहिया आहियूं इन प्रोजेक्ट्स जी लॻभॻि कॉस्ट आहे 300 करोड़ इंडियन रुपीस 300 करोड़ which is equal to around 4 crores USD. That is around 3 billion Indian rupees. 3 billions जो है around 40 millions USD approximately जी cost है तो पाण वॾा टे प्रोजेक्ट्स करे रहियूं तंहिं सवाइ जा पंहिंजा ॿिया जेतिरा बि प्रकल्प आहिनि उहे बड़े पंहिंजा चालू जे रेग्युलर में तंहिं सवाइ पाण हिकिड़ो जेको लास्ट वीक फर्स्ट टाइम स्टार्ट कयो ग्लोबल भानुशाली विश्व भानु आखे विश्व में वसदल पंहिंजा भानुशाली के मनी के भेरो कीअं हिकिड़े प्लेटफॉर्म ते करे तो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म में पाण इहो हिकिड़ो मेड़ावो कयो लास्ट 19 जुलाई जो अने असीं 2-2.5 कलाक जो रखणो अहिड़ो नक्की कयो पण अहिड़ो थियो कि 5.5 कलाक पाछળ પણ पाण पूरो करे सघूं अहिड़ी पोजीशन न हुई एटलो मड़े सरस मजा जो पंहिंजो मेड़ावो थियो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म ते त विश्व भानुशाली त ग्लोबल भानुशाली जो हिकिड़ो मेड़ावो जेको हिकिड़ो ॿियो वर्टिकल पाण उभो कयो तंहिं सवाइ लास्ट 15-20 दिवस थी पाण कच्छ जा पंहिंजा अराउंड 74 विलेजिस 74 जेको बि पंहिंजा भानुशालीअ जा गांव आहिनि उते जिते भानुशाली वसे था उन गांव में मेडिकल चेकअप चालू आहे ऐं अॼु बि कदाच व्हाट्सअप ते ॿिया प्लेटफॉर्म डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म ते नेरिया हूंदा सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म्स ते त हर एक गांव में मेडिकल चेकअप पंहिंजा चालू आहिनि हर एक गांव में अॼु हिकिड़े ॾींहं में नलिया में जीअं 100 फैमिलीज़ जा मेडिकल चेकअप कया अहिड़ी त हर एक नंढा वॾा मड़े बि गांव में अबड़ासो आहे गरड़ो पट आहे कंठी पट आहे पंहिंजो जेको पावर पट्टी आहे तो गुजरात कच्छ जे जितला जिले कच्छ जिले में जितला भी तालुका आहिनि मनी तालुके में पाण मेडिकल कैंप मेडिकल चेकअप रादर चालू कयो आहे गामो गाम ऐं इनमें पाण खे गच मड़े चीजूं जेको एवर सुधी पाण खे न हुई ख़बर अहिड़ियूं पण गच मड़े चीजूं पाण खे ख़बर पई इन सिवाय जो पाण खे ख़बर आहे कि भानु समाज पंहिंजो हिकिड़ो मंथली मैगज़ीन जेको बि आहे वो मंथली मैगज़ीन भी पाण दर महीने वरे में पंहिंजा 11 एडिशन्स करियूं था अने वो डिजिटल भी आहे उनजो पंहिंजी डिजिटल कॉपी भी जंहिंखे वाचणी वे नेरणी वे जेको अब्रॉड वसे था उनखे न मिलंदी वे तो उनखे भी मिलंदी तंहिं सवाइ पंहिंजो भानुसमाज.org डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म आहे वो पण पंहिंजो जेको वेबसाइट आहे वो वेबसाइट ते हाणे जितली भी पंहिंजी प्रवृत्तियूं आहिनि जितली भी पंहिंजी एक्टिविटीज़ आहिनि जितला भी पंहिंजे समाज जा कार्य आहिनि वो मड़े कार्य जी मड़े माहिती डिटेल्स पाण खे मड़े अवेलेबल आहे उन ते भानुसमाज.org ते अने पाण ऑलमोस्ट गच मड़े चीजूं ऑनलाइन कयूं आहिनि बोर्डिंग हॉस्टल बोर्डिंग जा एडमिशन्स आहिनि ऑनलाइन आहे कास्ट सर्टिफिकेट आहे ऑनलाइन आहे आके तंहिं सवाइ जी स्कॉलरशिप जी एप्लीकेशन करणी आहे ऑनलाइन आहे इन वीक में असीं मेडिकल जी एप्लीकेशन्स आहिनि ऑनलाइन करे विझिबो त हर एक चीज़ असांजी जेको बि आहे ऑनलाइन आहे कंहिंखे बि ज़रूरत न पए त कारण वगैर कोई ट्रैवलिंग करे न अने डायरेक्टली पाण खे जेतिरी पण पंहिंजी फैसिलिटीज़ आहिनि समाज जूं मिड़े फैसिलिटीज़ पाण खे ऑनलाइन मिलंदियूं तंहिं सवाइ पाण समाज जा ॿिया जेतिरा बि कार्य थी रहिया आहिनि उमड़े सारी रीते थी रही अने इनमें उधरम महाराज जी मां हिंगलाज जी आशीर्वाद दी पंहिंजा वडील जो भी जो दीर्घ दृष्टि रखी ने एटला वारे पहला पाला करीने जो कोई चीज बनाए विया प्लेटफॉर्म रेडी करे विया जो कृष्णा एवर पाके चई कहू बीज पोखे विया जंहिंजो अॼु वट वृक्ष थियो जंहिंजी छाई में पांबड़े अॼु 93,000 95,000 लख भानुशाली जो जिन हिकिड़ी छत्र छाया जे नीचे आहियूं आखी दुनिया एवर नेरे थी आखी दुनिया एटलीस्ट इंडिया में मने के खबर है कि कोविड ला करे भानुशाली कड़ी ते करी यूनिटी जो कड़ी रीते थी रहियो जिन ते कार्य थी रहियो आहे कदाच न्यूज़पेपर में वांचींदा हूंदा टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में भी अॼु आवियो आहे तंहिं सिवाय सतत पंहिंजे गुजरात महाराष्ट्र जेके न्यूज़पेपर्स में वे थो तो समाज एकजुटता हिकिड़ा भेरा थीने खबो खबे मिलाए ने पाण रुगो आंगरी चेंदे जो कम नथा करियूं पाण हाणे पंहिंजो कम करियूं था आंगरी हथ पकड़े ने भी न पर पाण कांडो पकड़े ने हिकिड़े ॿिए जो मणी के भेरो रखी ने समाज जी कार्य करे रहिया आहियूं इन कार्य में इमड़े सहभागी थिया आहियो अने अॼु जो युवान युथ आहे पंहिंजो जेको ई जो कार्य के पंहिंजा जो पाण त सपना नेरियूं अने ई लोग जो पंहिंजे सपने के परिवर्तित करिए था अने ई लोग इनके एग्जीक्यूट करिए था अमलीकरण में पंहिंजे के जो खणी अचनि था तो युथ थी जो भी युथ के भी आह्वान दियां तो समाज जे निमणी कार्य में पाके जोड़ाजे वधु सारी रीते जोड़ाजे ने एनी जी एक्सपर्टाइज है जो भी तो वो एक्सपर्टाइज जो पाके समाज के वधु सारी रीते उपयोग थी सके समाज के ही उपयोग थी सके समाज जी जो भी समृद्धि है वेल्थ है बे शब्द में उन चीज़ के अॻियां वधारे सके एजुकेशन है मेडिकल है हाउसिंग है पंहिंजा ॿिया घणे બધા वर्टिकल्स हैं जिनमें स्पोर्ट्स हैं ॿिया गचमड़े चीजूं हैं जो पाण करियूं था हेवर सुधी इनके पाण वधु सारी स्पीड में अने सारी रीते अॻियां वधारे सघिबो त यूथ के आह्वान है कि इहे अचे अनुभव धराई था पंहिंजा जो वडील आहिनि ट्रस्ट बोर्ड है पंहिंजा प्रमुख श्री अवर साथ ही आखी कारोबारी है एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जा 30 थी 37 मेंबर हैं जो पंहिंजो एजुकेशन जो पंहिंजी ऐं हॉस्टल जा करे ने एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जो मणे कार्य संभालियनि था तेनी मणी के आह्वान है कहीं समाज जे जो समाज जो कार्य है समाज जो कार्य जिन स्पीड थी हली रहियो आहिनि ऐं वधु स्पीड इनके ॾियो अने इनके आगळ वधारे सघो ताऊं इन पावन प्रसंगे इन सारे अवसर इन शुभ दिने ऐं आखे दुनिया में जा थी जो भी भानुशाली पाण साथे जोड़ाणा आहिनि उन मणी भानुशाली जो हार्दिक स्वागत करियां तो श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट मातृ संस्था वती आमणी जो आभार मञियां तो ऐं मणे हाज़िर आविया आहियो भेरा थिया आहियो अने जोड़ाई रहंदासीं पाण थैंक यू
दिनेश भाई चांद्राबू सच्ची गाल क्यों कि आज पानो समाज हिन डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म जो कितलो सारो उपयोग करे तो अने बॉस इन जो एकड़ो बहु इम्पोर्टेंट अने सारो एग्जांपल है कि आज हेडी सिचुएशन में भी पा डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म वाया मणे जोड़ाया आयूं अने वेबिनार के अटेंड करियो था आज ओदवराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन के 5 वरे थई विया आहिनि अने ही 26मो वरे आहे लक्ष्मीकांत भाई गजरा ओईएफ जा चेयरपर्सन बनी ने फाउंडेशन के लीड क्यों नो ही शुरुआत थी यानी जो बहुत वडो कंट्रीब्यूशन रहो है इन फाउंडेशन ला सो आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट लक्ष्मीकांत भाई गजरा टू वेलकम ऑल आवर ट्रस्टीज एंड कमिटी मेंबर्स
हेलो मणिका हरिओम मुझे आवाज अचे तो
यस
यस आचार्य
ओके ओके सी आओ एलके गजरा ओईएफ कमिटी मेंबर जटला पण आज कार्यक्रम में मरे पार्टिसिपेंट ही पहला मुझे स्वागत करिया तो जे माननीय ट्रस्टी आज कार्यक्रम में आव्या माननीय श्री प्रताप भाई जोईसर माननीय वल्लभ भाई बद्रा माननीय गोविंद भाई बद्रा माननीय दिनेश चांद्रा माननीय मोहन दामा मनी ट्रस्टी जो कच्छ ओए तरफ थी कार्यक्रम में बॉस तरफ थी मनी जो खूब खूब स्वागत है जटला पण एसकेबी एसएसटी એટલે કચ્છી ભાનુશાલી સેવા સમાજ ટ્રસ્ટ चा कमिटी मेंबर અને ઓઈએફ चा कमिटी मेंबर મળે હાજર રહી ઉની મણી જો स्वागत है જે સ્પીકર્સ हैं आज पांजा की नोट स्पीकर हैं जैसे श्री केसी चिपवाड़िया हैं सौंदर्य बाल सुब्रमण्यम हैं श्री कार्तिक सीए का श्री कार्तिक चांद्रा हैं श्री नवीन ठकरार हैं अने जटला पण स्टूडेंट स्पीकर हैं अनी मनी जो पण ओईएफ तरफ थी एंड बॉस इवेंट में स्वागत है जे स्टूडेंट एब्रॉड वनी विया आहिनि अने पण के रजिस्टर कयो अन कार्यक्रम में जंहिंजो पाण स्वागत करे वारा आहियूं नी मनी जो पण अन कार्यक्रम में स्वागत है। आप मणे जेटला पण पार्टिसिपेटिंग अनी मनी जो स्वागत है। खास કરીને નામ ગંદો છે જે દર વખતે બોસ જી ઇવેન્ટ में વહેતા એરા पंजा श्री डॉक्टर गोविंदભાઈ ભાનુશાલી યુએસએ થી અને उनके जणावવામાં આવ્યો કે કમાન્ડર હરિભાઈ ગોરીપનન में अन कार्यक्रम में हाजिर રહેવા रही नी जो पण स्वागत है। ओदाराम एज्युकेशन फाउंडेशन जी एक्टिविटी ओदाराम एज्युकेशन फाउंडेशन श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जे नेजे हेठળ कार्य करे तो अने जो आछो आके ख्याल दिनेश भाई चांद्रा डनोज नो उनके एकड़ो बेंजामिन फ्रैंकलिन जो अकड़ी कोट याद अचे तो कि एन इन्वेस्टमेंट इन नॉलेज पेज द बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट अने विचार करो कि आज थी 60-70 वर्ष पहला पांजा गुरुवर्य परम पूज्य संत श्री ओदाराम ई जो संदेश डनो पांजे समाज के शिक्षण के बाबत के समाज के शिक्षित करो अने पांजा वडील दीर्घदृष्टा वडील वो गुरु मंत्र अपनायो अने मई ठेकाने हॉस्टेल चालू क्यों एटले पांजो पहलो पगथियो हॉस्टेल थी शुरुआत थई अने तेजो हेर नेरी सकूं था रिजल्ट कि आज पांजा गोविंदभाई बत्राई दिनेश चांद्राई एड़ा कटला पर मान्यवर जे सीट ते वठाई उमणे हॉस्टेल में भणाया बरोबर पांजो पहलो आईपीएस आईएएस ओपन हॉस्टेल में भण्यो तो 60-70 वर्ष पहला जो गुरु मंत्र अने ते पुटिया जी बहुत सारी रीते दिनेशभाई जणाव्यो कि आनी वटवृक्ष थई गयो है। तो कोई वडीले विचार क्यों कि हाणे कोर करे जो आगळ पांचे उच्च शिक्षण कारण के छोकरा मैट्रिक सुधी भण्या ते ग्रेजुएट थया ते तो उच्च शिक्षण के प्रोत्साहन देला करे अने मार्गदर्शन केला करे। परम पूज्य संत श्री ओदाराम एज्युकेशन फाउंडेशन की स्थापना थी 1995 में जे दिनेश भाई चांद्रा के जणायो अने ही वरे ई सिल्वर जुबिली ईयर है ओदाराम एज्युकेशन फाउंडेशन जो एज्युकेशन जो फाउंडेशन जो अमुक कार्यक्रम जो आचो पात्रो ख्याल है के दिनेश भाई दे दनो छता आऊं चई दी पहलो तो महत्व जो એટલે स्कॉलरशिप चालू करे में आवी जे के आज 25 वर्ष થઈ ગયા અને પાંજો જે એન્યુઅલ બજેટ વે તો સ્કોલરશિપ જો वो 3 लाख थी करी अने 50 लाख सुधी जो पांजो बजेट वेतो अने छेल्ला 25 वर्षथी स्कॉलरशिप दीं था दर वर्षे 350 થી 400 एप्लिकेशनों अचे थी अने हजारों स्टूडेंट ने जो लाभ मळ्यो है। कोई स्कॉलरशिप उपरांत सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम कर्यो था ओईएफ जे नेजे हेठळ रमत गमत जा कार्यक्रम कर्यो था कोई एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट अने करियर गाइडेंस सेमिनार पेरेंटिंग ला करे सेमिनार पेरेंटिंग के गाइडेंस ला करे सारे वक्ता के बोलायूं था अनी के आपको गाइडेंस जने मैच तो पेरेंटिंग ते उपरांत हेर सुधी जो जे वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस थू हॉस्टेल जा जेटला विद्यार्थी उन्हीं के मार्गदर्शन दने मैच तो उन्हीं ला करे वीडियो क्लासेस थोड़ा वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस थू उन्हीं के लेक्चर अने क्लास जी व्यवस्था करे में आई है योगा अने ई मळे जी प्रवृत्ति चालू करे में आई है अने दिनेश भाई पाके जणायो ऑलरेडी ई बॉस जो त्रीजो इवेंट है अने इंटरनेशनल भानुशाली गेट टुगेदर थोड़ा दी पहला क्यों जे बहुत सक्सेसफुल थयो ड्यूरिंग कोविड के लॉकडाउन के दरमियान अलग अलग वेबिनार रख्या हुआ डॉक्टर हर्षद मंगे टाइम मैनेजमेंट ते विद्यार्थियों के मार्गदर्शन दनो एडवोकेट सतीश भाई कॉमर्स में कटला फील्ड आई अन बदल मार्गदर्शन दनो भरत भाई ई सायंस जे अंदर कोड़ करी सकूं था अन बदल मार्गदर्शन दनो એટલે ये सतत अकड़ी प्रवृत्ति है अन चीज के कोई एंड ना अने मणी जो प्रोत्साहन मल्या वठो वडीले जो प्रोत्साहन वे तो कमिटी जो पंजे एसकेबी एसएसटी हमेशा तत्पर रहती कि आई की पण नवा नवा कार्यक्रम गणीए छो दिनेश भी जना जी पाके जणाय ते डिजिटल प्रोग्राम पण कटला मळे क्या आई तो अने पा डिजिटल रीते पा मनी साथे अने पा संकळायला आयूं तो ई एकड़ो ओईएफ जी एक्टिविटी बदल आगे एकड़ो बर्ड्स आई थियो एकड़ो अने ई मळे जे कर्यो ता तर घणे समाज पाके पहुंचे था कि अहीं हकड़े तातने की जोड़ायला आयो अहीं जडे कोरोना वे तो शिक्षण वे कोई पण चीज वे जे धरती पंख कम थियो कच्छ में तैयार पता ही आपको समाज हके तातने की जोड़ायलो है ने जो अकड़ो ज मंत्र जे पाजा गुरु वरे पाके दई दनो नो के आई एम बिकॉज वी आर पा मळे यूं એટલે આમ અહીંયા ભાનુશાલી जी સમૃદ્ધિ है એટલે હું જે સમૃદ્ધિ ભાનુશાલી સ્વસ્થ રહે મળે એટલે હું સ્વસ્થ रहंदो से અને ઈ જે એકડો મંત્ર પાકે દને में आयो है पाजे गुरु महाराज तरफथी आई एम बिकॉज वी आर અને પા आज अनज बेस से कम करी रहा हूँ અને આગળ પણ સફળતાપૂર્વક મળે કાર્યક્રમ જો આયોજન કરીબો અસ્તુ
थैंक यू लक्ष्मीकांत भाई ये जाणायला की अज भी शिक्षण क्षेत्र में पंहिंजो समाज केतली प्रगति करी रहियो आहे हाणे आउं वेलकम करींदी जयंत भाई चांद्रा के जो बॉस टीम जा मेंबर रही अने बॉस जो हिकिड़ो सारो ओवरव्यू जे बारे में ॻाल्हि करींदा ओवर टू यू जयंत भाई
जय उदगाम हरिओम मणि के जय हिंगलाज आउं मणि के वेलकम करिया तो अचे प्रोग्राम में आज पाटला मणि जना साथे जोड़ाया आयूं अने दिनेश भाई अने लक्ष्मीकांत भाई पाके गणेश मणे ओईएफ विषे छूं अने पा जोको डिजिटली अग्या वधी रह्या आयूं अने पांजो आखो समाज पंजी मडेज एक्टिविटी डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म ते खणी आयो है तो बेसिकली पा बॉस ला करे चो अस्ति 2-4 वरे पहला पांज असांजी ओईएफ कमिटी के एकड़ो विचार आयो तो जो भी स्टूडेंट्स बारगाम भणेला वने था एनला करे पाके की स्पेशल कहणुं खपे એટલે ઘણે મને બ્રેઇનસ્ટોર્મિંગ કરે ને કોઈ 2013 में पांजा श्री प्रताप भाई जोईसर पांजा प्रमुख श्री पांजे कमिटी मेंबर्स अने पांजा ट्रस्टी जे मार्गदर्शन हेठळ 2013 में बॉस जी स्थापना कयासी अने बॉस में 2013 एज वेल एज 2019 में बहुत सारी इवेंट कयासी अनमें बहुत सारा प्रोमिनेंट स्पीकर्स के बोलाया सी जो को पाके मार्गदर्शन दनु का पाके वीजा ला करे को की अग्या वधे जो पाके कई यूनिवर्सिटी सिलेक्ट करे जी पाके वते वनी ने कोई प्रॉब्लम्स अचे अने दे हैव गिवन सो मेनी डिफरेंट एजुकेशंस अबाउट ओवरसीज एजुकेशंस अने पाके के अगर ई भी वीडियोस नेरना हुए तो पांजी वेबसाइट है www.panussamaj.org/boss उनमें वनी ने पा ई वीडियो नेरे सकूता अने बॉस छेला 3 वरे थी एवरेज हर वरे 15 થી 20 स्टूडेंट्स के मार्गदर्शन दे रह्यो है ओवरसीज एजुकेशन ला करे यानी के गाइडेंस दे रह्यो है तो पाके वते वनी ने की डिफिकल्टीज हुए जॉब रिलेटेड डिफिकल्टीज हुए तो पाके एकोमोडेशन जो की प्रॉब्लम्स हुए तो एवरीथिंग वी आर गाइडिंग फ्रॉम हियर अने पा अना सुधी 50 થી વધારે स्टूडेंट्स के पा मार्गदर्शन दई चुक्या आयूं अने दिनेश भाई चूं अने लक्ष्मीकांत भाई चूं ई पा एवर लास्ट वीक पा भानुशाली इंटरनेशनल मेड़ावड़ो जो को पा प्रोग्राम इवेंट कियासी इनमें पा 8:30 वगे सांजो स्टार्ट कियासी अने रातचो 2 वगे सुधी सेम एनर्जी लेवल ते पांजी इवेंट हलई अने आई एम फीलिंग सो प्राउड बीइंग अ भानुशाली એટલે હું કે એકડો જોયું ને બીइंग અ ઇન્ડિયન જો પ્રાઉડ હોય રીતે आई एम फीलिंग सो गुड टू बी अ भानुशाली એટલી મને સક્સેસ સ્ટોરી ભાનુશાલી जी સોણીને હું કે ખરેખર બહુ જ આનંદ થયો પા મણીજ ફિલ્ડ में અગ્યા વધી રહ્યા આયું અને પાંજો એજ્યુકેશન લેવલ જે જે દિનેશભાઈ છું એ બહુ જ સારી સ્પીડથી અગ્યા વધી રહ્યો હોય અને આ મણી કે તત્પરતા ઊંધી કઈ બોસ एक्चुअली की काम करे રહ્યો હોય પા ભાનુશાલી ઓવરસીઝ સપોર્ટ સિસ્ટમ પા की કેવી રીતે કામ કરે રહ્યા તો आई हैंड ओवर टू कैलाश भाई गजरा जो वहां के डिटेल में बॉस विશે જણાઈંदा सो ओवर टू कैलाश भाई गजरा थैंक यू
I will play a video, right, Krishna? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you will start with a video. Yeah.
Hello everyone. Shri Kachhi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Trust Mumbai Rachit Param Pujya Sant Sri Odharam Education Foundation OEF has taken multiple initiatives in last 25 years in the field of education. Last year in 2018, OEF has taken another great initiative for students who plan to study abroad to provide a support system called as Bhanushali Overseas Support System, BOSS. Bhanushali Overseas Support System is an end-to-end support system for students by providing guidance on education as well as job-related matters abroad. Students have lots of questions. Which university to go for my major? Is fall good or spring? how much it costs, what exams I need to prepare. Can someone help me with visa questions? What about bank loan? Do you know anyone over there? Any alumni that you know? How to arrange for temporary accommodation there? Are there any Indian families around? Can you help me how to find internship or job? So one single solution for all these queries is Bhanushali Overseas Support System. Okay, BOSS is a solution, but how does it work? So let us understand the workflow. So we can understand the workflow in total 6 steps. Step 1 at Bhanushali Samaj. Samaj publishes an ad asking for all the students who are planning to study abroad. Students will update the Samaj about their plans going abroad. Bhanushali Samaj will update their year-wise data for all the students going abroad for studies. Step 2. Bhanushali Samaj arranges various bi-weekly or monthly meetings with students offline or online. Overseas Bhanushalis who are either working professionals or students can also guide the upcoming students via Skype or Hangout. And Bhanushali Samaj organizes one grand event for all the students who plan to study abroad. And this event is called Overseas Education Seminar. Step 3. Samaj sends the final list of students to abroad program coordinators. Samaj also manages country-wise list of abroad program coordinators who will help students going to respective countries. Samaj can also help to solve queries either via email or online forum to all the students. Step 4. Abroad program coordinator. APC will send a questionnaire to all the students coming to that country. This questionnaire has a list of questions like student's profile, which university he is going to, his native place in India, and everything. APC also talks to students' parents, students while they are in India, so they feel good about it. And APC will add all of these new students to a Google group which has a database of all the Bhanushalis living in that country. Student can send a question in that group, and after approval, that is moderation, anyone can answer that question. Step 5, popularly known as abroad connections. APC will connect alumni with the student going to that university. APC will also connect the host families with the new student for temporary accommodation. APC will connect alumni and known people working professional with students to get the job in that company. So this is the beauty of Bhanushali Overseas Support System. It is self-sustaining support system for students who are planning to study abroad. Thank you.
कैलाश भाई पांके एकड़ो बहुत सारो ओवरव्यू देनो कि की 1 स्टेप्स में भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम कम करी थी and how students can take support and can take guidance from us. So now we will move on to next video जो आउ बनाई है and that video will focus on what is boss going to concentrate on in 2020 and आज pandemic situation में in challenging time में students ला करे कई opportunities है. So Monash bhai, if you can please play the video.
श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट मुंबई रचित परम पूज्यम संत श्री औदवराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन presents Bhanushali Overseas Education Webinar on 26 July this Sunday at 7 p.m. So, what will BOSS focus on in 2020? Firstly, What is study abroad about? And how can I get into universities which I desire? Secondly, considering the pandemic situation, we are left with many questions which deal with remote education, distance learning, and another important question, is online studying feasible? Third thing, how to go about student education loan and how to be a recipient of full scholarship. And fourth, you will get a great opportunity to interact with Bhanushali students who had got admitted into Ivy League colleges. With much of the world engulfed in this pandemic situation, travel restrictions and health risk has made it very difficult for students to study abroad. So we'll also be focusing on what are the challenges students face amid this pandemic. Will students stop going abroad? Definitely no. What are the two main things we want to aspire to study abroad and get into good universities? To engage ourselves in good ideas and global perspectives. Boss will be focusing on the opportunities at this challenging times. So the first thing we'll be looking at will be remote education. We'll have speakers who will extensively and comprehensively talk about remote education and how it is a very good feasible option and you can have a good skill set to present at both. Second would be online courses. Courses like Coursera, Upgrad and EDX and Udemy and many more are coming up with lot of courses. Students will be thinking, what can I do for this year? My admission has deferred. My 1 year has gone waste. No, not really. We'll be focusing on how you can improve your skills, how you can learn more skills through these courses. These courses have collaborated with a lot of top universities like MIT, Harvard and many more. And at a very reasonable low cost, they'll be providing you online education. So Boss is here to guide you and support you. We focus on 6 different things: to study overseas, networking and bonding with our community abroad, improving the level of education within our community, expanding our reach and approach, integrating with different speakers and students studying abroad, and discovering your inner potential for study abroad. So please do register at bhanusamaj.org/boss2020 and also attend the webinar on 26 July 2020 at 7 p.m. Sunday. Hello.
Apologies and sorry, थोड़ा disturbance वो in videos में, but I hope you got the message of what exactly boss किन पे focus करे तो and what is the overview of boss and जिनके जो भी student aspire करे तो abroad study करेला करे इनके किन रीते boss help करे थी and guide करे थी and motivate करे थी. So now we will move forward to with our 3 segments. The webinar 3 segment में divided है. Segment 1 will have 4 speakers who are very experienced and who are settled in different countries and have very good abroad education. The second segment will deal with कि पांजा भानुशाली students जो बहुत वड्डी colleges में भी आएं and जो scholarship क्यों ना achieve हुनजे बारे में होंगे. And segment 3 will deal with senior experience. So starting with segment 1, it is an honor for me to introduce our keynote speaker who's going to talk about very important things which today's students should abide and follow. First, working towards bigger dreams. Second, goal setting. Third, how can you be at your best when you are out of comfort zone? And fourth, living without fear. So it is a great honor and great pleasure for me to introduce to you to Mr. K.C. Chipwadia, who has astonishingly worked for 19 years in NASA and served for 21 plus years to US Navy Reserve as United States Navy sailor. In addition to his amazing achievements, currently he is a CEO and founder of Athlete Foundry Company based in Texas, USA. So all of you, please join me in welcoming Mr. K.C. Chipwadia. So K.C. Chipwadia, over to you.
Okay, hello. I just want to do a communication check. Can you hear me okay?
Okay.
Yes, you're perfectly audible, yes.
Okay, excellent. Hari Om and Jai Shri Krishna. And thank you for that wonderful and very kind introduction. I sincerely hope everyone is safe, healthy, and in amazing positive spirits. Why positive spirits? Well, for two reasons. For what the world has to offer you, and for what you have to offer the world. Knowing that you did your part to make the world better, your community better, India better, and your family proud. Good morning, good afternoon, evening, senior society members, friends, current overseas college students, and of course, future overseas college students. Thank you, Shri Kuchi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Trust, for inviting me to participate in your Overseas Support System seminar. It is my humble honor to be your keynote speaker today. When Kailash Bhai asked if I would be a keynote speaker, my initial thought was, I'm not sure if I would be a great speaker. Why? Because I did not grow up in India and go through the same experiences that each of you have. So how could I possibly make a positive impact? While similar experiences are important when humans connect, we know, socially and emotionally, so are different experiences, as long as they are deeply rooted in unique journeys and relatable struggles. That's our connection. Each of you have unique journeys, struggles, and of course, roadblocks. But you also come from a culture and society that knows how to work hard and honest, take struggles head on, and overcome roadblocks. Is it easy? Of course not. But you are on this call today because you can. What does it mean to say dream big? Does it mean to have a realistic dream? A dream that is easy to achieve, hard to achieve, or so wild that it just might be impossible to achieve? My personal answer is that nothing is impossible, and that dreaming is like building a road of dreams with stepping stones. Each stone is a mini dream that eventually leads you to your wild and almost impossible dream. I was born in Mumbai when my mother, who was 9 months pregnant at the time with me, decided that she simply must travel to Mumbai to send my father off to America in 1972. Probably not the safest decision to travel from Surat to Mumbai if you're 9 months pregnant. But I wasn't in any position to argue with her. After my father's plane took off, I decided it was time for me to come into this world. So after hours of the family trying to find a hospital in the middle of the night that would help her, eventually they found one, and I was born. My mother, older sister, and I migrated to America in 1974. My father, a mathematician, an accountant, and professor by education in India, decided to actually join the US Army as a way to save money to bring us to America. We settled in San Francisco and lived in an area that was a bit dangerous for daily life. Every day was full of surprises, where your number one job was to just survive one day at a time. Meaning, don't get mugged, beaten, stabbed, shot, or killed. That's it. That was a simple rule. My parents were, and still are, unbelievable hard workers that never let an obstacle, challenge, or any adversity get in their way to provide for their family or their children's progress. One day, when I was 6 years old, I was walking home from school with my mother around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a clear day. In fact, there was a full moon out in San Francisco. Right before I stepped into my family's hotel where we stayed, I looked up at the moon and said to myself, one day I will go to the moon. These simple words became permanently written into my brain, my soul, and my DNA. For some silly reason, I used this as my life's calling, my life's passion, and my life's purpose. From that moment on, every action, every decision was made with the calculation of how does it help me achieve my wild and nearly impossible dream. I was addicted to my dream. There was no textbook, no playbook, no guide, no instructions, no boss, and no help. So I started this uphill and tough journey with a few qualities common in every tough journey. That is unbelievable commitment, unbelievable discipline, and simply good old-fashioned stubbornness. We all need that. I started my own research, built my own road of stepping stones or mini dreams that I thought would give me the best chance of achieving my ultimate wild dream, to become a US astronaut. My journey included leaving home for college, earning my undergraduate and master's in mechanical engineering, becoming a firefighter, becoming an ambulance medic, becoming a licensed pilot, a scuba diver, NASA human spaceflight engineer, and United States naval officer. I don't share this to tell you how special I am, because in fact, I am not. I share this with you to communicate that if this simple, average intelligence, stubbornly determined guy can achieve these mini dreams, so can you. I don't care where you come from. It was incredibly hard, incredibly scary, and incredibly intimidating. But that is precisely what fueled my reason to get up every morning and take that next step. Like any successful journey, it's never done alone. Friends and family are always a big part and a big reason we move forward and up to the next level. So having groups like The Boss are critically important for you to lean on, and when the time comes for you to give back so that the next generation can do even better, can go even farther, and rise even higher. Did I ever become a US astronaut? Regrettably, I did not. I gave 150% of my blood, sweat, and soul to do everything the right way. Always do more than was ever expected of me. Always do everything ethically and constantly grow. Meaning I always was competing against one person, myself. Despite not having guidance, I always wanted to do better and build a better version of myself, and in a way that would bring honor to my family. I got very close. In fact, in 2012, I had the privilege to make the finalist interview group of 120 people out of over 6,500 applications. While I will never forget that once-in-a-lifetime experience of going through a 1 week-long finalist interview, I discovered that NASA's astronaut selection process was flawed. It was flawed in a sense that it hadn't changed in over 40 years, 40. It was outdated and just simply full of inequities. So after devoting my life to this wild dream, getting centimeters close to achieving it, and then discovering that the astronaut selection process was broken, I did what was the only logical thing to do after feeling sorry for myself for a few minutes. I picked myself up, and with even more determination, I concluded that I was put on this earth for something even bigger, even wilder, and more impactful. After a lot of self-reflection, combined with life-changing experiences during my military deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan, I realized my life's purpose is to use my struggles, my challenges, my lessons, and my victories throughout my 20 years at NASA and 20 years in the US Navy careers to help put others on a path to reach their full life potential. This is how I started. my current education technology company, Athlete Foundry, and help, and in fact, how my friendship with Kailash Bhai and his company, Tulsia Technologies, started. There are many details in my life's journey that I left out. Good ones, bad ones, painful ones, and happy ones. Perhaps stories to share in a future. But for now, I would like to turn the conversation to talk about you. Despite and deep inside your journey, both current and future, are your priorities and your duty. You want to achieve multiple degrees, obtain wonderful skills, so that you can earn more money, so you can provide for your family and have a better life. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with these priorities so that you can fulfill your duty, making your family, your community, and country proud. But I ask each of you, where and what is your dream? And specifically, your wild dream. When overseas, you will be faced with numerous challenges. Academically in school, culturally in the city that you live in. You might be looked at differently, treated differently, and not given proper opportunities to excel. I truly know it is much easier said than done. But stay focused on your journey, on your growth, and building a better version of yourself. Focus on what is in your control and don't worry about what's not in your control. Leave every place you visit better than you found. Be a person of high class, manners, and honor, even when no one is watching you, especially when no one is watching you. Someone once asked me, what makes you so intense, focused, and driven? My answer was, I'm actually deeply frightened of what might happen if I stop. I have just begun to write the chapters of my life's book, quite frankly. I invite you to join me in writing your chapters one step at a time, one experience at a time, one accomplishment at a time, one positive impact at a time, and one mini dream at a time. Congratulations on your decision to study overseas and take the world head on. Thank you.
Mr. Chaparia, Bhanushali Overseas Support System is immensely overjoyed to have you here, and we are thankful that you gave such an amazing and inspirational speech. I would like to concentrate and everybody to have focus on three takeaways. The first takeaway would be the very sentence that made me stuck was addicted to my dream. So yes, if you are dreaming big, then the determination, will to fight obstacles, and to survive the discomfort zone will make you achieve your dreams. The second one is when things in life are putting you down, picking up yourself is very important. And the third is self-reflection. And these three things are very important, and we are really thankful to you to make us know that what usually in such situation, in such pandemic situation, mentally and emotionally, students are in stressful condition to how we would go about overseas studies, how we would go abroad. Some plans have got down. And I think these are the very important things which make us mentally and emotionally strong. So again, a big thank you to you for enlightening us with such amazing words and inspirational stories.
Thank you.
Hari Om. So we will move forward now with our felicitation video. Hin Vare Panja in total around 8 students overseas la select hai, and it's a big achievement, and Odaram Education Foundation, Bhanushali Overseas Support System is immensely proud of them. So we would like to show you all how in a little way, we have felicitated them. Over to you, Shailash bhai. तो ही असी हिकिड़ी फेलिसिटेशन वीडियो बनाई हुई असांजे मणे स्टूडेंट्स जो आज स्टूडेंट्स जो सिलेक्ट थिया आहिनि वरी अब्रॉड यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में उन्हीं खे फेलिसिटेट करण लाइ न उन्हीं खे ॼाणण लाइ कि समाज इन लाइ करे केतिरो प्राउड आहे. So moving ahead to second speaker, before that two announcements are there. जो भी लोगों first two videos कैलाश भाई जी अने मुझी वीडियो मिस क्यों नो हु असी शेयर करीबो bhanusamaj.org ते. And second announcement कि प्लीज ऐं नोटपैड अने पेन खणी रखो क्योंकि लास्ट में असी Q&A सेशन रखे वारा आहियूं जिडां के अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलदी कि जितला भी स्पीकर्स ऐं अज वेबिनार जा ऐं उन्हीं के क्वेश्चंस पूछी सको. So please be ready with your question and you can upload your question on Zoom chat. So जितला भी important अने सारा questions हुंदा हु असी पुछबो and you will also get an opportunity to ask questions to respective speakers. So we will move ahead with second speaker of the first of our evening. So I would like to introduce, and I'll take a great pleasure to introduce to you, Miss Saundarya Balasubramani. At the age of 23, at such young age, she has achieved a lot. She has done BTech in Chemical Engineering from MIT Trichy. She's recipient of gold medal. Second achievement is she has done MS in Management Science and Engineering from a very famous Ivy League college, Columbia University. She is working as a product manager at Salesforce, and at such a young age, she has astonishingly written a book, her own book, edited The Missing Guide to Craft a Winning Application to Study Abroad. He book basically concentrate करे थी कि जो स्टूडेंट्स ड्रीम करिए था अब्रॉड स्टडी करेला एस्पायर करिए था अब्रॉड स्टडी करेला इ लोगों की कोई प्रोसेस है ही डिटेल में बुक लिखे ने. सो आई वुड लाइक मिस सौंदर्य बालसुब्रमणी टू carry forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that very generous introduction, Krishna.
Hello.
Is it Krishna?
Yeah, it's Krishna.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And so can you hear me properly before I begin?
Yeah, you're perfectly audible.
Awesome. Well, I am really honored to be in the same stage as someone with the stature of K.C. Chipadia. I was just listening to him talk, and he is such a brilliant speaker. So it is my honor to be here. And thanks to Boss for doing this, because I have put up webinars before. I know how difficult it is to get everything together. So you guys are doing a fantastic job, and just helping people, get to their dream of studying abroad. I think that is a very noble thing. Thank you so much to Kamlesh and everyone else, Kailash and everyone else in Boss. Thank you so much. So since Chipadia sir, he began with a story, I thought I'll also share one story of mine from my time as a grad student. This was the first day that I landed in the US, actually. It was August 14th, 2017. And I had just landed at 9 a.m. at the John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. So I think it was around, 9 a.m. It was after a very exhausting 25-hour journey, which, you might also be going on very soon. So brace for that. And somehow I had caught fever during the journey. I don't know how I did that. So when I reached my apartment, I was completely wiped out. I just wanted to go to sleep. But I was greeted there by my two roommates, who I'd met over WhatsApp before. And they were just leaving to spend the entire day in New York, just go to Times Square, Staten Island, all of these different locations. And so I didn't want to say no. So I went with them after a very, very brief breakfast. We met another even bigger group and we began roaming the streets of New York City. I had met a lot of those people that I met that day in the months preceding over WhatsApp. But it's very different meeting someone over WhatsApp versus meeting in person. I'm an introvert. I was an introvert. I am very reserved and shy when I'm meeting new people. So spending an entire day with a bunch of people that I did not know was extremely uncomfortable and very out of my zone of comfort. Anyways, it was, I was also very tired. So I think it was around 11 p.m. or 10 p.m. when I told them I just wanted to go home because I was extremely tired by fatigue. And so I took off by myself. I don't know why I did that, but I guess I just wanted to get home. So I took off by myself. I figured out how to use the New York subway, which, has a learning curve at the beginning. And somehow I ended up at the wrong destination at 11:30 p.m. Not just the wrong destination. I ended up at this place called Harlem, which is very popular for its crime rate in New York. And so, at 9:30 at night, I was standing there alone. My phone was dead by this point. It was very cold. I had fever and my legs were just giving out. So I didn't know what to do. I just began running. I just remember running for the next 15 minutes, just aimlessly running towards what I thought was my home because I knew my address. And thankfully in New York, everything is a grid. So if you know your address, you can always get from anywhere to anywhere. And I remember getting home around midnight and then spending the next 2 hours just crying there and just thinking, why the hell did I come to this new country? Why could I have just not been at my home country where everything was, everyone was familiar, everything was comfortable. But, why am I sharing this? I'm sharing this because you need to know that studying in a new country will not always be rosy. It will have its challenges. It will be dreadful at times. But more importantly, as Chifadia said before me, each of these challenges will push you out of your comfort zone. And that's a good thing. It'll make you more brave. It'll make you stronger. It'll make you more fearless. And eventually you'll be ready to take on a bigger challenge after that. And although, my first day was probably one of the worst days that I spent in the US in the last 3 years, I loved the overall experience. I loved it so much that I'm actually writing a book about it. So you need to understand just how much it can change you as a person. And I'm really excited that some of you are thinking about studying abroad soon. So just to give a brief intro, adding on to what Krishna said, I am currently working as a product manager at Salesforce in California. And before this, I graduated with my master's at Columbia University. And before that, with my bachelor's in chemical engineering at NIT Trichy. So I actually moved on from being a researcher in undergrad to doing a degree in management and eventually becoming a product manager. So that's a different story for another day. Apart from that, I also love writing. I've been writing since the last few years, probably since 2014. And I've written over 100-ish articles on various topics. And one of the main things I like to focus on is higher education, career guidance, internships, scholarships, just everything that I've went through in my life. If I get an internship, let's say if I get selected as an SNBO scholar, I love writing about that experience of how it was to be an SNBO scholar, because I think you have to try as much as you can to be the pipeline between those who know something to those who don't know something. So on the same note, I am really excited to launch my first book called Admitted very soon. And honestly, I've been telling this to everyone, and you can find this even on my personal site, is that I never wanted to write a book on this topic. I had written many articles, so I thought I was done with this topic forever. So somehow I began writing just a small 10-page guide, many months ago. And that guide became a 275-page book right now over the last few months. And I did that because I saw how fragmented this process was. If some of you have started applying already, you would understand what I'm talking about. Every step in this process, beginning with shortlisting universities to writing your statement of purpose, crafting your resume, preparing for interviews, every single process, you have to go to a different place to find useful and relevant information. Or if you want everything in one place, you have to pay thousands of rupees to consulting firms that will help you with the entire process. But in exchange for more money than you could afford or more money than you should afford, because I truly believe you can do it yourself. And so my team and I, so my team is composed of a few people, and two of them are also from Ivy League. And we put down everything we could think of into this one book filled with personal stories and illustrations, design. And today, I'm going to be talking about one topic that's, I'll pick one topic from the book and talk about it, which is about shortlisting universities. Krishna, can I ask you to share the presentation?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's go to the first slide. If you can present it. All right. Yep. Thank you. So, when I think about shortlisting universities, I know the biggest mistake in hindsight. I know the biggest mistake that students make, that I made when I was shortlisting universities, is using only ranking sites as input. So I highly urge you not to do that, because ranking sites like US News, QS, Times Higher Education, the ones that you've heard of, they rank an entire university and not the department or major that you're looking to join. That is, I like to think of this analogy. If you use just a ranking site that ranks an entire university to decide which university to go to, that's similar to deciding, should you buy a Mac laptop or a Windows laptop by looking at the share price of Apple and Microsoft. There is just so much context that's lost there from going from one place to another, that you might be choosing a university because it's highly ranked. However, the university might be highly ranked in, let's say, a specific field, computer science, but your major would be chemical engineering. And so you'll be choosing the university for the wrong reasons if you go just by ranking sites. And even while ranking an entire university, if you peek behind the curtain and if you see the methodology followed by these ranking sites, you would notice that a heavy weightage is given to surveys, very, very subjective surveys sent out to professors and academicians who give input on which they think is the best university. So, humans, we have biases. So when you're looking at these university rankings, just know that a major source of input there was just survey results from people, from professors and staff at those universities. So I just want you to understand that ranking sites are useful because they do clear out some of the noise out there. There's so many universities. The US has more than 4,500 universities. So it's good to use these lists as a starting point, but they cannot be the only input that you use to decide where to study abroad. And more importantly, I guess most importantly, they don't take into account factors that matter to you in your day-to-day life, which is things like quality of teaching, quality of classroom facilities, quality of food, housing. None of those things are taken into account when they rank university, because those things are very hard to quantify in a way. So I guess the conclusion is, use them because there's too much information out there, but use them only as a starting point, and as much as possible, don't use them as the sole way to shortlist. But I don't want to let you go with just telling you not to do something. I spent a lot of time thinking about this topic, and I brainstormed with my team who also went to, very good colleges in the US. And we decided to build this sort of a mental framework that you can use to shortlist your universities when you're doing it. All right. So as you see on the screen, you see these 4 boxes. I like to call them, the 4-quadrant framework. So when you're thinking about joining a university, when I tried picturing myself sitting in your shoes, I was just thinking, what are the things that I actually care about? And what are the things that I should be caring about now that I know I've been through the journey already? And so the first thing, you have to look at the requirements of any university. That is the easiest way you can eliminate a university, because if you don't satisfy the requirements, no point spending $100 or spending, dozens of hours applying to the university. So the first quadrant you should be looking at is the requirements. And requirements has factors like the CGPA or your GRE score, TOEFL score, IELTS, the tuition fee. So what I'd like to say is, when you're thinking about shortlisting universities, think of it as a process of elimination and not as a process of selection. Because at this point, there is so much information out there. There are so many options out there. You'll go crazy if you go deep into each of the options. So have a set of minimum requirements that you want a university to satisfy, and also have a list of, look at the requirements that the university wants you to satisfy, because it's a two-way game. And if any of those don't match, then automatically just eliminate the university. The only caveat there is, if you always wanted to join this specific university because you grew up wanting to be there, say Stanford University, you always wanted to go there. Even if you don't satisfy the requirements for the university, it's okay to apply. I do think you should have a list of maybe 1 or 2 universities that are your dream university, where you might not have all the requirements checked off, but it's okay to apply, because you never know. You might be the 1 in a million who they give an admit to. So the first round is using the requirements given by the university as a process of elimination. Once you're done with that, I want you to take a look at the other 3 quadrants, which is academia, career, and miscellaneous. And so I put down the factors that I thought was very important under each of these 3 verticals. For academia, the first most important one that I could think of is the courses. You would be spending probably 25 to 30% of your time inside classes, and even more times working on assignments. So that's a very important quadrant. Research areas, what research you're planning to pick, and also check if the university is STEM certified. And for those of you who don't know, when you graduate with a master's degree, you get to work in the US for 12 months on something called an OPT. Once the OPT period gets over, you can extend your stay for the next 24 months if your major is STEM certified. So go read more about it if you don't know, and make sure that your major is STEM certified. The next 3rd quadrant is career. Here, I just, again, these are what I think you should look at. You can always add more, add more factors if you think they represent your situation better. So career, top career paths, average salary, internship, placement statistic. You can find a lot of these information on the university's website, but if you cannot find it there, no problem. You've got so many other applications out there. And first one is LinkedIn. So I'm sure you might have heard of this app called LinkedIn, which is a professional networking site. So LinkedIn has a list of all the alumni from that university who have a LinkedIn account. So you can go to a university's page, and on the page, you will find this tab called alumni, and you can see a list of everyone who has studied there or is studying there right now. And you can look at their profile, see what profession they're in right now, and see if that maps to where you see yourself to be in a few years. Finally, coming to miscellaneous, I know you see I put ranking down there because I do think ranking and reputation of university is an important factor. I just think it's not the only factor. So the miscellaneous quadrant just has things that I could not put properly anywhere else, so I just put it under this. This is things like ranking, location of the university. Maybe you don't want to go to a university which is in a city like New York. You want some peace and quiet. So that should be a factor that you should take into account. Once you have all of this, you have to do, a step-by-step elimination. First, write down the thing that matters the most to you under each of this. It could be under courses. If you're a computer scientist, maybe you have always wanted to specialize in human computer interaction or machine learning. So you are, you obviously should pick a university that offers those courses and also has a lot of details on those courses. So think about writing down just one deal breaker under each of these categories and factors and see if the universities that you're looking at satisfy them. If they don't, just automatically reject them. There's enough option out there for you out. So you don't have to stick to a list of 8 that you saw in a ranking site. Once you're done with these different rounds of elimination, hopefully you'll reach a stage where you have a list of say 6 to 8, which I think is the ideal number to apply to. And among those 6 to 8, make sure that you categorize them into safe, moderate, and dream. So you almost put your eggs in all the buckets out there. And if you do a good enough job of choosing the right university, I can guarantee that you will greatly increase your chance of getting an admit. So I know that sounds like a lot of effort, but I just think you don't get a lot of chance to make a life-changing decision. And choosing where to study is a life-changing decision. And I'll soon come to why, but I think it's okay to put in more effort right now when you have the time, when you're at home, when thanks to the pandemic, you actually have more time at home that you're spending at home. So it's a very, very, very small silver lining, and you should absolutely use it. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Just quickly, very briefly talking about this, I kind of rushed through some stuff due to the lack of time. Since I only have 25 minutes to talk to you, but in my book Admitted, I had actually spent an entire chapter on this topic. I spent about 30 pages talking about how you can go through this process, giving you this ready-made tracker that I built in Google Sheets that you can use to shortlist universities. So every part of your application basically has a chapter in the book, both before and after you get the after you get the admission. We've given you a lot of mental frameworks to follow. We have added testimonials from past students. We have spoken about the do's and don'ts, the best practices to follow. And we also hired a graphic designer who did a fantastic job of adding some illustrations and visuals to make it a more fun read. So, I always like to say that Admitted does not tell you what to do. It teaches you how to think, which I think is much more valuable. Because you all took the first step and came for this webinar, I thought of opening up this discount link just for you guys for the next few hours if you're interested in purchasing. I would say don't purchase it before you go and look at the website. Go look at the website, admittedthebook.com, look at the information that I posted there, see if you think the book would be helpful for you. And you also can read the first chapter for free, which is out there for everyone. So see all of that and then decide if you want to purchase it. And if you do, go ahead and use this link, which would be open for the next few hours. All right, can we go to the next slide, please? Great. So I thought I'll close with showing you some pictures from my time as a graduate student. Thankfully, I'm very good at documenting my life and taking a lot of pictures. So I think I had over 1,500 pictures to choose from, and I just picked the ones that that maybe gave you a glimpse of the experience. I had so many firsts at Columbia University. I saw snow for the first time in my life. I'm from Chennai, so obviously I'd never seen snow. I saw it in movies and TV series, but seeing it in person that day was very magical. I remember the first time I went ice skating. I fell down and broke my ankle, but still, it was my first and it was a great experience. I remember the first time I went on a boat cruise. The picture that you see in the bottom right, it was extremely cold, but still we went on a boat cruise at night in New York and it was absolutely wonderful. I just remember that I am a very, very different person now than I was when I landed 3 years ago. I can clearly see, as I was looking through these pictures, I can clearly see that I've become much more fearless and brave and hardworking. because grad school makes you very hardworking if you want to survive in the US. So it was a difficult journey, but it was a very rewarding one. And I sincerely hope you get to begin yours soon. Thank you so much for having me here, everyone.
Thank you so much for this beautiful speech. I mean, I'm really astonished and surprised at this moment that someone as young as me has achieved so much and is doing so well and is here today to, motivate us. And you gave such great, I think the first part I really liked was how you started with telling us your beautiful journey. Because at the same time, even at the same young age, I had also gone to New York and to travel, but then again, I was hustling as well. So I think it's the most important takeaway here would be how the discomfort zone makes you more stronger. And the beautiful sentence said by you was the pipeline you are trying to create about who knows something and you're trying to tell them to people who don't know something. So I think it's a very beautiful contribution from your side. And as your book says that it does not tell you what to do, but it teaches you how to think. So in, very correctly, you put it through your PowerPoint. And yeah, I hope, just like you, our students focus on being fearless, hardworking, and brave. And a great thank you to you, Ms. Saundarya, for joining us. And I hope ahead in my life, I get to listen to people like you more. So thank you again for joining us. हाणे पाण अॻियां वधबो त असां बॉस जी टीम खे ॼाणनो आहे कि जितला भी लोग हींअर अटेंड कनि था हुनखे किन टाइप जो इंटरेस्ट आहे सो असीं हिकिड़ो पोल इनिशिएट करियूं था तो उहो पोल जस्ट 1 to 2 minutes गिंदो अने हुन पोल में there are 5 questions and you just have to select 5 answers to those questions. The boss team will get more idea कि what our audience, what our participants are looking for. So please, Shailash bhai, if you can upload the poll.
Okay, we'll launch the poll. Can we do a poll after the next speaker?
Next speaker, okay, we'll carry forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So we'll move on to our third speaker of this evening, and I would like to welcome you, Mr. Kartik Chandra, जो BCom, FCA, MBA, Finance, LLB, हेटले मारे डिग्री साथे અને plus 18 years of finance expertise સાથે अज पाके student education loan जे बारे में चे वाराई. So you go to abroad countries, you like living abroad, so many things you like abroad, but the most important thing is vitamin M. And Mr. Kartik Chandra hun vitamin M se concentrate kare वाराई. So let us listen to him that what he talks about student education loan. Mr. Chandra, over to you.
Thank you, Krishna. First of all, thanks a lot to our previous speakers, Saundarya and Casey sir, for the wonderful share and inspiring share, in fact, what they had shared till now. And best luck for the coming speakers too. So if I continue in English, the majority of the audience, which may be parents, who they may miss certain communication parts. So I would like to continue with my further speech in Kutchi, right? So before starting for further, I would like to start with our Guru Vandana, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Guru Maheshwara. So I would like to request to share the PPT, please. Thank you. So पाके अॻियां बढ़णो है, अॻियां पाके फ्यूचर में अॻियां पाके एजुकेशन एब्रॉड करना है, आउट ऑफ इंडिया वञी पाके स्टडी करनी है. તો પાંજો માતૃ સંસ્થા ભાનુશાલી સેવા સમાજ ટ્રસ્ટ સૌથી પહેલા ફાળો પાકે દે તો બેઝિક જે અમાઉન્ટ है that is starting from education loan of 50,000 per student. बट अगिया पाके अगर जो लैक्स ऑफ अमाउंट पाके अगर जो फंडिंग खपे थी तो हेड़ा क्या एवेन्यूज हैं, हेड़ा क्या फॉर्मेट हैं जते पाके फाइनेंस मिली सके अंडर एजुकेशन लोन. सो अगिया जी पांची स्लाइड सेज मने कवर कर दी. कोरो पॉइंट्स हैं एजुकेशन लोन घने वक्ते पाके ध्यान रखे जाए. कई एवेन्यूज हैं, कई बैंक्स हैं, फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं जे फंडिंग दी थी और गवर्नमेंट पाके कई रीते सपोर्ट दे थी हन फॉर्मेट में एजुकेशन लोन जे फॉर्मेट में से पाक कवर करबो. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. So first of all the countries कई हैं. Next please. First of all the countries कई हैं जे अगर जो पांजा जे स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिनके अब्रॉड वननु है तो कई कंट्रीज में एजुकेशन लोन प्रेजेंटली बैंकर्स एंड फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन दई सके था. वो कंट्रीज हैं से टेक एन एग्जांपल. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. से यूएस है, यूके है, यूरोपियन कंट्रीज हैं, जापान, हांगकांग. So there are various countries. If our candidates are going to those countries for the education, they can get education loan. And there are various. I think there is technical glitch. No problem. So there are various. PPT is not required. No problem. If there is a technical problem, no issue. So there are various courses हैं. यानी एजुकेशन में क्या रीते है ताकि पांचो अगर जो कोई बालक है जिनके अगिया वन्नु है स्टूडेंट है. देयर आर टू टाइप्स ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स फॉर एजुकेशन लोन. फर्स्ट इज के पा ग्रेजुएशन करला वने तो आकड़ो कैंडिडेट है आउट ऑफ इंडिया. અને બેઓ है કે જે ઓલરેડી ગ્રેજ્યુએટ થયેલો है અને એનકે માસ્ટર્સ કરનું है, ડોક્ટરેટ કરનું है, પીએચડી કરનું है. देयर आर टू सेगमेंट्स ऑफ एजुकेशन फंडिंग. सो नेक्स्ट प्लीज. Next please. Thank you. So he जे क्या कोर्स कवर थी था फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एजुकेशन लोन के अंतर्गत में दैट इज सर्टिफाइड. पहला तो डिग्री कोर्सेज है. डिग्री कोर्सेज लाइक
Is Karthik Bhai audible?
No, he is not audible. He's stuck.
Okay. His connection might be weak. Let's just wait.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, can we try launching poll?
Yes, we will go further with it.
Can you guys see it? So you will see at least, I think, 5 questions on everyone's screen. Which country are you planning to go for higher studies? Second question is, which stream field are you pursuing for higher studies? Third question, has COVID-19 conditions changed your overseas plan? The fourth one, what program are you planning for, right? Is it undergraduate and all that? And the last one, do you plan to work abroad after? I think obviously yes, right? So just go for it. We'll wait for a minute. It's very quick. In fact, 20% of people have already answered. Thank you.
Karthik Bhai is also available now.
Great, yeah. 35% have answered. So this poll is just about, get some understanding, and it's very quick. So far, I can tell 40% people have answered. US is the #1 country that people are preferring, almost around 46%. The second rank is Canada, and then UK, Germany. All right. So around close to 50% of our participants have answered the poll so far. So मेरे के हिकिड़ी रिक्वेस्ट आहे, आजे स्क्रीन ते ज़ूम ते फोन ते और आजे ब्राउज़र ते हिकिड़ो पोल हूंदो. पोल में 5 क्वेश्चन्स आहिनि अने ई 5 क्वेश्चन्स अब्रॉड स्टडी अने करियर रिलेटेड आहिनि. तव्हांखे हुते जस्ट हिकिड़ो बटन दबाइजो आहे, क्लिक 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 करींदा त इन लेस देन अ मिनट तव्हां कंप्लीट करी सघंदा. Okay, we'll just wait for less than a minute, and then we'll be good to go.
Continue with.
We'll continue, yeah.
Yeah.
So poll will be available for all of you to answer, and we can continue. So is Karthik Bhai on?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
he's there.
Great. So poll will continue, and thank you so much. Yes, please answer all the questions.
Bhanushali, please share this PPT also.
If she's here.
Yeah.
Yes, I have shared it. Is it visible?
Yes. So poll is done or need to continue?
Karthik Bhai, it can go simultaneously. You please continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So these are the he countries हैं जे अगर जो विद्यार्थी पांच जगह स्टूडेंट्स हैं ही countries में अगर जो एजुकेशन जो प्लान करी रहे हैं तो banks and financial institutions are giving funding if the students हैं यहाँ पे बनी रहे हैं like USA, UK, Canada, Australia, Singapore, Japan, Hong Kong, New Zealand, and European countries. List of the countries are there under Europe countries. Next, please. Next, please. So, as I mentioned earlier, these are the courses. जे अगर जो graduation courses हैं, तो specified graduation courses हैं, post graduation courses, degree courses हैं ये पांचों. अगर जो already degree certified थे लोग है व्यक्ति, अगर जो उनके advanced studies करनी है, like doctorate करना है, PhD करना है, अने approved diploma ने certificates courses करना है, तो education loans is available. Next, please. So first સૌથી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ચીજ છે કે क्या क्या ખર્ચા है કે સપોઝ પાંજા ટ્રાવેલિંગ જા ખર્ચા है પાંજા ટ્યુશન ફીસ है होते बनी કરીને तो क्या खर्चा जे वेता પાંજા इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रेजेंटली एक्सपेंसिव होता बट अल्टीमेटली एजुकेशन इज एन इन्वेस्टमेंट ओनली वी शुड कंसीडर इट एज एन इन्वेस्टमेंट सो जे इन्वेस्टमेंट पाके जे करी जो અહીંયા तो કેટલી अमाउंट जो इन्वेस्टमेंट जे फाइनांस बैंक करी सके थी कन खर्चे के 85 to 90% up to 100% also certain banks are funding to this list of expenses and expenses क्या वही सके था ट्यूशन फीस पेबल टू कॉलेज एंड हॉस्टल्स हैं एग्जामिनेशन फीस हैं लाइब्रेरी लैबोरेटरी फीस आके बुक्स गणना है इक्विपमेंट्स गणना है इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स गणना है इवन यूनिफॉर्म ला करीने भी जे खर्चा थी था से बैंक फाइनेंस करी सके थी कॉजन डिपॉजिट है बिलिंग फंड है रिफंडेबल डिपॉजिट ट्रैवल एक्सपेंसेस सुधा बैंक फाइनेंस करी सके थी अमुक इंस्टीट्यूशन कंपल्सरीली इंश्योरेंस कर रहे हैं स्टूडेंट्स जो तो होन इंश्योरेंस ला करीने भी बैंक फाइनेंस करें थी परचेज बेसिक नेसेसिटी अजी तारीख में एजुकेशन ला करीने लैपटॉप्स कंप्यूटर्स हैं that also being covered as far as funding is concerned and expenses like study materials study tools हैं पाजा that and thesis जे भी खर्चा थी था every this part of expenses that we are regarding as a payments होंते फाइनेंस बैंक करी सके थी next please and basic पां गाल करियो ABCD जो that now this is the important point what we should do be taking care of that is ABCD of education overseas education में करो है जनरली कोरा पाजा माइतर में ना से पा करो विचार के पाके अब्रॉड हलाणो है विदेश हलाणो है पाई छोकने ला करीने एजुकेशन ला करीने तो irrespective of पांचो पास परफॉर्मेंस वे सपोज 10th जे एग्जाम जो रिजल्ट वे 12th जे एग्जाम जो रिजल्ट वे ग्रेजुएशन जो रिजल्ट्स वे अने अमुक एंट्रेंस टेस्ट वे हंजा एग्जाम हंजी जे एग्जाम द रिजल्ट में ही मळे रिजल्ट इम्पोर्टન્ટ है बैंक के कंसीडर करला करीने के वेदर दिस ई जे स्टूडेंट है ही पात्रता धराय तो के नतो धराय के जनके बैंक फाइनेंस करी सके એટલે પાસ परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ द स्टूडेंट जे एबीसीडी जो સૌથી બેઝ है फाउंडेशन है ओके अल्टिमेटली करो है अगर जो छोकरो अग्या भणदो छोकरो छोकरी अग्या पाછી ભણ્યો तो ભણી કરીને अग्या વધીને છેલ્લે लोन जी रिपेमेंट थी वारी में थी એટલે સૌથી બેઝિક ચીज है पास परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ द स्टूडेंट पास परफॉर्मेंस एकेडमिक वाइज पांगल करी रहा हूँ यूनिवर्सिटी अथवा इंस्टीट्यूशन में एडमिशन થઈ રહ્યો है that is also one of the important factor that need to be considered કે પા કોઈ भी यूनिवर्सिटी अथवा कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूट में पा एडमिशन गनी गणबो ओवरसीज में तो पांचो फंडिंग थी थी द थिंग इज नॉट लाइक दैट मोस्ट ऑफ द जे मेजर इंस्टीट्यूशन ने यूनिवर्सिटी मैक्सिमम ऑफ दीस आर कवर्ड बट अगर जो कोई नवी कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन उभी थी है जे पेनल ते ना है बैंक जे मे बी the student may get disappointed at the end of the day they may not may be landed with non availment of the bank funding so पहला चेक करना जरूरी है फंडिंग जो पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू वेदर दोस इंस्टीट्यूशन अने यूनिवर्सिटी जिनमें एडमिशन गनी रहा हूं वेदर दैट इज अप्रूव्ड दैट इज कवर्ड बाय दोस बैंकर्स और नॉट अने खाली पाके बार पाके एजुकेशन ना हनु अने पाके पैसा मली होंदा एजुकेशन लोन ना કરીને હેડો ના જે બોરોવર को बोरोवर जन के જોવા છે प्रेजेंटली 18 इयर्स जे मथे अगर जो कोई कैंडिडेट है हुनके ही एलिजिबल है लोन ला કરીને हंजा प्रेजेंटली जे स्टूडेंट है जे बार वनी रह्यो है ऑब्वियस है कि जी इनकम ना तो अनी जे पेरेंट्स हैं अगर जो पेरेंट्स कदाच न वे तो अंजा जे गार्डियन नहीं अथवा इमीडिएट फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं they can become a co-borrower and a liability of the loan will be those co-borrowers primary liability will be of those people and a collateral security that is one of the major points which need to be covered which need to be understand because majority of the people are facing this point collateral security bank जो मतलब है बैंक को चौधरी कि भाई असिया के फंडिंग के लिए रेडी हुई पण ए असा के प्रॉपर्टी करो दीदा सिक्योरिटी में प्रॉपर्टी करो दीदा जन के पास ही सको कोलेटरल सिक्योरिटी सो ही चार हेडा महत्वचा मुद्दा आई जे कदे भी बैंक लोन ला पा अप्रोच कर्यो था अथवा फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन में पा वनो था ते चार बेसिक एबीसीडी जे पाके ख्याल रखने खपे नेक्स्ट प्लीज सो हम इन इंडिया में कई हेडी चैनल है कि जे फाइनेंस करी सके थी फॉर एजुकेशन लोन the basic channel is banking channels only so banking में नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक अच्छे गवर्नमेंट बैंक्स पांच जंगे छो था प्राइवेट बैंक्स अच्छे कोऑपरेटिव तो शेड्यूल्ड बैंक्स अच्छे અને एनबीएफसी अच्छे नॉन बैंकिंग फाइनेंशियल कॉर्पोरेशंस सो हमके डिटेल में समझला करीने आई वुड लाइक टू शो केस यू द कंपैरेटिव्स कि आज की तारीख में ही जे चार टाइप जी बैंक्स हैं त्रे टाइप जी बैंक प्लस एनबीएफसी हाउ दे आर कंपैरेटिव डेटा पा हाको कोलैबोरेट करीने एकलो स्टेटमेंट नाखी दिया तो नेक्स्ट में तो ताके एग्जैक्ट आइडिया दी कई बैंक में पाके वना जाए फंडिंग जब पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू नेक्स्ट प्लीज सो फर्स्ट इज बैंक्स प्राइवेट बैंक नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक एंड शेड्यूल्ड बैंक्स नेक्स्ट प्लीज सो दिस इज द कंपैरेटिव बैंक डिटेल्स हाने जे भी माइटर हैं जे छोकरे के हलाल मांगे था पंजे छोकरे छोकरी के तो ही त्रे टाइप जो बैंक जो एनालिसिस है ही ध्यान थी कोई के स्क्रीनशॉट खपदो तो करी सकता अथवा ही प्रेजेंटेशन आके भानुशाली समाज में भी आके शेयर थी वंदी तो ही फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल गवर्नमेंट बैंक्स आ गवर्नमेंट बैंक्स में कई आ एसबीआई आ यूबीआई स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया पंजाब नेशनल बैंक बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा कैनरा बैंक ये मेरे बैंक हैं प्रेजेंटली जे गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर बैंक हैं उनका रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट जे आई से 7.5% સૌથી લોએસ્ટ રેટ ઓફ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ ગવર્નમેન્ટ બેંક છે ને તો આની કે સપોર્ટ જ કરવો ઇસ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી કે એજ્યુકેશન ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી લા કરીને તો સૌથી ઓછામાં ઓછા રેટ ઓફ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ ગવર્નમેન્ટ બેંક માંથી પાકે મળી શકે હતા 7.5% થી કરી જસ્ટ 9.85% પાકે જોગવાઈ 15 વર્ષ પાકે ટેન્યોર ऑफ द लोन बोलतो पाके 15 વર્ષ સુધી પાકે લોન મળી શકે હતી અને હમે કઈ રીતે કે સપોઝ 3 વર્ષ જો પા કોર્સ ગળ્યો હોય સપોઝ ટેક એન એग्जांपल પા 3 એજ્યુકેશન 3 વર્ષ જો ગળ્યો હોય કોર્સ તો પાકે 3 વર્ષ में इंस्ट्रूमेंट नहीं है जटली अमाउंट जी पाके डिसबर्समेंट थी दी बैंक जे कर दी इंस्टीट्यूशन के एज पर देयर रिक्वायरमेंट हटली अमाउंट पे ज पाके व्याज गणी जोवाय अने 3 વર્ષ पतिने पोठिया दी એટલે पाछो एज्युकेशन थई वने हंजे पोठिया दी हकड़े वर्ष सुधी 6 महीने थी करी हकड़े वर्ष सुधी पाके कोई ईएमआई અને प्रिंसिपल देनी जरूरत ना हर महीने बैंक के व्याज थी मतलब है हर महीने पाके जे भी रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हिसाबे प्रोपोर्शनेटली पाके व्याज चुकाय जोवे तो हर महीने અને एग्जांपल दी आंजो कि सपोज टेक एन एग्जांपल आप 50 लाख जी लोन करी एजुकेशन लोन અને फर्स्ट ईयर टेक एन एग्जांपल फर्स्ट ईयर में पाके 2 लाख रुपया भरे जाएंगे राइट तो ये 2 लाख रुपये जो डिसोर्स पाके बैंक जे यूनिवर्सिटी है पाके आपको लिस्ट है पाके एनेक्सर है कि कन स्टेज के पाके पेमेंट करना है तो बैंक भी अकॉर्डिंगली हु अमाउंट जी डिसोर्समेंट कर दी हाणे सपोज टेक एन एग्जांपल 10 लाख में थी बैंक સુધી 10% અહીં દેવો 90% સીડી બો इन दैट फॉर्मेट सपोज 2 लाख पाके भरे जाए तो पाके लाख रुपया बैंक उन्हीं के भरे जाने 9 लाख रुपया डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पाके बैंक कर दी અને જે 9 લાખ રૂપિયા जी चेक न कर दो जे आरटीजीएस सीधो होने के होन अमाउंट तेज खाली पाके पहले भरेला करने ब्याज भरे जाऊ दो नेक्स्ट ईयर में ही फिगर एड थी हुंदी जी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पाके थी थी अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट पाके इंटरेस्ट टका जो दो लोन परसेंटेज तो जी आके जो टोटल पेमेंट्स है ना क्या जे कवर कियो ट्यूशन फीस है ट्रैवल एक्सपेंसेस टोटल एक्सपेंसेस जो पेमेंट जो पाके करे जाए फॉर दिस एजुकेशन उनजा 85% थी करी 90% गवर्नमेंट बैंक फाइनेंस करी सके थी અને बाकी जा रेस्ट जिनके पास मार्जिन मनी होता दैट इज नीड टू बी पेड बाय अस ईच एंड एवरी बोरोवर फर्स्ट એટલે પાકે 9 લાખ રૂપિયા जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कराणो है बैंक वटेनु तो लाख रुपया पहला पाके चुकाना खपता उनजा बैंक स्टेटमेंट माथी पाजो क्लियरेंस कब दो हुन इंस्टीट्यूशन पाके रिसीट दी અને बेस्ड ऑन दैट 9 लाख रुपीस विल बी डिस्कस्ड बाय दैट बैंक और फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी दैट इज हियर पेन पॉइंट है इंडस्ट्री जो સૌથી વડો પેન પોઈન્ટ है કે ઓડિટર મને પ્રેઝન્ટલી કોઈ બિઝનેસ में કોઈ ઓલરેડી પણ જો घर जी लोन गनी वठाई कोई वटे एडिशनल सिक्योरिटी न हुए तो ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी आकड़ो पेन पॉइंट है जिनमें ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी में एकदम डिटेल में पहुंचो सिंपल टू अंडरस्टैंड देयर आर 3 सेगमेंट्स कि अगर जो पाके लोन अमाउंट सपोज 4 लाख खाली खपे थी जनरली एब्रॉड एजुकेशन लोन में 4 लाख फिगर नहीं है बट स्टिल एज बैंकिंग नॉर्म्स में आई नीड टू शेयर विथ यू ऑल 4 लाख पाके खपे थी तो उनमें पाके कोई गारंटर की भी जरूरत ना है 4 लाख रुपया वगर ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी बैंक पाके फाइनेंस करी सके थी हाँ हूँ 4 लाख थी करी फिगर हाँ पाके 7.5 लाख रुपया खपे था अप टू 7.5 लाख रुपीस तो 7.5 लाख सुधी भी बैंक और जो कम करो असा गारंटर रेडी आकड़ो असा के प्रॉपर्टी नहीं खपे जस्ट वन गारंटर एंड विदाउट ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी दे कैन फाइनेंस हाँ 7.5 लाख तो मथे वने तो 10 मैक्सिमम ऑफ द बैंक्स आर आस्किंग फॉर ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी आई बैंकिंग सेक्टर की गल करिए तो 7.5 लाख नो मथे वंदी तो ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी थी ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी जो मतलब है प्रॉपर्टी स्पेशली प्रॉपर्टी और एफडीज जनरली एफडी एटली अमाउंट जी 100% जी कड़े कोई सिक्योरिटी मंगे था बैंकर्स के जा सपोज 50 लाख जी लोन खपदी तो 50 लाख जी एफडी दो तो ऑब्वियस है कितनो करदा 5 लाख जी एफडी तो 3 लाख ने कोर करिए कि पाजी प्रॉपर्टी है जो मुंबई में मेट्रो सिटीज में 50 लाख इज अ स्मॉल फिगर ऑफ एनी प्रॉपर्टी तो 50 लाख सुधी जी इफ वी आर गिविंग देम प्रॉपर्टी व्हिच इज टाइटल जो क्लियर होनु खपे मार्केटेबल होनु खपे અને વેલ્યુએશન હંકે સપોર્ટ કરनी खपे ही 5.5 लाख जे आसपास तो पाके ही ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी क्वॉलिफाई थी थी અને મેક્સિમમ લોન ફ્રોમ ગવર્નમેન્ટ બેંક્સ ઇઝ 1.5 CR 1.5 કરોડ जी पाके फाइनेंस बैंक एजुकेशन लोन में दई सके थी અને પ્રેફરન્સ हम गाल करिया तो पहलो नाम एसबीआई लख्यो है गवर्नमेंट बैंक में अगर जो के वन्नु है तो वन शुड गो फॉर इट इज रिकमेंडेशन राइट आई एम नॉट मार्केटिंग एनी बैंक so one should go for SBI because lowest rate of interest સંજાય અને 1.5 કરોડ સુધી जी જોગવાઈ है लोन अमाउंट फंडिंग ला કરીને થોડો ટાઈમ ગણી ગઈ નથી નો ડાઉટ SBI બટ સૌથી બેસ્ટ ડીલ શેરી દીધી ही लोन गणे वखते बैंक खास કરીને બોરોવર જા પેપર नहीं था इनकम टैक्स जा पेपर नहीं था whether they are up to the mark or not કે ભાઈ 3 વર્ષ जो इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट है हर महीने जो ही जे બોરોવર એટલે પેરેન્ટ્સ જે है को બોરોવર है नहीं जा जे पेरेंट्स जा એટલા फाइनेंशियल इनकम टैक्स એટલા स्ट्रांग है कि व्याज चुकाई सकता ही मरे बेसिक चीजों से थोड़ो ही नेरन्यू बैंक राइट फोकस वेसी बैंक नेरन्यू कि अगर जो हमें अगर पैरामीटर में कंक्लूड थी ना तब बैंक गवर्नमेंट बैंक अगे बनती सेकंड प्राइवेट बैंक की गल करूँ प्राइवेट बैंक એટલે आईसीआईसी एचडीएफसी एक्सिस बैंक कोटक महिंद्रा बैंक आईडीएफसी बैंक सो हंजा रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट लिटिल बिट हायर है 2.5% थी करी 13% સુધી जी रेंज आनी जी અને टेन्योर भी 2 વર્ષથી स्टार्ट थी तो अमुक बैंक 2 વર્ષ देती अमुक 15 વર્ષ नहीं थी मोरेटोरियम पीरियड ऑलमोस्ट मने बैंक जो सेम है 6 થી 12 पहला जो कोर्स है 3 વર્ષ तो 5 વર્ષ जो ऑन टाइम सुधी में पाके कोई ईएमआई नहीं है पोइ पाके ईएमआई स्टार्ट थी हुंदी અને लोन अमाउंट जो परसेंटेज एक्सपेंसिस जेटला पाके कवर करियो तो अंजा 85% सुधी बैंक प्राइवेट बैंक फाइनेंस करी तो 15% पाके दीना खपे ऑडिटर सिक्योरिटी सेम पैरामीटर है 7.5 लाख रुपया અને जी लोन जी मैक्सिमम कैप लिमिट है मैक्सिमम 2 થી 3 लाख रुपया फंडिंग करनी था એટલે प्राइवेट बैंक्स आर नॉट वेरी मच एग्रेसिव आई जनरली नेरदा आईसीआईसी एचडीएफसी वो एग्रेसिव है એટલે होम लोन जी गाला है मॉर्गेज लोन जी गाला है अथवा बिजनेस लोन जी गाला है बट एजुकेशन लोन में दे आर नॉट सो कॉल्ड एग्रेसिव बिकॉज द डेटा सेज जे रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं सकता ने मळे सो अगर जो कोई जब पेपर में ऊंच नीच है इनकम टैक्स का पेपर थोड़ा कच्चो पक्को है અને થોડો રેટ ઓફ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ में थोड़ो वांधो ना क्योंकि पांजा पेपर अगर कच्चा आई तो ऑब्वियस पाके कत रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट की पाके तैयारी रखनी खपे तो त्रुशन है कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स એટલે शेड्यूल बैंक એટલે જે बैंक જે પોતે कोऑपरेटिव बैंक લખેલો है सारस्वत बैंक Abhyudaya Bank, NKJSB Bank, Samra Vittal Cooperative Bank. So these are the banks which are covered under cooperative banks. So under rate of interest 2.5% થી કરી 12.5%, which is in between. અહીં નર્વાના ગવર્નમેન્ટ બેંક્સ અને પ્રાઇવેટ બેંક જે વચમાં પ્લેસ થયેલા અહીં રેટ ઓફ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ અને રેટ અને 10 થી 15 વરેલા કરીને બાકી પેરામીટર ઓલમોસ્ટ સેમ ખાલી લોન અમાઉન્ટ પર્સન્ટેજ દે કેન ગો અપ ટુ 90%. અને પણ અત્યારે એટલો લિમિટેશન્સ છે શેડ્યુલ બેંક જો દે કેન ફાઇનાન્સ અપ ટુ 20 lakhs ઓનલી. અને જનરલી કોઓપરેટિવ બેંક્સ में 7.5 લાખ રૂપિયા સુધી બી ક્લીન લોન મંગાવો કે ભાઈ વિધાઉટ પ્રોપર્ટી, તો દે may not take it ahead even though they are having a power, but they are asking for collateral security more. They are focusing on more on this part. So he total इतने खास करके मैक्सिमम बैंक्स आर देयर इन इंडिया. अगर जो बैंकिंग सेक्टर में फाइनेंस करता है तो these are the 3 types of bank from where we are going to get it. Important thing, priority should be given to nationalized bank. अगर जो आजा ग्रीन चेकलिस्ट में पाजा मुझे इनकम टैक्स का पेपर सारा मुझे प्रॉपर्टी इंकेस पाके वडी 7.5 लाख નો મથે અમાઉન્ટ ખપેથી તો મોટે માર્કેટેબલ ને વેલ્યુએશન વાળી પ્રોપર્ટી આય અને પાછા જે કોર્સ માં ઓપ્ટ કર્યો હતા, જે કન્ટ્રીઝ માં ઓપ્ટ કર્યો હતા, ઓકે મળે ચીજો એને રિલેટેડ ટુ કન્ટ્રીઝ અને રિલેટેડ ટુ કોર્સિસ બી હે, ઓકે ને બહુ વાસ્ટ સબ્જેક્ટ है एजुकेशन लोन. અને ગચ મળે પેરામીટર્સ હે જતે it varies from country to country, it also varies from courses to courses. So this is the brief of all banking sector as far as India is concerned. Next please. So second है NBFCs, non banking financial corporation. So now जते ना पाके लगे तो पा मुंजी आई हूं पाटे प्रॉपर्टी भी ना है અને પાકે હલાણું છે છોકરો પાછો બ્રાઇટ કેન્ડિડેટ है પાકે હલાણું છે છોકરો કે ને પાજે બચ્ચે કે ને that student is going to rock અને હમણા કરીને expense in terms of interest આટલો વડો મેટર ના તો NBFC is a good option. જતે પાકે કતેક इनकम टैक्स का पेपर में मारा मारी है, इनकम टैक्स में बहुत ओછી फाइल करी था सपोज अथवा न भी फाइल करता हूँ हेड़ा भी अमुक केसेस बैंक करी थी लेटेस्ट आटले बार रिटर्न फाइल करने में बैंक अगर जो मेरिट ऑफ द केस है बैंक अल्टीमेटली कोर ने जे एबीसीडी छे मेरिट ऑफ द केस विल बी डिटरमाइंड फ्रॉम जो एकेडमिक्स સૌથી પહેલો 10th 12th अथवा तो जे एप्टीट्यूड जे भी टेस्ट देने नहीं एंट्रेंस टेस्ट उनमें कोरो स्कोर केने हु कैंडिडेट दैट इज द बेसिक थिंग. सेकंड थिंग कंट्री अने कोर्स उन पे भी डिपेंड करे तो एनबीएफसी में खास बहुत जो मेजर मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द बिजनेस इन इंडिया in from an NBFC point of view, that is these are the 2 largest player, Evans and HDFC Credit Lilla. आप पांच सको they are relatively monopoly चीज है नहीं NBFC सेक्टर में. तो અહીં रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट रेंज करी था 11.5% નો કની 16%, राइट. हाथे करो जरूर जो सौदो है અને ही बिजनेसमैन है, ही NBFC are purely into business. So अनि के खबर है कि कते शॉर्टकमिंग्स नहीं पेपर वर्क में कहते शॉर्टकमिंग्स नहीं कहते पांचा पेपर वर्क कच्चा पकाई એટલે हुंजो लिवरेज एडवांटेज ऑब्वियस है बीइंग अ बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योर दे आर टेकिंग आउट ऑफ अस. सो 11.5% થી કરી 16% जो व्याज है 2 वरेला खाली फाइनेंस મળે હતી एज कंपेयर टू प्राइवेट जे पा बैंक्स માં રહ્યા 15 वरेला મળે હતી હતે ખાલી 2 वरेला પાકે ફંડિંગ थी હતી. અને जो ब्यूटी है जो स्ट्रेंथ માં ગાલ करो व्हाई NBFC ही ना 100% સુધી फाइनेंस करनी थी. अरे जे भी एक्सपेंसेस है ना जितना भी મળે एक्सपेंसेस માં पेमेंट જે માં ગાલ कई ऑफ दोस शॉर्ट जते 85 to 90% नॉर्मल बैंकिंग सेक्टर में वाके મળે તો NBFC में वी कैन गेट अप टू 100%. અને મોરેટોરિયમ પીરિયડ 12 મહિને જો है इनमें 6 महीने થી કરી 12 મહિના અને જન ડી પાજો 12 મહિને जो अगिया भी હું कवर कर दे रही हूं सॉरी फॉर दैट કે ઈ 12 મહિનો जो अगिया ना પાજો 3 વર્ષ કોર્સ પતી ગયો અને 12 મહિને સુધી હું કેન્ડિડેટ જોબ લા કરીને કરતો જોબ લા કરીને પોસ્ટ कर दो तो जॉब ला કરીને ફર દો कि हकड़े वारे सुधी ऑन स्टेबल टाइम पीरियड जे दौरान भी हंके ईएमआई देने जरूरत ना खाली इंटरेस्ट सौ करे जो है. बट जन पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम ते हंके जॉब मिली वियो हु कैंडिडेट के त्यारथी हंजी ईएमआई स्टार्ट थई सके थी. अगर जो 6 महीने में मिली वियो जॉब तो 12 महीने सुधी वेट करी पाके जरूरत ना 6 महीने पोठी हंजी ईएमआई सुधी स्टार्ट थी होंदी. અને કોલેટરલ સિક્યુરિટી હું પહેલા છો કે દે આર અને સ્ટ્રોંગ અને પોઈન્ટ કરते हैं इंडस्ट्री जो जते पेन पॉइंट है कोलेटरल सिक्योरिटी. Introducing a collateral security is a pain point of the industry. So they are working aggressively on this. That they, without collateral security, they can even up to 45 lakhs. Up to 45 lakhs, they can, depending upon the country, depending on the course, and depending upon the merit of the case, they can fund up to 45 lakhs without any collateral security. And suppose हम example दें तो Evans जो कि US में अगर जो कैंडिडेट होने तो segregation करेंगे था कैंडिडेट के based on the course and university. कि सपोज प्लेटिनियम में तो ना प्लेटिनियम करीने जो सेग्रीगेशन है, यू कैन गेट बेटर मोर इनपुट फ्रॉम देयर वेबसाइट ऑल्सो. सो एवेंस में कही है कि यूएस में अगर जो होना है तो XYZ कोर्स ऑप्ट करे तो XYZ यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं ऑप्ट करे तो दैट फेलो दैट कैंडिडेट विल बी अंडर प्लेटिनियम कैटेगरी. तो फॉर देम 45 लाख સુધી કોઈ પ્રોપર્ટી જરૂરત ના है. द कैंडिडेट कैन गेट 100%. सपोज 45 लाख સુધી जो अगर जो कोर्स जो फीस है जी तो 45 लाख रुपया विदाउट एनी प्रॉपर्टी बैंक कैन फाइनेंस. दिस NBFC कैन फाइनेंस. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट एवेंस. અને ઓબ્વિયસ है कि अगर जो कोई हेडा सेगमेंट नहीं जते प्रॉपर्टी अचेत थी पिक्चर में राइट 45 लाख નું મથે વને તો કરો તો હલ્લા કરીને અગર જો હકડે કરો જો પ્રોપર્ટી દીએ તા પાછા જે માઇટર એની જા તો 70% સુધી જો 70 લાખ સુધી જો લોન પાકે દઈ શકે તા ઈ ને એજ્યુકેશન લોન जी गाल करो पण थिया करो कड़े कड़े के भाई पांजा कोई जे यूनिवर्सिटी है से अप्रूव्ड ना है बैंक में अने पाके तो भी हलानु है छोकरे के अने पांजे स्टूडेंट्स के अने एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वी आर नॉट हैविंग रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ दिस यूनिवर्सिटी तो करो रस्तो तो सौथी बेस्ट रस्तो है पावटे प्रॉपर्टी वे तो वी कैन गेट मॉर्गेज लोन अगेंस्ट प्रॉपर्टी हमने EMI पहले दी स्टार्ट थी होंदी बट एजुकेशन जो पांचो जो पर्पस है दैट विल बी सर्वाइव्ड. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. So there are various government initiatives. So government छले सत्वरे थी है ना with due respect to all efforts the government is putting as far as education is concerned, abroad education is concerned, like e-governance जे पांचो पोर्टल पांचो NSDL उनमें ही लोग को vidyalakshmi.co.in दिस वेबसाइट है मैंने नोट करी सको था. हाने अमुक कैंडिडेट्स में माइटर में जिनके खबर ना कई बैंक में पाके वन्नू है कार्तिक भाई तो चीड़े नो करो कंपेरेटिव वहीं से बोला जीवन पाके राइट एट द टाइम ऑफ प्रैक्टिकली जटे पाके ऑप्ट करी बारी छतड़े तो हन्ना करीने सौथी बेस्ट ही साइट है. प्लीज रिफर दिस साइट बिफोर गोइंग फॉर एनी लोन. हनमे पाके एज्युकेशन लोन गणना करीने पाके पहला लॉगिन करी अने हकड़ो कॉमन एज्युकेशनल लोन एप्लिकेशन है पाके करो थी है कि भाई केनरा बैंक करो ले तो HDFC करो ले तो रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट करो पॉलिसीज आई HDFC जी करो एक्सिस जी करो आई तो पाके मडे ठेकाणे थोड़ी जरूरत ना है. ही साइट ते वनो आके मडे कंपेरेटिव डिटेल मळी वंदा ही साइट गवर्नमेंट जी साइट है कोई पेमेंट करी जरूरत ना आते ये गवर्नमेंट जी साइट है जते अहीं लॉगिन करे पोटिया आपको कॉमन एंट्रेंस एप्लिकेशन फॉर्म है आपको से आके फिलअप करे जरूरत दी अने कोई भी त्रे बैंक आके सिलेक्ट करे जरूरत दी आके कई बैंक में आके अप्लाई करनु है बेस्ड ऑन द मेरिट्स बेस्ड ऑन द रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बेस्ड ऑन द वेरियस फैक्टर्स अने इवन जेटली भी बैंक है ने मडे हन बैंक हन पोर्टल पे लिस्टेड है तो लोन एप्लिकेशन फॉर्म आके अलग अलग बैंक में अप्रोच करे करता सिंगल कॉमन एप्लिकेशन फॉर्म थी अप्लाई करो आके बैंक सामे थी अप्रोच कर दी वेलकम कर दी कि हाँ अहीं असा जे पैरामीटर में बेस्ट जो था प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड टू अस एंड वी आर गोइंग टू टेक इट अहेड. अने हमें स्कॉलरशिप अने अमुक लिंकेज है इनमें कि जते स्कॉलरशिप भी वे नेशनल स्कॉलरशिप अमुक जे पोर्टल्स हैं उनकी भी डायरेक्ट लिंक है अगर जो आके उनके रेफर करूंगा तो थ्रू दैट दिस वेबसाइट यू कैन गो अहेड अबाउट दैट. अने कदे खेलो थी है कि स्टूडेंट एप्लाई करी वजे बट ड्यू टू सर्टन पॉलिसी बैंक जी भी पनपन जी पॉलिसी में थी ना वो पॉलिसी जे पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू कदे कम अटकी रह्यो कोई प्रोसेस न थयो तो ऑब्वियस है स्टूडेंट अने माइटर के एकड़ो ग्रीवेंस थी है कि भाई कोला मुझो कम अटकेलो है कते अटकेलो है तो ग्रीवेंस ना करीने भी एकड़ो अनमेको सिस्टम है कि यू कैन ईमेल योर ग्रीवेंस अने क्वेरीज जन जो रिप्लाई ही लोग विदिन अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम में दे आर गोइंग टू रिवर्ट इट ऑन दैट कि आजो कम कोला न तो थई सके तो कते अटकी रह्या आयो. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. अने स्कॉलरशिप जी पा गाल करियो तो गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव गने ते स्कॉलरशिप में अगेन ई-गवर्नेंस NSDL पोर्टल है vidyasarthi.co.in दिस इज द स्कॉलरशिप साइट जते पा अलग अलग एजुकेशन अलग अलग एकेडमिक अलग अलग कोर्सेस ला करीने वेरियस स्कॉलरशिप्स आर अनाउंस्ड बाय वेरियस लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट्स लाइक TCS है JSW है केयर रेटिंग है जे पाके इन लैक्स दे आर नॉट स्पेंडिंग इन investing in say 10,000 15,000 only but they can go up to lakhs of amount as far as scholarship is concerned. तो हकड़ी पोर्टल ते पाके वनी अने पाके स्कॉलरशिप जी पाके अप्लाई करनो है उनमें मड़ी डिटेल पाके पंजी वजनी खपे कैंडिडेट के भाई जो एकेडमिक करो है पूरो लिस्ट है एकलो इट इज अ इजी साइट यूजर फ्रेंडली साइट है उनमें आखिर पंजी डिटेल पूरी वजह जी है आज ही डिटेल मड़ी रिव्यू थी दी जे स्कॉलरशिप देने वाली कंपनीज हैं अने बेस्ड ऑन दैट रिव्यू विदाउट एनी बायस those scholarship are announced जेना रिजल्ट अनाउंस करनी था ऑनलाइन अने पाके स्कॉलरशिप मળી શકે હતી અને ઇવન વેરિયસ એજ્યુકેશન ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ हैं અને કોર્પોરેટ્સ हैं जनથી સંકળાયેલા हैं. सो मैक्सिमम जे पा हेवर पास સુધી कवर क्यों है से अल्टीमेटली हको ज फोकस है जड़ी के पांजा स्पीकर 11 स्पीकर पाके छो कि अगर जो कोई ફોકસ કરે તો તેના મૂકે અગિયાર વધનું એજ્યુકેશન में द फोकस इज वेरी मच इम्पोर्टेंट एंड कैलिबर ऑफ द कैंडिडेट बाकी खाली अब्रॉड हलाणो है पांजे छोकरे के पांजे पांजे बच्चे के हु सारी भावना है बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे प्लीज चेक करी गनो कि वेदर academic wise be that candidate is fulfilling the required parameters or not as far as those banks and financial institutions are concerned नका कोर थी तो 3 वरे में एजुकेशन ला करीने छोकरा आगे वधे ने पोइ अटकी रहे तो पोइ उ जे लायबिलिटी है ना लोन जी ओके पेरेंट्स ही को बोरोवर याद रखजा को बोरो जो मतलब है जॉइंट लायबिलिटी है जी न करे ना के आगे पुठिया थयो तो पेरेंट्स के हु लोन चुकाई जवाबदारी अद्दी तो जडे भी आगे वधो था तो समझी गनो आज 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 बच्चे जो कैलिबर करो है कन फील्ड में है अनेके कते आगे वधनो है सो नेक्स्ट प्लीज So I wish you best of luck to each and every students and જેટલા માઇટર અહીં અમે presently webinar જે attend કરી રહી અને I would like to conclude this with Nelson Mandela जो touching चीज है ये education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So be a game changer. Thank you everyone for patiently सोया અને I hope કે અગર જો આકે કોઈ भी query है અન संदर्भ में तो please feel free to talk to Samaj Bhanushali Seva Samaj people. They can route to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kartik Bhai Chandra. Your presentation बहुत insightful हो. And yes, जो last में था कि student education loan and finance is the most important aspect when it comes to when students are aspiring to study abroad. So that is the first thing you have to look up to. मारी बहुत important चीज़ जो कार्तिक भाई कि आयां जी past performance ने रहो आणि financial credibility, positive security, which banks to approach, like how he told that private banks are less aggressive when it comes to giving education loan to students. So he details and itli mari insights. I hope Pandey Asanji jo students during webinar ka attend kariye tha nila wo helpful on you. So once again, thank you, Kartik Bhai Chandra. Before moving forward to the next speaker, announcement करें दिया जितला भी जिनके तसी लास्ट में Q&A राउंड रखे वाला हूँ जिनके भी जितला भी questions हैं you can upload it on chat and please specify question is directed towards which speaker. So we'll note down all the important questions and we'll ask the respective speakers, or you can get an opportunity, you can unmute yourself and ask those questions to particular speakers. So please Q&A में अंजा questions and किन speaker तरफ directing वो specify करीजा. So I would take this opportunity to move forward to our next speaker, Dr. Navin Thakrar. He is an highly experienced physician with 40 plus years of experience based in London. He was graduated from Grand Medical College in Mumbai itself, and recently he has been amazingly involved in entrepreneurial healthcare investments and ventures in particular, which deals with telemedicine and virtual GP service. And he has also demonstrated a history of working in medical practice industry across number of areas, including general, emergency medicine, gynecology, cardiology, and many more. So I would take this great opportunity and it's honor from my side to welcome Dr. Navin Thakrar. And UK study has become very prominent and UK country has lot of students are aspiring to study at UK. So Dr. Navin Thakrar will help us give insights on what it is to study in UK and what kind of visa procedure in there in UK, what kind of post-study work you can do in UK. And usually there are a lot of work visas, irregularities when it comes to UK. So what kind of situation it is there right now? So over to you, Dr. Navin Thakrar.
હરિઓમ.
હરિઓમ.
તમને સંભળાય છે બધાને?
હા. તમે ઓડિબલ છો.
ગુજરાતીમાં બોલું, અંગ્રેજીમાં બોલું, તમને જે ફાવે એમ બોલો.
ગુજરાતી and English બંને comfortable છે અમારા માટે.
Thank you very much. So my name is Navin Thakrar. I live in London for the last 45 years. I came to London back in 1972 during the political troubles, but I studied in India. Funny enough, મારે યુકેમાં એજ્યુકેશન માટે જવું હતું, પણ અમારા નેબર નેક્સ્ટ ડોર હતા મિસ્ટર મહેતા, એમનો દીકરો જર્મની ગયો અને એક ગોરી છોકરીને પરણી ગયો. અને અમારા બીજા નેબર્સ હતા, એમનો દીકરો એક ઇંગ્લિશ છોકરીને પરણી ગયો. એટલે મારા ફાધર કે તારે ઇન્ડિયા જવાનું છે. So it was quite funny situation for me, but હું દિલથી કહી શકું કે મેં એજ્યુકેશન આપણા દેશમાં ઇન્ડિયામાં લીધું. For that, I'm very thankful. Unfortunately, after qualification, I went to Hong Kong to do my exams for American ECFMG and then came back to Uganda to practice. And within about 12 months, there was a political revolution and I moved as a refugee to London. And I was the only person moving to London from the family with $75 in my pocket and first visit. What I'm trying to say to Indian students, when I came to India, I had that anxiety that where would I stay? What would be the food like? Who would support me? And it was the same anxiety when I landed at Heathrow Airport on the 8th of October, 1972 with -8 temperature. And I had no baggage and I was wearing a suit, which I purchased from a Chinese same-day suit in Hong Kong, which was actually meant for summertime. Anyway, we survived, we worked together, and I'm grateful to Almighty that I'm in a good position in here. But what I wanted to do, my talk would be slightly different than other speakers who are really very experienced speakers than myself. But I want to go on the practical side of studying in UK. So my background in Africa, where I was born, I studied in India, and now I'm in London. So I think I got a cross section of all those three countries. I've been to USA to work in, but I lasted only for 24 hours and just returned back on the next day to London. But that's another story. But also, before I begin, can I thank you, the Kachhi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Trust, Krishna Kataria, and Kailas Pai Gajra, to give me a platform to say something from London. પહેલેથી જ હું કહું છું કે જેને લંડન આવવું હોય એ બેધડક લંડન આવી જાય. અમે એમનું ધ્યાન રાખશું. It's not a problem. If they want any advice in any form, we will be quite pleased to give any advice on education, etc. I got my son who is going to JP Morgan. My son is born in UK, and my two daughters, Radhika and Sarita, are born in this country. My daughter Sarita was with Ernst & Young, left a job after 4.5 years in M&A, came to India, went to Rishikesh, did yoga, and she's doing online classes in yoga now. My older daughter did business management, international business management in Durham University, but was going to work with Goldman Sachs, but decided to become a chef. So they are pretty experienced in this country now. They're born here, but what I've done is they will learn Gujarati, which is our language, and also they will learn English, Spanish, French, and other languages as well. So I think they've done Sanskrit as a subject, which I thought was important. It would keep you in an honest path in your life. But just coming back to things happening in education in UK is a very different scenario at this point in time. And I think this is the right time for students to come to UK because the government, the Conservative government, is very pro-Indian from my point of view. And if I may just say to you that our Home Minister is a Gujarati, Priti Patel. Our finance minister, which is called Exchequer in here, is Mr. Sunak, who is a Punjabi guy, but born in this country. So you can see exactly what's happening in the cabinet of Mr. Boris Johnson when we got 4 Asians in the very key positions. And I think, like some candidates said, sky is the limit if you want to progress. But I would જરા ગુજરાતીમાં વાત કરું છું કે તમારે કોઈને પણ સ્ટુડન્ટ્સને અહીં આવવા વિચાર હોય તો તેમને એડવાઇસ આપવા માટે અમારા દરવાજા ખુલ્લા છે. અને ઘણી યુનિવર્સિટીઝ છે, ઓક્સફર્ડ, કેમ્બ્રિજ, વલોય, સેન્ટ એન. There are a number of universities with number of courses, and UK is renowned for a higher education. I don't want to compete with USA because England is a very small country compared to USA, but it has got the heritage, the culture, etc., which is probably one of the best in the world. તમારે એક ખ્યાલ રાખવાનો છે કે અહીંયા જે ભાષા છે કે જે આપણી ગુજરાતી ભાષા છે કે જે તમે મુંબઈથી અમદાવાદ જાઓ, અમદાવાદથી સૌરાષ્ટ્ર જાઓ, સૌરાષ્ટ્રથી કચ્છ જાઓ, તો એ બધી જુદી થોડી ભાષા એ જ ભાષા જુદી રીતે બોલાય છે. એટલે તમે જો નોર્થમાં ને સ્કોટલેન્ડ બાજુ જાઓ તો એ લોકોનું ઇંગ્લિશ તમારે થોડો ટાઈમ લાગે સમજવા માટે, કારણ કે the accent is very different, but it takes some time. So my first job was in Newcastle, અને હું તમને કહું છું કે મને 2 વીકમાં ખબર જ ન પડી કે લોકો શું બોલે છે. ઇંગ્લિશ જ બોલતા હતા. But gradually, the people were very nice, very supportive, and I think there is a learning curve કે તમે એ સમાજમાં રહો તો તમને એમની હવા લાગે અને તમે એ પ્રમાણે બોલી શકો, એ લોકોનું કલ્ચર સમજી શકો, એ લોકોની રીતભાત સમજી શકો. અને that is very important to get mixed up in the international forum કે જ્યાં અહીંયાથી ચાઇનાથી આવે છે માણસો. All over the country. There's no any country where students are not here as well. And it gives you basically international flavor that you can mix with other, make good friends in business, and that friendship can culminate into a business in the future. So communication with other countries is so important in terms of business and the latest IT system. I mean, અમે જ્યારે ક્વોલિફાય થયા ત્યારે ફેક્સ પણ નહોતું, email પણ નહોતું, WhatsApp પણ નહોતું. So it was a different era, but now of course the communication જેમ આપણે વાતો કરીએ છીએ આખા દુનિયામાંથી જ બધા આપણા ભાઈઓ અને બહેનો આવે છે, અને I think it's a great thing to see how things go. But from the practical point of view, તમે ક્યાંય બી દેશમાં જાઓ તો London is a mirror of Mumbai. If you are in London, you are in Mumbai. એક વસ્તુ જ ખાલી પ્રેક્ટિકલ કહું છું કે જે આપણા ભાઈઓ બહેનો અહીં આવે without hesitation, and I think it's a much safer country than USA from my point of view. And I'm not trying to basically compete with USA, but I think UK is still in a very bright sunshine in the eyes of the world. પણ પહેલું જ હું કહું છું કે તમારા સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ આવે એમને તમે કુકિંગ શીખાડો. Sorry to say, this is very simple. Cooking, I know that students, some people, because તમારું ઇન્ડિયામાં કલ્ચર, હું દર વર્ષે ઇન્ડિયા આવું છું, 6 વીક કરું છું, and I like India. I always in Mumbai most of the time, but the culture is different. So you need to be self-sufficient. You need to wash your clothes, or iron your clothes, and I'm quite used to it when I lived in India many years ago. But I think that is the thing which is more important. અહીંયા એવી કાંઈ વસ્તુ નથી કે તમને ન મળે. From pani puri, from bear to thali to any vegetarian dish, North Indian, South Indian, Gujarati. So, and restaurants and everything is open till late. I'm just trying to reassure the students who want to come in here that if you are in London, then I would say that you could be on Marine Drive or Chapati, because the food is something very, very different. And it's much similar to India. London is the only country in the world which has got more than 2,500 restaurants. I'm sorry I'm diverting into a non-education side of it, but I want to reassure the students who come from India, any part of India, to say that you will feel at home straight away when you land up at Heathrow. The other thing is that you need to make sure that you have your, when you travel, you got your visas, you got all your important documents, make sure that is in the cloud as well. So in case you lose something, you don't get into a problem. The other aspect of university here, if you are in the university in UK, automatically, you can use the National Health Service free of charge. You don't have to pay one naya paisa to the government in here at all, because still you are actually the student here, you are entitled to anything free. તમારે એ લોકોનો prescription charges હોય છે, એક prescription charge is about £8.50, but if the medicine is costing £500, you still pay £8. If it costs £2, you still pay £8. So this is the advantage of the medical side of it. But besides what I would advise students to have a private medical care for travel and for living in this country, because there is also a waiting list in this country, quite a bit. So if you want to go and see somebody privately, you insure, and it doesn't take long. Also, the medical cover goes to all the students. One is to register with a doctor in this country. And once you are registered with a doctor in this country, you are home and dry. You don't have to worry. You can see the same doctor anytime you want to see. And it's open 24 hours a day. If students come there, it's best that they bring a little medical history with them, so that if they've got any medication issue, or if they want, if somebody is diabetic, or if there's any particular problem, it's best to keep some of the medical supplies for about 2 or 3 months. But once they come in here, they could be prescribed by any other doctors as well. And the other thing which I was going to basically say, that it's always best to travel light. But I would say in a nice way that every student must bring a masala dabba. You need to know basic cooking, because it's so important when you're in university. You do not want to just go out and eat every day. It's so simple and it's very cost effective to cook. And I think there is something which you really need to understand, that it would save you money, you would eat healthily, and I think you'll be hopefully a better cook. And when you get married, I think it will be an added advantage. Universities for courses. I mean, I'm a doctor. I've helped many doctors to come to this country, give them placements. I have basically Tamarujam standard SSC chain in India. Here is called GCSE, which is equivalent to SSC. I have basically for the last 16 years gone on to train SSC students who think they want to do medicine. And we basically give them placements in our own clinics. We call it surgeries in here. Clinics in India is like doctor's clinic. We call it surgeries here, but the same thing. So we basically train them and then send them to the hospital for a placement for 2 or 3 weeks. And if they like the sight of blood, they come back and we try to work on them. For the last 16 years, we have produced about 105 doctors. Some have become consultants, some have become professors, some have become general practitioners, some are still in the hospitals, some have become plastic surgeons. So if anyone on the medical side wants to have any experience in here, I think I'll be able to be in a position to help them out. At this point in time, our National Health Service employs 1 million people. But 40% of the doctors employed in this country are Asians, and majority of them are Indians. So you'll see professors who are university professors in a very high qualifications. So medicine, IT, stem cell technology, engineering, you name it. But I think the students need to choose where they want to go in UK. And I think that onus is totally left onto them. Also, on terms of English. I think it might be a good idea to basically look at some English on YouTube, look at the customs, the history of this country, the weather. And I think when you arrive in this country, you are more or less generally prepared for living in this country for a year, 2 years, and many people have settled down and have got citizenship and been here, living here for years and years and years. The other thing is in here, we got a lot of social life. We got lots of mandirs for religion side of it. The other thing which we have got is Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan here. If you want to just go and learn any instruments or South Indian dances for ladies and things, I think there is so much culture in this country, which is probably comparable to what is in India. So from that point of view, I think people feel comfortable and they don't feel that they are actually away, and 8 hours flight to Mumbai is just down the road. Parents can come and visit them. They can have an opportunity of the holidays. What I would always advise when you apply for the visas, do not forget to apply for visas for Europe, because Europe, France in here, you can go by train under the river. You could be there in about an hour's time. Poland is down the road. Belgium is up the road. Europe is just, so I think to get a flavor of this country, you need to visit Europe as well, like places like Germany, Austria. In Austria, one of my friends has bought in a university, which is one of the most popular one amongst 25 universities of the world. And I think I've sent the details already to Jayant. And I should not forget to thank Jayant and Nitin Bhai to introduce me to Bhanushali Samaj. And it's a pleasure because my wife is from Kutch. And I must say that I actually got married in India some years ago. And Veera is sister of Commander Gauri. And she's father's name, lead father's name was Megji Jasraj. I know Vallabhbhai as well, whom I saw on the screen. I also saw Pratap Bhai Joycer as well. So I met them in London, I met them in India. So there is quite a bit of connection. And it's nice to basically give something back to Indians. And I think the way I think in here as well, I was born in Africa, father from India, moved to London with a British passport, children born in here, but dil se hum Hindustani hai. If we have a cricket match, for example, in here, if the cricket match is against Pakistan, we go on the Indian side to support the Indian team, and the British don't like it. But if the match is against South Africa and India, then we still support India. But if the match is between England and Australia, we would actually support England because that is where I belong to. So there is sometimes a division of your own preferences because, as I said to you, Dil Hindustani se. And that is why we tend to visit India every year. And I again feel that we would like to welcome students from our own community and support them in the best capacity we can in terms of advising them. And if there's any particular queries, I think I can't see any reason why we cannot answer any particular queries. We got lots of sources in here as well, but I want to make sure that who comes in here from India, any part of India, would feel at home, would feel comfortable. And if they got any emergencies, any problem with the finance, any problem with the accommodation, any problems in education, any referrals, any placements, I think we got the resources and we'll be pleased to use those resources in terms of helping students as well. We are not doing any special favor. In our lifetime, we have been helped by a lot of people. And I can remember when one of my professor who is in Scotland, who changed my life, and I still every Christmas time, of course, I keep in touch. But every Christmas I have a special gift for him, and he has been saying to me, Navin, why are you sending to me? I said, Prof, you changed my life. And in this case, I think our Indian students are the best in the world. If you look at the CEO of Pepsi, look at Google. I mean, there are top guys in USA who are running huge organizations, and I'm very proud of that. And I feel that we want to take advantage of this government's policy. Let us have as many people from India as possible. And of course, there are certain places we call Little Bombay, where we can go and have pani puri and bell.
Yes.
If there is any other questions regarding anything else, I'm sorry, I would diverted totally from giving giving any advice on universities, but I've just diverted into how the students, from what I'm saying, should feel comfortable to come. Even if they want to visit in here, there would be lots of advice from our side as well.
Yeah.
I think I'll call it a day here, and it's nice to see all of you in here. I'm a Loana, but I think I'll become half Kutchi in a way. I was in Kutch just a few months ago, and I went to a place for Devi, something called Tera. So yeah, and I want to go back to Kutch again, because I think I need to explore it more, and down from London to Kutch, down from London to Mumbai. But all the very best, and Christopher, thank you for supporting, and everyone will support me, Jan Bhai, Nitin Bhai, and Kailash Bhai. Thank you so much.
I would like to add to that I am also from Tera. My village is, yes, my village is Tera, and I was so happy that you visited that place, and it's one of the beautiful places to visit at Kutch, and I'm very thankful for having you here today. And you very rightly said that, you know, when students are coming and abroad, the first thing they have to learn is being self-sufficient.
Absolutely.
And that's a very important thing, that's a very important takeaway every student attending this webinar should take. And about the visa, and like US has Ivy League universities, within UK there are Russell universities, Oxford and all. So I think what is the good part of studying at UK would be it having 1 year master's course in comparison to US universities. So I think that's where it gets little beneficial for many students to apply there. But that was very warm of and welcoming of you to all of us. So thanks a lot, Dr. Navin Thakrar. We were really glad for having you here.
Thank you very much. And my next visit, when the COVID finishes, is back to Kutch and back to Mumbai. And I'm sure I'll make friends with many of you whilst I'm in Mumbai.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll carry forward from here. So I would like to invite Ms. Heer Joisher. And with immense pride, I want to say she's one of the first Bhanushalis who has got admitted into Harvard University, is doing her PhD, and has received full scholarship. So Heer Joisher, if you can take it from here.
Hi, thank you, Krishna. I'll just share my screen. Yes, so thank you, Krishna, for a warm introduction. So just something brief introduction about me. I did my undergrad at BITS Pilani KK Birla Goa campus. It's an engineering school in Goa. They have 3 campuses, one in Pilani, one in Goa, and one in Hyderabad. I did my undergrad in biological sciences and electrical engineering. So they have a dual degree program. I also did a minor in finance. So as you can say, I was very interested in all the things out there, not very sure what I wanted to do. Post my undergrad, I just started my PhD last year at Harvard University. I am doing my PhD in biological sciences in the Department of Molecular and Cellular Biology. And just a brief rundown on time about like where I come from and what are the things that I did during my undergraduate, which I really think were very instrumental in getting me where I am. In my first year, in my first summer, I actually did an internship at Yashraj Biotechnology. I think it's also, it was my dad's friend's company or somebody, Bhanushali company. And this was me in my first year, not knowing anything, but just being like, hey, I'm interested. And can I just come see what you guys are doing every day? So this was in Mumbai. I did a 2-month internship there. Then which was very helpful in me understanding what really the degree I was going to study, what really goes into that, what's the future prospects of it. I then did a summer internship the next year in my second year at Shankar Nethralaya, which is an eye hospital in Chennai. Moving forward in 2017, in my third year, I did a summer internship at Harvard Medical School. So that's when I first came to Boston. And for the next summer, I did an internship at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which was in Cambridge. So I also was able to get a Khurana scholarship. It's a sister scholarship of the SN Bose scholarship that Soundarya mentioned in the initial talk. So these two are the scholarships which are by Government of India to help Indian students in STEM come here for summer internships, and they're fully funded. So that was a very good opportunity. So coming back from where, just giving this introduction, the reason I wanted to bring up these summer internships was because I feel like those were the times where I realized what I wanted to do. They gave me experience. They gave me a little bit more on paper background, in the sense that when I was applying to somewhere else, I could say that, hey, I did this and I have experience. I know what I'm talking about. So I really think summer internships are a very good tool. So talking about like studying abroad, I think before, like we spoke about a lot of universities and how to apply to them. I personally think before applying or before even thinking about studying abroad, there is a very, very strong process of introspection that should happen. It's a little bit more of a soul searching thing about, why abroad? Like, why do you want to go abroad? Is it just because it's nice? If that's the only reason, you can always visit, I mean, without Corona, of course. So you should think about like, why exactly do you want to go abroad? You also should think about why a specific country, is it because everybody's going to US or everybody's going to UK? Is that why you want to go there? I do not want to sound discouraging, but I would really bring it to everybody's notice that it's very, very mindful to be, it's very, very important to be mindful about the visa requirements, the environment of the country. I'm sure most of you would be aware, the US government right now is trying to do all things possible to cut down on immigration, cut down on international crowd coming in. And given that situation, you want to think that 5 years from now, if you come here, you take a 1 crore loan, you do a master's, what after that? Like, if they do not give you a job, what are the prospects behind that, right? So these are very important things. Then the next thing is, why a specific program? Are you applying to one school just because you like that school? Whatever reasons be, it's important to think about these things. And finally, what are your plans post-education? For example, I want to explore, I want to do healthcare, I want to do biotechnology, and I'm doing a PhD which is fully funded. So I don't have a loan to tie me down. I can do whatever I want after this just because I don't have any weight attached to me. So if those are some important constraints, and this I think is a very, this should be the first step rather than being like, okay, let's get started on the application process. You have to, nobody can answer this but yourself. And you should really think about why you're doing what you're doing and why do you want to do what you want to do. So then if you decide and you're really interested in coming in, studying abroad and all those things, there are some tips I wanted to give about like sourcing opportunities. And I'm sure there's like a lot more things out there, but this is just things which I did or I thought I should have done now that I'm here. First one was summer internships. I cannot emphasize enough on how important they were for helping me get where I am. I understood my classes better because I got experience. I understood what I wanted to do a lot better. And I mean, that came at a cost that from after 12th, I think I did not have a single summer. And it was like 7 years of no vacation. But, it was worthwhile, I'd say. The next is open source projects and remote projects. Given that now the world is shifting and embracing this virtual opportunities so much, I would really strongly recommend trying to find as many virtual or remote opportunities you can and trying to work on it. If you have free time, like try to do something outside which will help you build your profile. And another thing which I think is very, very important is networking. I know a couple of previous speakers also mentioned that this whole process of applications can be done by yourself. And I cannot echo that even strongly. You don't need a consultant. You can actually do it by yourself. But what you need is good mentors. You need people who can guide you, people who have done this, people who have done the mistakes and can tell you that, oh, this is the stupidest thing I did. Do not do this. And that can come through networking. Very, very good platform is LinkedIn. You can reach out to alumni at your school. You can reach out to anybody and by just sending a short message on LinkedIn. Another thing which I found out after coming to US, and I feel like is a very, very common culture in like jobs, but not really in this context, is informational conversations or informational interviews. So just going a little bit into that, what's an informational conversation? It's just a meeting where a potential applicant or a potential job seeker seeks advice on their career, the industry, the prospects, and the culture of that potential workplace or potential school by somebody who's already there. So, for example, if you are interested in applying to Harvard, I'd be very happy to set up some time with you where I can tell you what my experience has been, why did I apply here, and all the things that you want to know about this place. It's so personalized. You can get that information online, but it's very general. So just talking to as many people as you can is really helpful. The biggest barricade here is just the fact that you have to approach a stranger and be like, hey, can you like chat with me for 30 minutes? And I personally, being as extroverted as I am, I still would not feel very comfortable doing that. But here are some tips and like some pointers about like conversations you can have. You can ask them what their journey has been so far. You can ask them what the decision-making units were, like what made them choose which school you were going to and their program and anything. You can also ask them what they really like about their program. What are the best things that the university has to offer? What are the future prospects that this person is considering? For example, if I want to do research and I'm applying to this one university where they do not have very good research facilities or like research prospects, it really doesn't fit well. So this helps you understand if you fit well with that university or the broad prospects there. You can also ask them about the culture, if you like living in the city, whatever it's like to live there and their experiences. And finally, you can, after having those conversations, you can actually build a rapport, and then you can ask them what are the skills that they would recommend you doing, what pointers, what directions they would give you for building your profile into that direction. So as comfortable as that process can be, there are some things which I would very strongly emphasize about being mindful of. One, you have to research the person really well. You cannot reach out to ABC saying that, hey, it's great, I know you studied at this place, and then find out that they did not study at that place. Like you confuse them with somebody else. It's very unprofessional. People are very, very helpful. I have had amazing mentors who I just reached out and they take out their time and they put in the energy because they want to give back. But you have to be mindful also. You have to research them well. You do not want to sound uninformed. You have to be mindful of their time. Always be polite in asking that, hey, are you free this time? Can I, if you're busy, we can schedule sometime later or something like that. Always send a thank you note at the end of the day where, thank you for taking out the time. Follow up if you have any other questions. And, if you just do these tiny things, tiny gestures, and just have a nice conversations, you will cultivate a really strong mentorship bond. You'll have a mentor who's doing things you want to do and can like guide you throughout it. But just be very mindful of that whole process. And people want to do it. Like I speak to so many people, sometimes late in the night because of the time difference, but I want to do it because I know somebody did it for me, and that's why I'm here, and that's why everybody wants to give back, right? So yeah, those are some tips and pointers I had. I really feel very grateful for all the mentors I've had, and I do want to give back. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm very happy to answer any questions about applications or anything in that whole spectrum of like just education. This is my email ID. You can reach out to me, and yeah, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Heath. That was really informational and insightful. And like you had great mentors, I hope you become a great mentor to somebody else who would be approaching you. And, you being the first one in our Bhanushali community, we again want to say that we are very and immensely proud of your achievement. And we'll carry forward with our next session from here on. And I hope all the students who aspire to get into Ivy League colleges, as the process is very tedious when it comes to Ivy League colleges, they will approach you and you be a good mentor to them. So thank you again. So moving forward, before that, a lot of people have questions in regards to London and UK-based study. So we will be sharing contact and email details of Dr. Navin Thakrar on the chat section. So please check it out. Moving forward to next section, we here have someone from Israel, and as this year boss wants to bring lot of different perspectives on table. So I would like to introduce Mr. Tirthankar Goel, who is the CEO of Galilee International Management Institute, Israel, and he has a great expertise of working with government organizations. Initially, he has worked with government company Areva, based in Paris, France, and he has also worked with Prime Minister's office with a vision to solve the electricity gap in India. So his successful expertise is all about implementation of projects, important projects based in India, connecting different business, development business, project management. So I would like to welcome Mr. Tirthankar Goel. You can take it from here.
Yeah, very good evening. So thank you very much for this introduction. In addition, I would also like to add, I've been also teaching at the ASSEC Business School in Paris, which is the third largest MBA institute set up by the Napoleon Bonaparte, I think around 400 years back in France. And so basically, maybe I start with I didn't think about it, but since I heard the last speaker, so I thought I add value to, keeping in mind the international situation, and since I've been mentoring a lot of students from India who would like to go to particularly to Israel and France. Indian students have been going to all these advanced countries like USA or UK or France or some other advanced country with the perspective to get an higher education and then leading to the job market in these countries. But in the end, due to the lot of culture differences, it is not happening. So one need to look into, carefully look into that before they go there, let's say for France, if they go there, they should understand what kind of job opportunities are available and how they should tackle to that. So one of the major criteria for France market is you must speak French. And Indian students, what they are anticipating that from here, they will go to France and just during the MBA duration of 18 months, they will learn French and in the end, they will get a fantastic job. But to learning French language in 2 years is a very tedious task, I must admit. And so one must need into that. So coming back to, as I've been the CEO of the Galilee Israel in India, so I am only going to speak about what are the different possibilities in the education sector in Israel. And also in the current situation in the Corona time, what are the different possibilities for the Indian students and how they can take advantage. So I just start with Israel, a small introduction to Israel. Israel, has one of the most highly regarded higher education system worldwide, with 6 of its universities ranked among top 100 universities. Education is highly valued asset in the national culture of Israel. as higher education plays a very important role in Israeli development and in the emergence of its booming high-tech economy. So I would like to remind, all our participants that due to their high focus on education, look at it where Israel is. India got the independence in 1947, and Israel got the independence in 1948. So we got the independence 1 year ahead of Israel, and in the current situation, they are just around 9 million population, 90 lakhs, as compared to the Indians, 130 crores or 1.3 billion. In Israel, they are one of the top 10 economy in the world. Why? Because the government of Israel has recognized that if they want to progress, they must invest heavily on the education sector. So this is one of the reasons since they have invested very heavily in the education sector. So in the last, see how many Nobel Awards which has gone to these Israeli scholars. Look at the top 10 innovation in the Israel which has happened. For example, it's one of the very small, very young, bright student in Israel who innovated Google. The GPS system, which all these people who are using around the world. And in 2012, the Google bought it from the Israeli company. So in the last few years, as I've been interacting with in the Israeli education sector, I found they are very well placed in terms of the research part. So the government of Israel, they have invested on their in setting up the world-class education system. They have invested very heavily on the innovation and technology side. And for the student's perspective, the student life is very amazing. It's all-around development of a student in Israel. They have a very fascinating culture, and in terms of the travel and the landscape, it's a beautiful country. At one side they have a Dead Sea, and so there are a lot of possibilities for the Israeli students. So lately, I mean, due to the fallout of the India, I mean, before a few years back, in the past, a lot of students were going particularly to the US, and now they have started going to the Israel. And in terms of the cost and other thing, it's very, 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 very low, the costing part. And another important thing also I would like to share with you, since I'm talking in the relationship between US market and Israeli market. Every Israeli person wants to become an entrepreneur, despite of the fact there's a huge job opportunity which are in Israel, and they're lying vacant because most of the Israeli young entrepreneurs in the age group of 20 to 35, they don't want to do the job. They want to set up their own small businesses, the technology, which the ecosystem is there. You just need an idea, go to the government, they will give you the capital, and then you move forward. So there's a lot of jobs which are lying vacant, and so there's also a proposal going on between government of India and the government of Israel that the way the Silicon Valley has been created in US, in the similar lines, they want Indian engineers to set up the equivalent of the Silicon Valley in Israel. And at this moment, due to this Israeli law, which does not permit foreign nationals to work in this typically technology-related market. So there has been a lot of thinking going on in the government, keeping in mind the India-Israel relationship. Why not to invite Indian engineers to fill up these opportunity in the Israel, to fill up the job market, leading to the creation of the Silicon Valley, which is there in US, equivalent to that. So this is about the education sector. In the current situation, I would like to speak also about this institute, Galilee International Management Institute. So it's a world-class institute which was set up in 1987 in north of Israel in Halal, and which is known for their short-term training programs, primarily working in water, agriculture, health, education, cybersecurity, defense, port management, and Israeli know-how. We are working in 174 countries, signed the MOU with all leading countries like America, China, Uganda, Nigeria, and all multilateral agencies like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, UNDP, UNESCO, and many other international funding agencies on the above sector, as I mentioned. The story goes like that for this institute to come to Israel. In year 2017, Indian Prime Minister decided to change the policy on the diplomatic front. So he decided to go to Israel, where he met, our president, Dr. Joseph Cheval, met the Prime Minister in 2017 in Tel Aviv. And then he convinced that come to India and I will help you to support from the government side. And then he came to India, met the Indian Prime Minister. I mean, he kept his word. And after that, we showed all these documents to the Prime Minister office, and they appointed one of the nodal officer in the Niti Aayog. And after that, the Prime Minister recommended our short-term training programs to all state government. A letter has gone in terms of the circular to 29 state governments. And following to that, we signed the MOU with the government of Gujarat for training of the 600 officials on water, agriculture, and cybersecurity, and 200 officials from the government of Punjab for agriculture. So it has been a fantastic journey. And in the last 2 years, we have been able to send many students from Indian students, the Indian corporates, the government officials from here to Israel, and it has been quite successful. So these are primarily our activities in India. And in the current situation, most of the students are not able to go to outside India. So we have started with the online training programs, very short-term training programs. And the purpose for these training programs in the past has been as we take these Indian students or corporates or government officials from here to Israel, we introduce them to all this ecosystem which is there in Israel. Let's say there's a classroom training and there's an industry visit, and as part of that evening cocktail dinner, we introduce them to the different people to whom they can collaborate. And then it is for an individual for his idea, which can be very to take it forward with a different entity in Israel. And so I think keeping in mind the India-Israel relationship, it has worked very well, and we are taking it forward. And our training programs are not very expensive. So we are also discussing the possibility with your society, if we can also sponsor one way or other to support this Gujarati community by giving some financial assistance. So we'll revert back to you on the same. And I'm convinced that Indian students should go only to those countries with whom the India has a great relationship, like Israel is one of the countries, France is there. And before going there, they must take into the consideration the culture differences, the language, the mentality, way of taking the decisions, so that it is beneficial for the students. So since I was giving the 10 minutes, so I finish with that. And I don't know, if I can take some questions or not.
Thank you, Gauri sir. That was very insightful. And we will be keeping Q&A at last. So if we have questions in regards to same, we will direct it towards you at last.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes. We'll move forward with our next speaker. We will be showing you all a video by Priya Kataria. She has done her master's in development psychology, and she successfully received full scholarship, and she has very comprehensively highlighted how to go about scholarships and what are the steps which can make you achieve full scholarships. So we will take forward from this video.
Hari Om. Congratulations to all the students who have successfully got admissions in foreign universities, and all the best to the ones who are looking forward to it. My name is Priya Praveen Kataria, and today I am here to help you with ways to obtain scholarships and financial aid for your admissions abroad. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. I'll leave my email and contact details in the end of this video. I did my master's in applied developmental and educational psychology from Boston College with a complete scholarship and financial aid. I had an on-campus job before I came to United States. He made touch possible today. I had done a lot of research. So my first point to bring to you is you have to do a research on the subject and you have to be very passionate about what you want to do to come here and work. If you're going for all the core ones, which is engineering and medical courses, you will have a lot of help. If you're going for something unconventional like I did, you might need help and hence you have to reach out to people. So always do a good research before you begin thinking about this process. Second thing is be very mindful of the deadlines. Every colleges who offer financial aid, all the deadlines begin early. So if you're a fall student and if you're going to go in a university in August, the financial aid deadlines will be in November or December. So you have to prepare way earlier. You have to give your test. You have to write letters to the university saying that you need financial aid. You have to apply for on-campus job much in advance. So you have to be very, very mindful of the deadlines. Deadlines are very important. If you don't abide on them, you lose your chances. Third thing is the writing skills. Be prepared to write lots of emails and letters and projects. If you haven't worked on writing skills, you will be working a lot harder when you reach there. So when you're preparing for your GRE, TOEFL and other exams, also focus a little on your writing skills, developing more comprehensive knowledge so that when you're writing letters and emails to the professors and students and advisors, you're really concrete and expressing what you really want. Also be polite when you're writing emails to them because you're asking them for money. One big thing, I got my internships and my assistantships and my financial aid was the work experience I had in India, and that you can only obtain if you grab every opportunity you get out of internships. So get as much as work experience as you can, build up your profile because you know what you would be competing with will not be just Indians, but it will be people all across the world. Everyone is in a line, so you have to be at the top of it. So make sure you have as much as work experience as you can so that you can write about it, you can talk about it, and you're more confident. Well, keeping this short, this was it for now, but I'll be coming up with more information as I get by. If I come across something more important, I'll definitely share it with you guys. Please feel free to contact me. My email and my contact details will be posted somewhere after this video. All the best and thank you so much for overseas team to get to me for the help. Please feel free to reach out to me. I'll be always available. Thank you. Hari Om.
We'll carry forward it from here. That was a very good and insightful video, and comprehensively talked about what you can do to achieve full scholarships. Moving forward, BOSS 2020 has also brought into focus the idea of remote education. So I'll be introducing the next speaker, Srinivasan, who has completed his MS Computer Science Engineering from Georgia Tech, USA, and is currently working as software development engineer at Google. So what he has done is he did his 50% of education remote and 50% staying in the university. So he would like to highlight to us very nicely how in such challenging times, we can keep remote education, and it is a feasible option to look for. So, Mr. Srinivasan,
Hi
if you
everyone.
can carry forward there.
Hi everyone. I'm Srinivas. Thanks for the introduction. So I would like to share my. Can you share the slides PPT?
Yes.
Sure. I'd like to share my experience doing online masters. So I did my online masters from Georgia Tech, as the speaker introduced, and I would like to share like my experience and who can consider online masters versus the on-campus, and what are the advantages and disadvantages, and in what scenarios is online masters something that someone can consider. So yeah, I did from OMSCS Georgia Tech, and I'm currently working at Google. Yeah. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, can you go to the next slide? Can we?
Just a few seconds.
Yeah,
Manisha,
just few
it's a
seconds.
PDF file, right?
Yeah. So I wanted to learn and specialize in ML data science. So I applied for this online masters at Georgia Tech. Around 2,000 people are currently doing in India, and around, I think, 3,000 or 4,000 people around the world are doing this. And there are some, like some universities are starting to offer online masters as one of, apart from on campus, for people who, for their specific scenarios, are not able to come for on campus, either because of the cost or because of their other, either family or their career commitments. So this is the website, omscs.gatech.edu. So this is one of the online masters which I did, and which also is like less cost, and which is also very standard. It's a very good top ranked college. So I'm talking about that. Can you go to next slide, please? A previous slide, please. Yeah. So the advantages of this particular online masters and online masters in general is that this is from a very good ranked university, Georgia Tech. It's in the top 10 university, and the main value is that it gives the same degree as on campus. So this degree is not like other MOOC courses. It is not a certificate. This is the same degree as on campus, and there is no difference. So this is a very crucial value which is there, and the difficulty is also the same as on campus. So it is not like, so this is a diluted degree. So it's as hard as you come on campus and do the same course. And most of the courses are available like as on campus, like whichever can be provided. Like they, as time they try to put as many courses options as possible. And so this is the whole initiative of online masters by this university and many other universities is to decentralize and democratize access to higher education. So it's not only like the top, so it's not like we have only limited 100 seat capacity and we can only provide to 100 students in this particular batch. They want as many students who can clear the course to get access and finish it. But the difficulty is the same, and just because of giving more access, it doesn't mean the value is lesser, and they don't that the case. And the other advantage is that it does not require, I mean, this particular OMSCS Georgia Tech, it does not require GRE. If it's there, that's a additional thing which you can submit for your application, but does not necessarily require GRE. I'll come to what are the other process and other things which are required, but this is one point. And another important advantage is that the cost of an online masters is, it comes to $6,000 to $7,000, which is substantially lesser than doing it on campus, where with your tuition fees plus your other expenses, it will be to $40,000 to $50,000 also. It will possibly reach as you know. So it's like much lesser cost. So yeah, and you can also do it like along with your job. So it's not like you don't have to leave your job, and wherever you are in the world, if you're in India, you're working with a company, you can take it and slowly do courses, and over 3 to 4 to 5 years, you can say like 3 or 4 years, you can complete. It depends on the pace at which you can do, which is the next point, where you can do at your own pace. So you can take how many ever courses you want. Like it could be just one course, or you can take 2 courses or 3 courses. I mean, again, the time commitment has to increase if you're taking more courses. Like it depends on how much time per week, per month are you able to provide, and based on that, you can do at your own pace. You can decide how many courses you can take. So yeah, these are some of the advantages of OMSCS. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So if all of these are good, the main disadvantage is that since it's online, so you do not get work authorization in US, or so you'll not get the OPT, because since you're doing it in, so OPT is practical training. So because you studied in that country, in that university, they are giving you the work authorization to practice whatever you learn. But since it's online and you were in another country, they cannot provide the work authorization. So if you're strongly planning to do masters, one of the main reasons is to move abroad, then that is not like, this is not a deterministic way to achieve that goal. So if you, I'll come to in which cases this makes more sense. But one of the disadvantages is that it does not provide direct work authorization. And the other disadvantage is that if you're looking for a PhD down the line, or if you're looking for strong research in your resume, or if you're looking for thesis opportunity, if you are, or if you're looking for teaching assistantship and things like that, that is not directly available here. So, and this particular online masters so far is only for computer science and analytics and data science, machine learning, and things like that, which are related to either software or CS or their surrounding courses. It's not for like other mechanical or for other engineering and other science courses. It's not available. And the other disadvantages is that since you're doing it online over long duration, like 2, 3, 4 years, so it will look like it's a lone journey. It's like you're doing it on your own, and there will be some like professors do come now and then, but you have access to teaching assistantship. But it's not like in a college where you so there will be group projects, but the lively interaction and the person face-to-face interaction is not there as in college. So if you're someone who is fine, who can work on their own with their own dedication and their own timelines, then this is you can consider. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so who can consider online masters? Like most people do on campus. Hey, in what kind of scenarios does online masters make sense? So suppose you're working in India currently, and either you're married or you want to be in India, that's where you see, and then either you cannot move abroad for your various reasons, then but you're interested in, hey, I'm currently in I want to expand my educational academic thing also. I want to do higher studies, but from a reputed international university, but either or you cannot pool in that much money, or you cannot take risk with the current news. You're thinking, hey, I don't think I can take risk, or in my current scenario, this is not something. But if you're looking for learning for a specialization, like something like machine learning, data science, analytics, cryptography, or computer science, any like networking and all those things, then this is something you can consider. This is very less expensive, and it it is from a top ranked college, and you can do it at your own pace and advantages like that. So there is a very small option if you're performing really well, if you're doing extremely well, like scoring many A's in this. Again, the level of intensity is as hard as on campus. But if you are like really good, then in like around 100 people, few people, a handful of people do get an opportunity to switch to on campus. If you can prove your um, competence, and you can apply to transfer to on campus. So that is one of the ways in which I moved from online to on campus here. So currently I'm in California, but it is somewhat competitive, and it's not guaranteed. Like you cannot apply in the hope that you will be getting this opportunity. So there are many factors. Maybe if you can message me or email me, we can talk more. But that is little bit an option for exceptional, and for it is also some luck based and opportunity based thing, but that is a possibility which I had an option to, but that is not a guaranteed thing. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so the process is these two links, OMSCS GATEC, and the other is OMSCS Analytics. So these are the two, it's either CS and analytics, like data science analytics. So in CS, you have many specialization, robotics, machine learning, and other important upcoming technologies and all that are there. So these are less cost and high value things. It requires the process SOP, TOEFL, and your transcript, undergraduate GPAs, and you need recommendations from teachers, just like any other universities, and your resume. And this particular Georgia Tech does not require a GRE, but other online remote masters may require GRE. I'll come to the other options. Yeah, can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so there are other online master options also available. As time, more and more colleges are giving an online master's option. So what you have to be aware of is ask, does it come under STEM? And does the degree the same as on-campus degree? And see the cost and the timeline and all that. So apart from the GATEC, OMSCS, and OMSCA, the analytics which I told, other options, as far as I've seen, is more expensive. So it comes to half the cost of on campus. So then it becomes questionable on that, like, is it, which is worth, it depends on a lot of things. So maybe if you can message me, or we can talk about it. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is yeah, so if you have more questions, you can contact me. I haven't given my email, so I'll message here. Yeah.
Thank you. That was superbly insightful and on the point talk. And I liked how you enlightened our students about the importance of the remote education and what is the feasibility of remote education. And also during this pandemic time, there'll be a lot of students who like to opt and who would like to choose the option of remote education. So thank you for such a detailed PPT, and we would be looking forward to you. And I hope you become a great mentor to many more other students. So we'll carry forward it from here. Thank you, Srivan. Thank you again.
Welcome.
So we have come to the end of the second segment, which is student experience. Our very last, I would like to welcome our very last speaker, Ms. Reema Nanda. She has done her master's in financial mathematics from DePaul University, and she is again the second student this year who has got admitted into Ivy League College, which is Columbia Business School, and she's also become a CFA candidate, Chartered Financial Analyst candidate. So I would like to call upon Jivananda. So you can take it from here.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Boss Team for inviting me as a student speaker. Then I would like to thank my entire Bhanu Parivar for always being there with me in this journey, especially Pratap Uncle. Thank you so much. Bahut aabhari hain. I started my journey with DePaul in 2018. DePaul University was founded in 1898, that is 122 years ago. It was one of the most sought after university in Chicago. I came across many questions why DePaul. I just have one answer like one shoe doesn't fit all. Likewise, you have to look after which university fits your criteria. My majors is finance, and during 2018, no big universities were offering STEM finance course. My priority was to find a university offering a STEM finance in a big city, having finance jobs like Chicago. So DePaul was my first choice, and I have no regret. It gave me all what I wanted. I got my on-campus job within 15 days of starting university. I got my research assistant under the chair of finance, Dr. Elijah Brewer. He's PhD from MIT and vice president at Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, the best professor of DePaul. It was an amazing journey. I learned so much from him. He was the best mentor that I could have ever got. I became the first research assistant to get a breakthrough in research within the span of 7 weeks and completed the entire research in 20 weeks. I applied for this research assistantship online and received a scholarship that covered 50% of my total tuition fees. I got my first internship through DePaul alumni. I was managing $500 million of portfolio in my internship. And trust me, getting that interview was not difficult at all since DePaul is 122-year-old. Our university alumni is very strong and they are placed at a very good position. So my manager was from DePaul and majority of my interviews that I get are through my alumni network. Our university has something called as Ask DePaul, where we can directly reach out to our alumni and ask for references. As a student, I was really very active on campus, participating in events. I was selected as Student Ambassador of India through Indian Embassy, and we were a network of 5,000 Indian students from 156 university in United States. I was president of DISA Group, the DePaul Indian Student Association. I was president of Finance Club. I was invited as a delegate from World Bank Youth Forum 2019 to discuss on worldly affairs and give solution to the environmental problems. I have enjoyed my student life, student events on campus, and last but not the least, my full-time job. I got my full-time job like 6 months before graduation, again through a DePaul alumni reference. And all this on my resume looked so good that it helped to get me into my Ivy. Yes, here we are, the big university, Columbia School of Business, EMBA 2021. But I will always be indebted to DePaul for all the learnings and wonderful lifetime experience. It was totally worth it. Thank you.
I'm really glad to have you here. Boss team is really proud of all the achievements you have achieved so far. And yes, it is worth saying because we have two girls from our community getting into Ivy Leagues and making all of us proud. So Rima, we're really, really glad and immensely proud of your achievement. And I hope you guide a lot other students within our community and stay in touch with Boss team and be an amazing and a great mentor to all of us. Thank you once again. Moving forward to third segment of this webinar, third and the last segment of this webinar, which is senior experience. Now introduce Karindi Commander Haribhai Gori ke, जो पांजे one of the खजाना ही पांजे समाज जा, आणि जिनके ही generation के idolize करूँ खपे. And because he पांजा वडील जो इतनी मेहनत करी abroad गया है, आज पांजी generation ला करे काफी feasible and easy થઈ ગયું है. So I would take this immense honor to welcome Commander Goribhai. If you can carry forward from him. Please unmute him. I hope he's
કૈલાશ કદાચ ફોન કેનો ખપતો
Yeah, sure.
ઓડિયો
Can
વિડિયો
I-
બોય નિજા ડિસ્કનેક્ટ હોતા રહેતા.
Definitely. I would request in that case, Krishna, if we can
if we can
request
go to
Dr. Govind Bhai.
Govind Bhai, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just call you.
I would like to request Dr. Govind Bhai, and I would take this immense help from boss team to welcome him on board. Govind Bhai, I think for so many years you have stayed there, and I असांजे समाज के कितलू help किया ना जिन youngsters के जिन पंजे youngsters के भानुशाली students के abroad study I evidently बहुत मरे help किया ना. So we are very very glad to welcome you here, and I hope you can carry it forward it from here.
Thank you. आके मणि के हरिओम मणि के मणि जी इंग्लिश मुकरता है खास यार. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू हियर दैट. I'm मुझे कच्छी में ध्यान ट्राई करना तो. So I am welcoming the new batch of Vasco da Gamas from India. The Vasco da Gama came to Calicut in 1497, and he was guided by none other than the guy from Mandivi, Kutch, according to the history. So new batch is coming. The other guy came before him was called Christopher Columbus. In 1492, he was looking for India, but he did not have the navigation system, so he ended up in America. That's where I am. So sometimes, you know, you have to take your navigation system. So new batch counts whatever you have, so you don't end up in a wrong country. So my job is actually easier. I am not going to talk about engineering or medicine or orthopedic surgery or anything, because everybody has spoken about all these things. So my job is like a senior marathon advanced. So I'm an advanced guy now. So my thing is that you learn as much as you learn, as much as you could, not just your subjects, not your just discipline, but take the classes also, like MBA, like law, something that would help you as you grow up and face all the challenges either in the US or in India, because life will throw many challenges. If you understand the basic thing, how the other guys are doing it, so that also would help. So that is one of the things that I have to tell you, because it is helping so much, you know. Discipline and then you started your business, and next thing you know, somebody is suing you. It's typical of in the USA. So thoda guna sekdar ho ja bureau. Recently you had other tragedy in Bollywood, and I just want to spend a couple of minutes on that thing also. Even though your priority is in this case was Bollywood movies, but person was also an engineer, or at least he was finishing the engineering. So, you know, don't just kill yourself just because you did not get a job or anything. I'm not trying to tell anything, you know, whether he did right or wrong, but I care about you all. So if some big moment comes in your life, just walk out from that scenario, just walk for miles and miles. That's what I used to do when I came in 1977, when they did not have any job in orthopedic surgery. Go to movie, do something, try to distract yourself, but you don't have to look for the rope and a fan, to hurt yourself, because think about your parents, think about your mother, think about your father who paid so much efforts to bring you where you are today. So don't take those hasty decisions, Same thing, we had recently one young lawyer of Gujarati in New York City, and he also committed suicide because his girlfriend said no to him. So again, think about all the parents have done for you, and this moment of weakness also would pass. because Jan Bachito Lako Pai. So base thing is, you survive. And then, you move on. You can always come to see one of our psychiatric friends over there or over here, but just move on. Don't commit something bad news that can hurt your family, your mother, your father. Especially now with this COVID-19 pandemic, it is very extra stressful now for all of us in medicine as well as in other branches. Use the common sense approach. We don't have the final word. I don't think anybody has final word. Maybe China has it, but we don't have it yet. We are trying to evolve in our thinking. Maybe what has caused this thing and what are the solutions. But in my feeling, even if when I'm seeing our patients, and you can do the same thing, you can use your face mask. N95 mask use kari mutha, plus we use surgical mask also. Sometimes if you want, you can use also face shield also, so you can have something in front of you also. You use a pair of gloves, you use your hand sanitizer on the top of that, and frequent hand washing with the soap. Avoid the small rooms congregation, always open up, always we go outside, whatever, but not in the small rooms. That's when, virus multiplies or it gets you, without knowing you. And New York City and Madhavat Bachiwa hai kare asna majanu, but hane Florida saru kare ne, and California and Texas saru kare ne. Etle and out and nabi khabar hai anje samaj male achi mata hathi bi asna mate Bhanushali samaj etle and kachiya bi achi mata. Just be careful and use your Lysol asi kari mata wipe athwa the Clorox asna mate hua to I am sure you have also similar kind of thing over there. Clean your cell phone, clean your laptop, clean your door knobs, etc. એટલે એનમે જરા બચી ગંજા again the જાન બચી તો લાખો પાય કોઈ ભલે ગમે તેટલા પૈસા આવે પણ આજે ફોટો અચી વઈએ on the frame man કોઈ frame પઈ wall માથે. So avoid that scenario. And last thing, stay connected. Get as many contact numbers as possible when you are leaving the country and you are going abroad. Write down also numbers in diary, just like an old fashioned, because sometimes cell phone doesn't work. Sometimes it gets dead, battery is dead. Sometimes, you don't have connection, especially in subway and phone. So keep that thing option open. Always, you have to have a fallback option in Lakare. Otherwise, you are doing fantastic job from Bhanushali Samaj. I personally feel that Bhanushali Samaj is like an umbilical cord. We are all attached to that. And when you become self-sufficient financially, etc., always think about Bhanu Samaj also. And your brothers and sisters who are back home, you support also. And again, connection is the main thing. Mote tramne connection nahi, પણ ઘણી વખતે જરા ડબલ બેરો ગાલ કરીયા તો he has thousands of all the numbers on his cell phone, possibly many thousands. એટલે bottom line is, stay connected. ઘણી વખતે weak moment અચે તો talk it out, talk to somebody, call somebody here, call somebody home. Now it's all free on your WhatsApp, so that should also help. But it was different when we came here in '77. It used to cost us $3 per 1 minute, and of course, few hours of waiting back home. But otherwise, you are doing an excellent job. Pratap Bhai is doing it, Kailash Bhai is doing it, Chandra Sahib is doing it, everybody is doing it, to chip in. So I'm very happy to talk to you. And I think I'm going to finish over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Govind Bhai. And people who are new to this, Dr. Govind Bhai Bhanushali has been orthopedic surgeon, has been practicing it since 1983 in New York, and he's one of the first persons who went to US and has created great networks for our youngsters and Bhanushali students who aspire to go to US. So once again, thank you for being such a good support and guide to all of us. So I'll carry forward this from our second speaker. So I would like to invite and welcome Commander Haribhai Gori, if you can take it forward from here.
Sure. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, you are audible. We all can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Jai Shri Odhavaram. હાજર રહેલા બધા મહાનુભાવો અને આ વિડીયો જોઈ રહેલા અને સાંભળી રહેલા બધા મહાનુભાવોને મારા પ્રણામ. અને જે વિદ્યાર્થીઓ પરદેશમાં ભણવા માટે જઈ રહ્યા છે એ લોકોને મારા તરફથી ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન અને એમની આગળની સફર માટે ખૂબ ખૂબ આશીર્વાદ અને પ્રાર્થના કે ખૂબ ખૂબ સફળતા મેળવો. હવે આ જે ફોરેનમાં જે લોકોને મદદની જરૂર હોય કે ઇમોશનલ સપોર્ટ કે ફાઇનાન્શિયલ સપોર્ટ, એ માટે તો અત્યારે હું જ્યાં બેઠો છું ત્યાં કોઈ ખાસ વિદ્યાર્થી આવતા નથી, કારણ કે ત્યાં કોઈ મોટી એવી કોલેજો નથી. પણ છતાંય અમેરિકાના કોઈ પણ ભાગમાં કોઈ પણ આપણા ભાનુશાલીને તકલીફ હોય તો એ દરેક ઠેકાણે પ્રસરેલા આપણા ભાનુશાલી વ્યક્તિઓના કોન્ટેક્ટ કરી શકે છે. અને એમાં મારો કોન્ટેક્ટ કરવો હોય તો પણ કરી શકે ને મારાથી બનતું જે થઈ શકશે હું કરીશ. મારો ઈમેલ અને ફોન નંબર કૈલાશભાઈ પાસે છે અને દિનેશભાઈ પાસે પણ છે. હવે અહીંયા જે ભારતમાં રહેલા આપણા યુવાનો છે અને યુવતીઓ છે, બહેનો છે, એ બધા માટે પણ અમુક જગ્યાઓ ડિફેન્સમાં જવું હોય તો એ વ્યક્તિ એ બધું અત્યારે શક્ય બની ગયું છે. અને આપણે બધા જે સામાન્ય કક્ષાના લોકો છીએ બધા જઈ શકે છે, પછી ઊંચા હોય કે નીચા હોય કંઈ વાંધો નથી આવતો. અને બીજું એક સારા સમાચારમાં એમ છે કે આજથી 4 વર્ષ પહેલા સરકારે નક્કી કર્યું કે યુવતીઓને પણ આર્મી, નેવી અને એરફોર્સમાં ભરતી થવાની તક આપવામાં આવે. અને એને લીધે આજે એરફોર્સમાં લગભગ 6 એવી યુવતીઓ છે જે લોકોએ ફાઇટર પાયલટના લાયસન્સ મેળવી લીધા છે અને એ એરફોર્સના સ્ક્વોડ્રનમાં એક્ટિવ કામ કરી રહી છે. આર્મીમાં પણ શેરગિલ કરીને એક બાઈ છે, એ શી કમાન્ડેડ ધ એન્ટાયર પરેડ ઓફ ધી આર્મી ટ્રેનિંગ સ્કૂલ ઇન દહેરાદૂન. એટલે હવે જે આ બધી ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીઝ ખુલી છે તો મારી ખાસ ભલામણ છે કે જો એ લોકોને એ કરવાની ઈચ્છા હોય તો એની વ્યક્તિગત માહિતી પણ હું લગભગ એ 2 અઠવાડિયામાં તૈયાર કરીને રાખીશ. અને પછી જે લોકોને ઈચ્છા હોય એ મારી પાસેથી અથવા કૈલાશભાઈ પાસેથી કે દિનેશભાઈ પાસેથી લઈ શકે છે. પણ એક વસ્તુ ખાસ કહેવાની એ હતી કે હું જ્યારે એનડીએમાં નેશનલ ડિફેન્સ એકેડમી પૂનામાં સિલેક્ટ થયો અને એનો પત્ર આવ્યો અમારા ઘરે તો હું બહુ રાજી હતો. પણ મારી બાઈ બહુ નારાજ થઈ ગઈ. એ કે આણે પાંहिंजे छोकिरी खे केॾा हलायो था, એ ઓડા લડાઈ में वेंदो ને पोइ केॾी कर पूरो थींदो. પછી મારા બાપુજીએ કહ્યું કે નેરો દેवी ऐं चिंता न करियो, मनुष्य खे कहिड़े जो मृत्यु अचंदो पाण खे ख़बर न आहे. આજે કોઈ પણ કેડી जी छिलता सरके અને મથો લગે થોડી વારી વञे वञा तो पंहिंजी कोई कंट्रोल आहे न, पाण न करे सघो. त पंहिंजे छोकिरे खे विञाॾियो, हिनखे इच्छा आहे અને ભણી કરીને અॻિयां વધી કરીને जेको थिए से पाण राजी थियूं. એટલે પછી બાઈએ મને રજા આપી તો હું ગયો. પણ ત્યાં જઈને એવી સખત બધી મહેનત કરવી પડી કે સવારના 3 માઇલ દોડવાનું, પછી સાંજના બપોરના બધું ભણવા જવાનું ને સાંજના પાછા 3 માઇલ દોડવાનું. હવે મુંબઈમાં હતો ત્યારે બસ પકડવા માટે દોડતો હતો એટલું, પછી બધી દોડવાની આટલી આદત નહોતી એટલે કમર જલાઈ ગઈ 15 દિવસમાં અને મને એ લોકોએ એની હોસ્પિટલમાં દાખલ કર્યા. હવે હું એવો મૂર્ખો કે બાઈ અધાને હું પત્ર લખતો હતો, કારણ કે તે સ્માર્ટફોન કે એવું કે તો હતું નહીં. એટલે મેં લખ્યું કે હું આવું હોસ્પિટલમાં અહીંયા પણ ચિંતામાં કરી જા, આઈ એમ ઓકે. અને ત્યાં પત્ર મળ્યો ને બાઈ કે એ ના હાલો હેરી હાલો. એટલે પછી રાતના એ લોકોએ ટેક્સી કરી અને પૂના આવ્યા બીજા દિવસે સવારના. અને જેમ તેમ કરી, કારણ કે અંગ્રેજી તો આવડતું નહોતું. પણ ત્યાં એક સુબેદાર મેજર હતો એક गेट ઉપર. એ કહે કે भाई साहब बहन जी आपको क्या तकलीफ है? तो बापूजीએ કહ્યું કે ભાઈ हमारा छोकरा उधर है, उसको वो बीमार है, એટલે પછી કે નહીં આપ ઉધર જઈએ, પછી વ્યવસ્થા કરી આપી. અને પછી એ આવ્યા, મને હોસ્પિટલમાં મળ્યા. મને જેવું તો બેઠો તો ને નાસ્તો કરતો હતો. તો મને કે તું તો ठीक है? मुझे हम तो ठीक है, यहाँ को आया है? तो तू लिखी में ना असीं हॉस्पिटल में आता, असीं दौड़े आया, असीं जो पुर थियो असांजे लाल के ही थियो बराबरि आहे, चिंता न करियो. त चए ना पर हाणे तोखे बहु महिनत करणी खपे थी, हलो तोखे घरे कोठे वञा. मूं चयो दादा ईअं न थिए, मुंहिंजे जो कमांडिंग ऑफिसर आहे स्क्वाड्रन जो, उनखे वञी करे मिलो, नेरो कुर चए थो. તો બાઈને ગયા મારા સ્ક્વોડ્રનમાં, ત્યાં બિલ્ડિંગમાં. અને ત્યાં પેલું જે બેઠો હતો લેફ્ટનન્ટ કમાન્ડર ગુહા કરીને, એને પૂછ્યું કે અમારો છોકરો હોસ્પિટલમાં છે છેલ્લા 10-15 દિવસથી, એને અમારે ઘરે લઈ જવું છે, હવે અહીંયા વધુ ટ્રેનિંગ નથી આપી. તો પેલો કહે કે આ તમે જે નિર્ણય કર્યો છે બરોબર નથી, પણ છતાંય તમારી ઈચ્છા હોય તો લઈ જઈ શકો છો, પણ જો આટલું સમજી લો કે સરકાર દરેક કેડેટ ઉપર રોજના 1000 રૂપિયાનો ખર્ચો કરે છે. હવે તમારો દીકરો અહીંયા 15 દિવસ રહ્યો છે, એટલે તમારે 15,000 પછી જ્યારે રજાની સંમતિ આવે એના બીજા 4-5 હજાર બીજા, એમ સમજી લો ને. તો તમારે 20,000 રૂપિયા લગભગ આપવા પડશે. અને એ તમે આપી શકતા હો તો તમારા છોકરાને લઈ જાઓ. તો હવે વિચાર કરવા માંડે કે એ દિવસોમાં 20,000 રૂપિયા કંઈ મામૂલી વસ્તુ નહોતી. એટલે પછી એ મારી પાસે આવ્યા પાછા હોસ્પિટલમાં. મને કહે ના તો ઓફિસર અહીં કહેતો. તો હું છું અદા તને આવું નહોતું હાલા અહીં બડે જીદ ક્યાં તે કે કોઠે વેજી તો ને રહ્યો આ મૂકે હલેજી ઈચ્છા ના. પછી પેલા ऑफिसर ने कहीं अधने बाई ने कि नेरो ये आपका लड़का इधर जो आया है वो आदमी बनने के लिए आया है, आप उसको इतना, इसको अपॉर्चुनिटी है, इसको इतनी तक मिली है, उसको करने दो. आज नहीं तो देखो आज हफ्ते भर के अंदर इसकी तबीयत ठीक हो जाएगी. हम लोग इसको छोड़ेंगे नहीं, इसको ठीक करके रखेंगे. आप फिर फिक्र मत करो. એટલે પછી આધાબાઈ એનું આશ્વાસન લઈને પછી પાછા ગયા ઘરે. અને પછી મારી ટ્રેનિંગમાં હું મારે કેળવાઈ ગયો. અને પછી ત્યારનો દિવસ ને આજનો દિવસ આટલા વર્ષો પછી હજી રાજી છું કે મને ઘરે ન લઈ ગયા. નહીં તો ન કમાન્ડર ગોરી હોત, ન કોઈ હું ક્યાંક ક્લાર્ક બાબુની નોકરી કરતો હોત. તો એમ છે. તો એટલે આપણે ત્યાં જે યુવાનો છે, ભલે અંગ્રેજી ના આવડતું હોય કે બહુ મામૂલી આવડતું હોય કે બહુ શરીરમાં બહુ નબળા હોય કે જે પણ હોય, અને એમની જો આ ભારતના સંરક્ષણ દળોમાં જોડાવાની ઈચ્છા હોય તો પાછી પાની નહીં કરતા. એમાં ઘણી તકો છે. આજે તમને આ બધી કમ્પ્યુટરની ટ્રેનિંગ લેવા માટે પરદેશ જવું પડે છે, પણ એ જો તમે આજે આર્મી, નેવી કે એરફોર્સમાં જોડાયા હો તો તમને આ બધી ટ્રેનિંગ ફ્રી મળે છે સરકાર તરફથી. તમારે એમાં એક ફદીઓ ખર્ચ કરવો નથી કરવો પડતો. અને એ ટ્રેનિંગ તમને આગળ જતાં કામ આવે. અને સાથે સાથે સરકારે આપેલા ફ્લેટોમાં રહ્યો એ પણ મફત આપવામાં આવે. તમને પરદેશની મુસાફરીઓ આપણી સ્ટીમરો જાય એમાં કરવાની તમને તક મળે. એટલે એમાં એના ફાયદા ઘણા છે. હા, તમારે જે કામ કરવું પડશે એ હાર્ડ વર્ક છે, એમાં તમે કંઈ પાછળ બેસીને આમ હાથ રાખીને બેઠા હો તો એ કામ નહીં ચાલે. તો એ કરવા જે તૈયાર હોય તે આમાં ભલે નેશનલ ડિફેન્સ એકેડમી અથવા સેલર્સ ડિફેન્સ એકેડમી કે આર્મી એકેડમીમાં જવા માટે તૈયાર હો તો એની બધી માહિતી તમને આજથી 2-3 અઠવાડિયાની અંદર તૈયાર થઈ જશે. અને હું આપણે જેમ કહ્યું તેમ દિનેશભાઈ અને કૈલાશભાઈને મોકલાવી આપીશ. અને એ પછી જેને વધુ ઈચ્છા હોય તો મને ડાયરેક્ટ ફોન કરી શકે છે. એ ઉપરાંત બીજી પણ કોઈ એવી ઈચ્છા હોય અને મારો કોન્ટેક્ટ અહીંયા કરવો હોય, હું મિનેસોટામાં છું. મિનેસોટા એટલે કેનેડાની સાઉથમાં જે સ્ટેટ આવે છે એ મિનેસોટા છે. સખત ઠંડી છે. અને અહીંયા કોઈ ખાસ આપણા ભાનુશાલીઓને અહીંયા આવતા જોયા નથી મેં. અને કોઈ આવે તો પણ કોલેજો સાવ બંધ નથી થઈ, કોલેજો સારી છે, પણ આ ઠીક છે, આવી ઠંડીમાં કદાચ રહેવાનું ન પોસાય તો વાંધો નહીં. પણ હવે છતાં હું અહીંયા હાજર છું. અને એ રીતે આ જે મીટિંગ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝ કરી છે એ માટે દિનેશભાઈ ચાંદ્રા, આપણા કૈલાશભાઈ ગજરા અને જે કૃષ્ણા કટારિયા જે આ બધા લોકો કામ કરી રહ્યા છે સામે અને પડદાની પાછળ, એ બધાને મારા ખૂબ ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ. અને અહીંયા જે આવેલા બીજા મહેમાનો, ડૉક્ટર નવીનભાઈ ઠકરાર, આપણા ડૉક્ટર ગોવિંદભાઈ અને બીજા જે આવીને સરસ માહિતી આપી ગયા છે, એ બધાને પણ મારા ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન. જય શ્રી ઓદવરામ.
કમાન્ડર હરિભાઈ ગોરી, આ સમાજ અને બોસ ટીમ અને ઓઈએફ ટીમ તમારું ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માને છે. તમારું કન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન એ કહે છે કે તમે ખજાનો છો આ સમાજનો, અને આ જનરેશનને જે પણ તમને એફર્ટ્સ અને કન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન આપ્યું છે સમાજને, એ આઇડલાઇઝ કરશે આ જનરેશન. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your experience with us. It was very insightful અને બહુ સરસ લાગ્યું તમારા experiences સાંભળીને. It was very, very good. Thank you. Now, I guess we'll move forward to Q&A round. So the first question is for Mr. K.C. Chipwadia. If I can get him on the screen.
Hello.
Hi. Hi again. So the first question is for you. The question is, what is the current situation in US, and is it the right time to go to the US or not, considering the pandemic situation? So what would you like to say or highlight?
Thank you for the question. I certainly can provide my opinion, but that you have lots of other speakers that are perhaps much better positioned to answer that question from since I don't, of course, reside at a university, that certainly might be more important to understand, because they can also understand what the university is sharing about their admissions process changes. I certainly do my best to stay educated regularly. I'm always learning, and so I read a lot. There's a lot of factors involved. There's not just the COVID-19, but I think you had mentioned, or another speaker had mentioned earlier, about the overall immigration process changes that have been ongoing for this particular administration. So you have to factor both in. I will say that despite what you see and hear in the news, it is still, the world is still open. You just have to be smart, you have to be careful, and you have to build options. If I can leave you with that thought in this answer, is to build options, not just put one mind in set that I want to study at this one university or I want to go to this one country. I think what I would encourage those seeking overseas is to have an open appetite, not just be focused on the one particular meal on the plate, but be willing to try a little bit of all the things on the plate, because it's young, you're young, there are lots of fantastic options in the world. Be patient, but be determined, and build options. So I can't answer a specific question, but I will say that be careful where you go. Some locations in America, of course, are much worse in COVID-19 than others. Some countries are getting better, but they haven't allowed travelers to come in yet. So there are those restrictions. I will say that I'm positive oriented, and that the world will return to some new normal within the next 6 months or 9 months. There's positive stories about vaccines. So don't get worried about the immediate, right away, the next 3 to 6 months. Have a focus on the long vision. And as I said in my speech, the big dream, be focused on that. So yes, traveling, I think, is still a good option, but just be ready that it may not be in the next couple of months. Maybe you just should wait 6 months to be smart, because you don't have to start in fall. As we know, college can start in spring. And in fact, I will also suggest that some of your audience explore summer start, because in summer sessions, there's actually more availability to accept applicants than the fall and the spring. So to be very strategic. Summer is actually a very, very smart way to apply. I hope that tries to answer your question in some area.
Thank you so much for the answer. So we also have second question for you here. What was the most satisfactory moment in your life, considering your great career and your great experience? If you would like to elaborate a little about that.
I think the question was, so I understand, thank you, what was the most inspiring moment in my life? Is that the right question?
Oh, yes, the most satisfactory moment in your life. This is the question that I've been asked.
Wow.
Maybe in regards to career and your experience working with NASA and US Navy. So
yeah, thank you.
So
yeah, from a career, there's obviously many family-related moments in life that, of course, are number one. But from a career standpoint, people ask me those questions before, and I certainly am not as experienced in those answers where some people know exactly what that one moment is. I like to actually answer that question by saying there are several, and there are moments in my journey that I kind of like my speech. I said there's many dreams. Well, there's many moments, and those many moments I recall. My very first one was when I received the letter in the letterbox that I got accepted to my undergraduate college I had worked so hard to get into. I was very nervous, and in America, there's the old saying is, depending on the size of the letter you get in your mailbox, you know if you got rejected or accepted. If it's a regular letter, then you most likely got rejected. If it's a long letter, long envelope, then it's a very good sign. So you're always nervous when you open the post. And I got a long letter from the university I went to undergraduate. So amazing moment, first of all. And then the second moment is when I got accepted to be an intern at NASA at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, which is where the astronauts live. That's their headquarters. And that's where I really, really wanted to go. And I'd worked really hard. It was a long story. In fact, it didn't happen overnight. And I remember getting the phone call that I got accepted. I literally ran outside, and I think I danced for a while on my own, and then it kind of looked silly. But I was super excited about that. And then, of course, becoming full-time employee, that took a long, hard work at NASA. And then ultimately becoming an officer in the Navy, I actually took me a year and a half to achieve that, and I received this surprise phone call when they said that you were accepted. So all those, I would say, are my mini moments that I celebrate. I look back, and I'm very grateful for those moments. And there's several others, certainly working at NASA, seeing the successful and safe launch of space shuttles. I was fortunate to work on 50 space shuttle launches. Very, very telling moments. But I want to, if I may, I also like to answer that by sharing moments that were very challenging. And the one certainly that always comes to mind, a day that you'll never forget, of course, such as 9/11 in New York and other areas, but also 2003 in January, when the space shuttle Columbia was coming home with its crew, which had Kalpana Chawla on it, who I had worked with quite a bit. Unfortunately, did not make it home. And as I talk here about it, I get chills just thinking about that moment. Those are moments that are in my head. I know exactly what I was doing, where I was, and what my responsibility was, and I felt very personal that I didn't do my part to keep them alive. And of course, I know that that's not true, but I just feel that way. So I like that question. I like to always answer with both exciting things, but also I think things that change our life in other ways. Thank you.
Thank you once again. And I really liked how you concentrated on the challenging part as well, because when there is something good and satisfactory, at the same time, there's simultaneously something challenging, which you constantly in life work on. So thank you again. We're really glad for you to have him here. And we will move forward to question 2. Question 2 is for Mr. Kartik Chandra. If we can get him on screen.
Yes.
Hi again. So the question for you is, are there corporate companies in India sponsoring student overseas?
Yes, as mentioned you earlier also in the slide, there are various companies like TCS is there, GSW is there. In fact, credit rating agency like CARE is there, who are sponsoring the students, and there are various CSR requirements as far as corporates are concerned, through where the students are getting the finance for education purpose abroad.
Something more, something else more you would like to highlight to some of the examples, some of the companies if you would know who are sponsoring that.
So Tata Consultancy Services is there, TCS is there, JSW is there, CARE is there, like so.
So these are the companies.
These are the companies.
Who are,
there are various other companies too. There is a big list of that. But the major companies, what I can highlight to you as of now, these are the major 4 companies.
Thank you. So here's the second question for you. How can one study CA in abroad?
CA study abroad, there are various courses which are parallel to chartered accountancy course at abroad, and that are also covered through the banking channel finance, where as I mentioned earlier also in my PPT, that there are various courses which are postgraduate courses. The entire term fees and entire expenses payments, what we can regard it as. So the entire package can be funded by the concerned banks. So yes, chartered accountancy courses, which are parallel chartered accountancy courses, which are there abroad, can be funded by the banks.
And there is something called CPA, which is usually done in abroad once people who are doing CA, or if they have not completed CA. So what it is about, if you can highlight something.
Yeah, CPA is as I mentioned earlier also, CPA is the parallel course, just like chartered accountancy course, which can be done abroad, and the entire finance of that the bank can take it ahead for funding CPA also. So in India we are calling it as CA, and the parallel say UK, they are calling as a CPA.
Great. So we have another last question for you. Is it good to do MSc in corporate finance from abroad?
Always. Yes.
Like how good it is? What is the scope? If you can just talk more about it.
Yeah. So whenever the abroad finance is concerned, then the rate of interest which is coming to picture, the cost of fund will be minimal if it is for routed through that bank funding channel. So anyways, always if your domestic funding is concerned, rate of interest will be a little bit higher, and if the finance are coming from say abroad, then obviously the rate of interest will be minimal.
Yeah. And what are the job opportunities like in comparison to other fields like engineer and all? Usually people think they have a better job opportunities, but what about corporate finance?
Corporate finance is the core of any industry, right? So ABCD of any business starts from finance, and wherever the business is there, finance is there. And if the professions are involved, like say post graduation done in the corporate finance segment, then it is and it will be always at a green segment as far as job opportunities are concerned in India and abroad too.
Okay. I hope you answered all the questions.
One question was there in the chat box. I would like to highlight that one question, which was there on the chat box. It was whether visa and passport is mandatory for availing the funding. Obviously, it is a overseas finance, overseas courses. So the candidate can get in principle approval from the banks rather than waiting for visa. Banks will banks will be able to sanction the loans. Obviously, it will not going to disperse it unless and until the visa comes into picture, but sanction can be done.
Okay. I hope whoever question has got their answer properly. And again, we're really glad to have you here. Thank you once again.
Thanks, Krishna.
We'll take it forward to third question, which is for Ms. Soundarya, if we can get her on the screen.
Hey, yes, I'm on the call.
Hi again. So,
Hi again.
So the question for you is, since fall 2020 in person is not possible now, so which term should we defer our admission to, spring 2021 or fall 2021? It's a very specific question.
Yeah, I think that is a very relevant question. Something that I've been getting a lot as well over the last few weeks. My 2 cents is that if your college is letting you defer to fall 21 without having to re-evaluate your application, wherein they'll put it back in the application pool and re-evaluate with everyone else who's applying, then go for fall 21. If they're giving you the chance to defer without, making you jump through hoops next year, then defer to fall 21. On the other hand, if they're telling you that they will reevaluate your application if you do defer to fall 21, then I would say defer to spring 21, because as per my understanding, most universities that are asking you to defer to spring 21 won't reevaluate your application since it's only a semester away. But for fall 21, they'll get a lot more applicants. So it makes sense for them to kind of go through the same whole process again. That's my 2 cents. I'm saying this because beginning your master's in fall is the more preferable option, since first you get more time before you have to begin your internship. You get 2 semesters before the summer comes in, when you have to work on CPT, get an internship. So I think more runway is always good for you. And also you will have more people with you in fall than spring. I just have this assumption that you'll have more quality people in your class if you begin in fall, because that's when most people do it anyway. And so that's my 2 cents.
I also have a second question for you. So the second question is about what is the best time to apply into Ivy League colleges like Columbia and Harvard for specifically undergrad courses, spring, fall, both, and how to go about it? What is the application process like? Not in a very extensive way, but if you can just what is the specifics?
No, I understand. It's just it's just funny because I actually spent 75,000 words trying to talk about this, so it's very hard to compress that in one message. I actually don't know about undergrad because I came here for my master's, not my bachelor's. So I think I'm not even qualified to answer that question. Really, so the question is best practices when you're applying to Ivy League. Can I take it as that?
If you can, yeah.
Okay.
What can be the best way to apply there, or what are the things we can look for while we are applying into Ivy League colleges? Because a lot of students aspire to choose these colleges.
Right. I think you should not treat your applications as, oh, I'm applying to an Ivy League, so I have to put in more time, versus I'm applying to this, this 100th ranked college. So it's okay if I put in a bad application. The good news is all the applications ask you for the same thing. They all ask you for letters of recommendation. They all want you to write an SOP. They all need your resume, transcripts, any other personal essays that they ask you for. So you can repurpose your application that you put to an Ivy League to any other university. I mean, you should rewrite your statement of purpose accordingly to the major and university. Please don't use a generic template. But I'm just saying, on the whole, 80% of your work stays consistent throughout. So you should focus on building the best application possible, like one really good application, and then trying to repurpose that for different universities. And to do that, again, each component of your application has its own set of do's and don'ts. And I don't know how I can cover that right now. But I would say that I do have webinars weekly where I'm picking each topic per webinar and talking about this in some more detail. So if you don't want to, purchase and read a book, I would say the next best thing is come for the webinars and you can get more details that way.
Okay, thank you for that insight. So I think one of our attendee is been amazed about your achievements. And the third question is, how do you go about doing various things at the same time, considering you are a researcher, you were a gold medalist and wrote a book as well? How do you prepare your mindset to do all these amazing things together? How do you, the kind of attitude you will be having towards it?
I mean, that's a very generous comment. One thing that you should know is all of this took years to happen. None of it happened in a span of weeks or months. The gold medal thing, it took 3 years, 4 years to get there throughout the undergrad. And anything else right in the US, all of it took a lot of time. And I was actually just on another webinar that I was hosting talking about getting an EB1 visa. So it's called an extraordinary ability visa, where you basically get a green card from the US because you have extraordinary ability in one area. And so I was interviewing this other person who got that visa after being a master's student and staying in the US for a few years. And if you hear a story, you'll see that when people see something like that, they only see that this guy went from being a student to getting the visa, but they don't see what's in between. And what's in between is enormous amount of effort, sleepless nights, just incredible amount of research, working with people, networking, all of that matters. So my 2 cents would be, when you begin your master's, think about your priorities. If your priority is to graduate with a perfect 4.0 GPA, then your day-to-day activities should match the priority. You cannot go hang out, at the local bar every night if you want to actually study and ace your exams. So any major goal you have need to be mapped back to your daily routine and practice. And since I'm a product manager, I'm very organized and structured. That comes with the profession. So everything that I do on a daily basis is very routine. And I actually spend at least 3 hours every evening writing, even before the book came into picture, just writing and reading. And I tell myself that that's non-negotiable. Every day you have to spend 1 hour reading and you have to spend 2 hours just doing some writing. So it's really just the daily habits that you have that set you up for success. But again, I'm no one to say any of this because I still have a long way to go.
Yeah, that's understandable. But we're really glad to have you here. And I think those are really insightful answers. And the people who asked, I think you've answered them well. And thank you again. And we're really glad of having you here. We'll move forward to question 4, which is for Casey Chipadia again. And the question is, you had to share a thought about Ivy school question. I'm not very clear with the question.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I was in the chat. It was in reference to the prior question, and I loved her answer.
Okay.
I thought it was. I heard it so many times that I couldn't resist. I had to say something because I think I heard Ivy League so many times on the call, and so I'd like to offer another perspective, which certainly understand that perhaps is not agreed to by everyone, but I understand because I was in a boat in the past of trying to find the right universities, doing my own research, and at the time when you all you go by is what society trains you and makes you think, then you gravitate towards those things that you see in articles and magazines that rate colleges. They gave you the top 10, the top 100. Well, someone had mentioned there's 4,500 universities in America, 4,500. And for what it's worth, I would like to offer that there's more than just Ivy League. Do not get hung up on the Ivy League, is my opinion, humble opinion. Do not get hung up on just the Ivy Leagues and the top 10, top 20, top 30. There are 4,500 amazing universities that want you want your contribution, want to give you a great place to study, to grow, and to learn. And guess what? It's a mini dream. It's a stepping stone towards the master's, which may be at a different university. The point is you got to start. And if you just limit yourself to a handful of universities, you are pretty much closing the door on life. Do not close the door on life. Be open, and I encourage you to change your vocabulary, to stop saying just IV, IV, IV. Please, the world is yours to take. Do not just look at one little dot in the world. So it's one of those few things that really gets me excited when people talk so specific about one or two things that they forget that there's a lot of other options out there. So I just wanted to share that with you. I'm very passionate about that. Thank you.
Yeah, on this, I would totally agree with you that, yeah, there's more onto the table, and thank you for the different perspective. We have one more question for you. There are aerospace companies like Boeing, etc., which requires clearance from US Department of Security. So how can we work with them post our master's program? So one of the students who has asked this question, he would be joining University of South Florida in spring 2021 for MS in electrical engineering. Do you have to be a citizen?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think I read that in the chat box, and I missed. I think Gaurangbai also answered some additional thoughts. Very, very well said. I think the answer to this is you do not have to have a clearance, nor citizenship, nor a green card in many cases to work at these companies, because these large companies have sections in their company based on what job projects they work on. There is a defense section. But because you don't have the right clearance, you can't apply, and you won't be put into that job. But these aerospace private companies have lots of other projects that have nothing to do with government and defense. So there are lots of options out there, and they welcome the talent from overseas, from all countries, because they also understand the value in diversity and inclusion, and just having smart people that want to solve problems. That's the ultimate thing, is they want to solve problems. So that's the bottom line, is that there are lots and lots of commercial private companies that have lots of jobs that don't require clearance.
I think, yeah, that was the great answer to this question. So we're really glad of having you here, and those were really insightful answers. And thank you again. We would like to go forward with next question, which is to Dr. Navin Thakral. The first question is,
yes.
Okay. So the first question is, the student will be joining University of Nottingham this September for the course which is Masters in Oncology, and further that student would like to do MD in Medical Oncology. His concern is with regard to work opportunities, especially when COVID-19 has severely affected most of the countries. So if you can answer in regard to that.
I mean, on oncology, did you say Nottingham?
Yeah, Nottingham University.
Yeah, Nottingham is we call Nottingham as Cambridge University of the north of England. It's a well-known institution. It's a very respectable institution, and job opportunities at this point in time in United Kingdom is the lack of doctors. It's a big problem in hospitals. It's a big problem in pathology departments. It's a big problem in general practice. So, for example, 4,000 doctors in general practice, for example, have basically retired or left in the last 3 years. So there's a big opportunity in every sector of national health service, and also, of course, many times when people go into an NHS service, they tend to become private consultants. And many doctors, most of the doctors was from Indian subcontinent, basically make a living in UK. I hope that answers the question. But
yes,
if you want
that
to come in
definitely.
September, I can't see any reason why you shouldn't come in September. We are expecting the second wave, but nobody can predict whether we're going to get a second wave or not. It's been a terrible aspect that we lost something about 65,000 people in this country. Even comparing to India, I think we are worse off, but I think things are easing up. But universities, I think, is a safer place to stay in there. And if there is anything else I can do to help, I'm sure I will put my email or the phone number, and I'll be pleased to advise.
Yes, that is I think that suffices the question. I would like to go forward with second question. So the student is the attendee of the webinar is MDS pedodontist. She would like to know if her Indian degree is valid to practice in UK or Canada. If not, then what is the procedure to practice, especially in UK?
That's the dental side of it, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, they need to write to General Dental Council in London, and you can find this address over. You can Google it up, because General Dental Council is like India is medical registration body, which can give you basically all details of if the reciprocal. There's a reciprocal recognition of those degrees from India to in here. I know my brother was a dentist some time ago, but I think that is the best place to be. And for doctors, General Medical Council, or the GMC, is the best institution to make any inquiries. And if anybody has got any difficulties, I'll be quite pleased to talk to them. I think I'm talking to one of the doctors who is actually is a participant today, who is in Russia, and I'm sure we can work on many things. And I've been long enough in here, last 40 years, so we are really got good contacts directly with the consultants for any jobs, etc. So sometimes the problem is it's best to know someone rather than to go through the whole rigmarole of getting into the National Health Service.
Okay. Yes. So I think yes, that is a very suitable answer to this question.
And also at this point in time, there is a great opportunities from this country to other countries in terms of online doctor consultation. We have established a company called Doc.global, and we are covering about 1 million clientele in the UK. We are in Dubai. We are partly in India as well. But in Sri Lanka, we are covering half the populace of Sri Lanka, 9 million clientele for a second opinion service, just for a second opinion service. And I think because of the COVID, we have been so busy in here that online consultation has helped us a lot. The visa company, if you heard about the VFS, VFS is a visa company. So whenever you want to go abroad, VFS covers about 105 countries in the world. They are our partners. They bring us they issue 24 million visas a year throughout the world. But for UK, they issue 1.6 million visas, and we are the partners. So anybody who is coming from abroad, we are looking after them. So I feel that the online consultation mode is there to stay. For example, our company has affiliation with 61 hospitals in UK. So if anybody phones me from any part of UK, we can talk to them, we can issue a prescription, we can do a diagnostic like MRI scan, CT scan, ultrasound, and these hospitals provide us with 500 consultants, top consultants, so that if any patient wants to see those consultants, they can reach out straight away. So basically, in summary, online, people can phone us any time of the day or night, from any country and in any language. So we are looking also for the partnerships in USA as well. And I think we'll soon be there. We wanted to go to China, but we've changed our mind already. China is no going.
Yeah. So yes, thanks a lot. That was a very insightful and detailed answer. And a lot of people have other queries, so we would be sharing your email ID and details as well for the students who aspire to study London. So thank you once again. We are really glad for having you here. So
Thank you very much.
So as we are running out of time, so Boss team has come up with 2 websites for the students who are interested in, connecting themselves with alumni, networking with the community abroad. So Kailash Bhai would be sharing more details about those 2 websites. Over to you, Kailash.
Yeah, so basically I'll be very quick. First of all, I would like to apologize for getting late for this entire webinar. We had to cover many topics, but we'll take one great feedback that we have to keep it short and everything. So really apologize for that. And there are some other questions, but we will not be taking it right now, and we'll jump on to the conclusion. Before I do that, just quickly share tools. Munish, if you could share that website, let us just highlight that. So many of you have asked many repetitive questions like will the email IDs of the speakers, and will the content will be uploaded on the YouTube and the PowerPoint and all that. So there is you can go to bhanusamaj.org and go to Boss Overview, the first tab /boss basically. And then what we are doing here is last 3 years content, right? All the presentation, all the videos, all the recorded webinars and everything will be available here. So there are 3 tabs if you see: Boss 2018, Boss 2019, and Boss 2020. And if you go to, let's say, Boss 2018, Manish, right? Just scroll down. So entire video session of the previous speakers. So the many other speakers in the past, they have shared many. In fact, the Ashish Gupta from NSDL and Nirmala Joshi and all that. You can find all of these full lectures and full webinars on the website. And we will be also uploading the 2020 content and all the presentations here. So whoever is looking forward to all the overseas support content can see it here. The 2019 I think is yet to upload. There is another second thing. The first tab, if you could share, Manish bhai. So we have created a group. So basically, contacting different speakers and asking the phone numbers and all that. This is like sometimes become too personal, and at the same time we don't know that person is busy or not. That way, to make it very simple, what we have done is created a kind of an email group. So what you see here is, if you go to groups.io/g/boss, all you have to do is join the group basically. So if you just scroll down, you'll find the join the group button. So if you log out, Manish bhai, let's quickly show how easy it is. Log out from Manish Katarmal. You are logged in, that's why I'm not able to see it. Yes, perfect. Okay, and now go back to the same link /g/boss, correct. So now if you come, all you have to do is click on this link called join the group. So when you do that, just do that, enter your email address, and then you are done. So all you will be able to do is there are more than 200 people who will be actually getting your emails, all of your questions and everything, and everyone's privacy also will be maintained. Whoever wants to answer can reply to your question, and there'll be like a email thread. So you'll be able to get all the questions answered on this BOSS groups.io. So yeah, these are the 2 toolkits that we have for you, and we will be definitely sharing all the resources that we have and uploading onto the website for everybody. Yeah, over to you, Krishna. If you can do the conclusion part.
Yes, we've almost come to the ending of the webinar. So, Pratap Bhai Joshar ke request करेंगे कि he in the webinar की conclude करें.
Manish bhai, just unmute Pratap bhai.
Unmute છે તો તે unmute.
Then Hariom Pratap bhai, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
हाँ, सी सोनी से बता के.
अच्छा, मणि के हरिओम.
हरिओम.
बड़े भेगा થઈને બોલો જય ઓદોરામ.
જય ઓદોરામ.
आज जो ये BOSS जो भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम जे लगभग 3 વર્ષે આઈજો અને જે આગલે વારે મે આવ્યા હું પણ સ્પીકર તરીકે એન વખતે હાજર हुआ. એ પણ પાકે બહુ સરસ રીતે થયો. અને હું શરૂઆત કરી અને પહેલા જરૂર જે પાંજા ભારતીય સ્પીકર આવ્યા the speaker from outside, which is called Chipwadia or Krishna or Soundarya Bal Subramaniam, and the person from Israel, namely, what is that? Namely Srinivasan. No, not Srinivasan. The person from Israel was that person.
Goel.
Yeah. Tirthankar Goel. They have done extremely well on different subjects. Tirthankar Goel told us about how to go to Israel and what are the opportunities in Israel. At the same time, if you go to the Schengen countries, you need to have you have to have a Schengen visa. And to learn France, it takes time. So if somebody is deciding to just go to Schengen countries, it's not that easy. Even Germany is a difficult language to learn. Here, Joisher stays in Harvard. Is that right? Stays in Harvard.
That is right. She's at Harvard.
It is a prestigious university in all over the world. Everybody knows. You say university is Harvard, or Stanford. So I congratulate here. I congratulate Rima and Priya also. They are doing excellent work or excellent studies over there. And naturally, as Mr. Chipwadia said, one has to work hard. I can only add to that work hard thing. If you want to achieve something, then you have to keep your body, your blood, sweat, and tears together. If you make it three together, you will achieve anything. You will achieve anything. I know that our first IAS, not IAS, I think IPS officer, Mr. Harshad, no. Who is that? Hitesh Joisher. He told in the lecture in Bhanushali Wadi that I have failed at least 3 times in some of the subject, but I didn't give up. And then he became IPS officer. It was not difficult, he says. And he has told the Bhanushali community to join those courses because there are quite few or none in our Bhanushali community who are going for IPS or IAS. So it is to be thought very seriously about that. Last but not the least, Dr. Govindji is backbone of our community in United States. I know since many years, all Diwali function or any other function used to do at only Govindji's Bhai's place. Number one, he has helped quite many Bhanushalis who had just visited or just came to United States, was knowing nothing, but they are now well off. And I will not be able to tell you exactly. Are you hearing me?
Yes. We all are hearing you.
Ekdam nice and clean.
This what you call Govindji Bhanushali, against whom some hospitals have filed a suit, and his judgment was in favor of Govindji Bhai, and everybody, the entire United States, is surprised that he won against several hospitals, and that too, the Jewish hospital. And there was I do not know the words to put in. Govindji Bhai, if you are there, give that word, Govindji Bhai. Govindji Bhai, if you are there. No.
I think he
He left? Anyway.
No, he's there. 1 second.
He's there. He's there.
ગોવિંદભાઈ કઈ ચયો પૂરો આ ઈ પાંચ શબ્દ કે જે અહીં આખો જે આની સામે જીતે આયો ઉપરો આય કરો.
ગોવિંદભાઈ ઇનકે અનમ્યુટ કર્યો એકડો અનમ્યુટ જો આયો ને એકડો અનમ્યુટ બટન દબાયો જો. યા
ઓકે ઓકે ઓકે
ગોવિંદભાઈ
હા અહીં સુણી શકો તા મુકે
હું સુણી શકા તો અહીં ચયો જે પાંચ અહીં પાંચ જીતે આયું ને કેસ
એત્રે અને મેં કોર થયા તો હેડા કીને કી આમે ખટકડી કાઢે આંકે યુ નો આસામે જીતીને સગે આજે યુ નો whatever you do you know good things for other people તો અની કે ચાંતા શામ peer review શામ એટલે બોગસ એટલે બોગસ peer review ખંડા છે આસામે અને પોઆ કી લગે કારણે આ તો I was a solo practitioner એટલે solo practitioner કેટલા પૈસા હું પણ પોય I pick up the fight for them because that affects all the Indian doctors, actually all the foreign doctors in America. So that's why we went all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States of America, and that also in appellate court, which is the next to highest, you know. And that is where it went on for 9 years, and eventually they settled. Whatever, you know, whatever happened to happen. પણ એટલે જે પહેલા છે કે દ્રજ્ય જો નતું હોય ને થોડી ચેલેન્જ છે તો એડો ના કે ભાઈ હાણે આખુર કરી બાઈક યાદ કરી ના you have to fight it out. What helps the most to me is you know આજી spirituality કે આજે ભગવાન में વિશ્વાસ હોય અને I'm very happy કે ગુણી હોય you know next to me ગુણી હોય અને છોકરાવા મળે you know કે you don't have to give up on this thing, and eventually it went on for 9 years and nobody could believe it that one person can fight. તોય એકડે બવરામાં ચીંદો જો ઇન્ડિયા ઓલ ધ ટાઈમ યુ નો પણ ઇટ વર્કડ આઉટ એટલે નઈ જનરેશન કે આ ચેલા મંગાતો છે કે ખોટો ખોટો ન દ્રજ્ય દ્રારક છે કારણ કે યુ વોન્ટ ટુ મેન્ટેન ધ કોન્સન્ટ્રેશન યુ નો પણ એન્ડ યુ આર ના કે બી યુ નો યુ જસ્ટ હેવ ટુ ગીવ અપ અને એ જે દ્રાજો દ્રાય એકચ્યુઅલી આવર અમેરિકન વર્ડ ઇટ વોઝ ધ ટેડી રૂઝવેલ્ટ ફર્સ્ટ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ વડા જો ન્યુયોર્ક સિટી થી એટલે ન્યુયોર્ક થી and on that first world war me you have a fear of fear America, now get out of it, you know we are going to fight in first world war. So on jo muchai chero drajo dra panjo but atle it comes in all the faculties, all these things that we go through, you know કોઈ કોઈ આગળ દ્રજાઈ દોજ પ્યો પામ ભણસારી આવી
પાંચ દ્રજે વાળા નહીં હું
ના પાન દ્રજો
લાસ્ટલી આગે ચઈને મણી કે ભાઈ બરાબર સમજ્યા પાંગિયાથી દરેક જણ ચોરી की नहीं की करी वेंदो पर हिकिड़ी चीज चोरी न सकदो जे पंहिंजी इंटेलेक्चुअल हूंदो पंहिंजी एजुकेशन हूंदो हू कॾहिं चोरी करे वञण वारो न आहे એટલે पाण हेर एजुकेशन में આગળ વધો था हमेशा આગળ વધदासीं અને મણી के चैलेंज देख सकदासीं કારણ કે पाण बड़े ભેગા થઈને કર્યું था हिकिड़े जन लाइ કર્યું था भले पंहिंजी जाति नंढी आहे पण मणी लाइ करे हेल्प કર્યું था અને इन જ પ્રમાણે આगे મણી के ખાસ चइजो आहे કે अॼु रक्षाबंधन जो सारो पर्व है ओंडीए मणी के चइजो के मड़े बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबल रहो गवर्नमेंट जा नॉर्म्स जरूर पाड़ियो मुंह मथे हमेशा मास्क रखो भले गोविंद जी भाई N95 रखदा वे छता पण पां बया मास्क रखी सको विच इज इक्वली गुड अने थोड़ो डिस्टेंस रखो बाकी तो आके कोरोना के जो मित्र बनाए छुटको है जो मित्र न बनाईदा तो सामो थींदो એટલે આકે મિત્ર પણ બે રીતે બનાય જો હે અહીં પણ રિસ્પોન્સિબલ રહંदा બે કે રખदा કુટુંબ કે રખदा અને સામે ઉભા રહંदा તો કોઈ વાંધો ન હે માટે મણી કે હાથ જોડીને વિનંતી હે કે બહુ રિસ્પોન્સિબલ રહે ધ્યાન રાખે पंहिंजो અને કોઈ જાતની દર્जे जो कारण है કારણ કે બી वन भानुशाली ज्ञाति वाला कोरोना के जीती वे आई 100%. पां मथे उधरा बापा जा 4 हथ એટલે જરે વાંધી જો કો કારણ ન દર્जे जो कारण न चलो मणि के फरीदी घणे બધો આભાર મળે અહીં મળે આયા અને બહુ સરસ રીતે ક્યાં ઘણે મણિ કે સખેલા મળ્યો જાણેલા મળ્યો અને ઈ પા જાણીને પાંજા ઘણા યુથ આગળ અચીદા અને ઈ પાંજે કોચો છે પાંજે જ્ઞાતિ કે ઘણી સેવા દીંदा.
Okay, just wanted to add, Commander Hari Uncle, if you are there, if you wanted to say some message quickly, you wanted to add something.
वही चक्कर में और भूली हुई हैं नवीन चक्रार के उड़खा तो बराबर अने कमांडर गोरी के ता बराबर उड़खा तो ई पांच एक परचा जे मुझा भेण जा दियर थी है कमांडर गोरी.
Hari Uncle, અહીં Yeah, you are
Yes.
unmute now. Yes.
અને નવીનભાઈ
નહીં, તબિયત પાણી પ્રતાપભાઈ બહુ મજા में અહીં here
અરે A1+ આનંદ મંગળ में હંમેશા ઈ જ રહેજો, બ્યો કી બોલે જો જ ના.
Okay. I must come and pay my respect to you when I come to Mumbai. I will.
પણ મિલ્યાવાસી ના પણ છેલ્લે મિલ્યાવાસી.
Yes. ફરી મિલદાસી.
ઓ જરૂર. ગોવિંદજીભાઈ મળે, ગોવિંદજીભાઈ કે લાઈન મતે છે.
ગોવિંદજીભાઈ લાઈન તે જઈ.
ગોવિંદજીભાઈ આજ આવું જેને અમેરિકામાં છેલ્લે આવ્યો છે લગભગ 1.5 વર્ષ સભા પર આવ્યો છે અને બીકોઝ ઓફ હિમ ਅਸੀਂ જે ઓપરેશન કરાવવા मुझे संजो निमणी जो ऑपरेशन कराना वो सब बहुत सारी रीते कर सके कारण के गोविंद भाई क्यों वी आर द फर्स्ट फाइटर्स ऑफ अवर कम्युनिटी એટલે પાંજે ફાઇટ તો કેણું જાય અને એને જ પ્રમાણે પાંજા ડોક્ટર્સ ને જે ટીમ હતી ઉન મણી કે સેલ્યુટ है કે એ લોકો એકદમ ફાઇટ કરીએ તા મણી કે જેના તકલીફ હતી એ મણી સામે પહોંચતા બને મણી ઠેકાણે દવાઓ દીએ તા મણી ઠેકાણે પરિવર્તન જે કીટું દીએ તા અને દરેક ગામે ગામ ही पंहिंजो ई पांचो न पर्व हले तो
and I am very happy मुके हलाया था मरे भानु समाज भानु मेडी को जो अचे वठे मोटे रोज and I am very happy का जे करा था मरे बराबर करया वठा અને આજી knowledge આમ દસા વઠો the same thing we have it over here એટલે you are quite comparable અસાંજી knowledge અમેરિકા में आया and COVID-19 માંથી અને જેડો આજે મુંબઈ में આજે પાયા ભણસારી મડે કરી વઠા પાયા દોસ્તાર મડે મુજા પણ એકડી વસ્તુ છે COVID-19 માં કચ્છ में चौंदावासी भला दूर बापा को जागीरदार के भला दूरी पर्याથી ચઈ છડ્યો COVID-19 के भला 6 फूट એટલે 8 फूट रखो पर्या भला दूर बापा
ना हेर कच्चो हेर फोन हो चालू वंदरे कच्चो फोन हो के हेर कच्छ में कोई पजे आई पंजे घर में आई छता जे 11 डी असा के बाहर निकले न मिलतो कारण के घणे ठिकाने ई लोको डिस्टेंस सोशल डिस्टेंस रखू खपे नता रखे प्लस मोहम्मद मास्क नता करिए અને જે કી કરે ચોતા से नता करिए અને પાણે ટાઈમ થી બહાર બનો તા એટલે મુકે થયા તો કે મુકે આણે પાંજે બોલે જો બંધ કેવું ખપે મણી કે ફરીથી જે મળે પાર્ટિસિપન્ટ આયા અહીં જે સ્પીકર આયા અહીં મણી કે ખાસ જય ઓદોરામ અને મણી કે હરિઓમ એ ચઈ દી જે મણી કે એ હરિઓમ જે ભાષા સમજતા સર્વમેવ સમજતા જીવતા સમજતા અને શ્રીનિવાસન સમજતા મળે સમજતા પાંજા તો મળે સમજતા એટલે મણી કે હરિઓમ અને જય ઓદોરામ.
Thank you પ્રતાપભાઈ.
ઓકે
તો પા હાणे વેબિનાર જે એન્ડ તે अची विया आहियूं અને વેબિનાર કે કન્ક્લુડ કરે જે પહેલા ਅਸੀਂ લોકો બહુ વિડીયોઝ પ્લે કરીબો અને હું બહુ સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ અહીં જલ્પેશ ભદ્રા અને વત્સલ ભાનુશાલી जो बॉस जी हेल्प गिनी ने અને बॉस जी सपोर्ट थी यूएस में हिकिड़ो मास्टर्स करे तो रोबोटिक्स में हिकिड़ो इंजीनियरिंग फ्रॉम यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कैलिफोर्निया बर्कली थी અને ਅਸੀਂ જસ્ટ એની जी निंडी से वीडियोस बताइबो કે એ લોકો કે બોસ કેન રીતે હેલ્પ કરીને અને what are they basically pursuing at US. So if we can
before you do that Krishna,
okay.
Before you do that I just want to say a few words about Dr. Govind bhai.
Oh yes, you can carry on, sure.
Okay, I would like to take this opportunity to convey my profound thanks to Dr. Govind bhai. આજથી 27 વર્ષ પહેલા જ્યારે હું મારી આખી મુંબઈની એસ્ટાબ્લિશમેન્ટ મારી ઘર બર બધું વેચીને અહીંયા આવી ગયો હતો ત્યારે અહીંયા મને બહુ તકલીફ હતી. ઇમોશનલી આઈ વોઝ ડાઉન, મને ડિપ્રેશન જેવું થઈ ગયું હતું અને મને કોઈ નોકરી નહોતી મળતી. મને એમ હતું કે આ પાયલટ છું એટલે મને ફ્લાઇંગની નોકરી મળશે, બધું મળશે, પણ બધું ઠેલાતું ગયું. એ વખતે ભાનુ સમાજના હી વન ઓફ ધ બિગેસ્ટ ડાયમંડ્સ ગોવિંદભાઈ.
That is true.
ન્યુયોર્કમાં બેઠે બેઠે મને એમણે ઇમોશનલ સપોર્ટ આપ્યો અને ફાઇનાન્શિયલ સપોર્ટ આપ્યો એ હું કદી નહીં ભૂલી શકું. It's been a pleasure knowing you, Dr. Saib. And as I said, you even mentioned it today that કોઈ પણ વિદ્યાર્થી ત્યાં આવે છે એ લોકોને કોઈ સપોર્ટ જોઈતો હોય તો તમે ત્યાં હાજર છો અને હું I second that. Okay, you are always there, true to your words and true to your promise. Thank you very much once again. And जय श्री उदयराम, हरिओम।
तव्हां हाणे ॿ वीडियोस प्ले करीबो स्टूडेंट्स जी जो बॉस जी हेल्प गिड़नो एंड दे विल डिस्क्राइब के बॉस इनके किन ते सपोर्ट अने गाइड के।
हरिओम, आउं जल्पेश राजेंद्र बद्रा मैनचेस्टर न्यू हैम्पशायर थी बोला तो। और दिसंबर 2019 में एरिजोना स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी थी मास्टर्स इन मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग स्पेशलाइजेशन इन रोबोटिक्स से ग्रेजुएट थियो। तैयार थी आउं डेका रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में एज अ रोबोटिक्स इंजीनियर कम करिया तो। करंटली आउं लेवल 5 ऑटोनॉमस डिलीवरी रोबोट जे परसेप्शन सिस्टम जे डेवलपमेंट में कम करिया तो। बैक इन 2018 मूंखे पे चांस मिलियो फर्स्ट बॉस सेमिनार अटेंड करे जो। हुन सेमिनार में डॉक्टर गोविंद भाई जी स्टोरी सुनी करे काफ़ी इंस्पिरेशन मिलियो। आई होप आके पण उन्हीं के सुनने जो मौको मिलियो हूंदो। उन सेमिनार में कच्छ में एक्स भानुशाली स्टूडेंट जड़ी थे पाजा कुंतल जोईसर अने कैलाश गजरा पंहिंजी एक्सपीरियंस से ट्रिप्स अने ट्रिक्स शेयर कियो जो मुझे यूनिवर्सिटी में काफ़ी हेल्पफुल थी। बॉस थी स्टूडेंट किन पर भानुशाली के भले किन पर ग्लोब जे पार्ट में भानुशाली कोलन हुए किन पर फील्ड ले गाइडेंस ला करे कॉन्टेक्ट करे सके तो। अकॉर्डिंग टू मी बॉस हिकिड़ो हेड़ो ब्रिज बनाए जो स्टूडेंट के हिकिड़े राइट माइंडसेट अने टूल्स साथ हाँ हुन ब्रिज कैप करे थो। थैंक यू फॉर बॉस टीम फॉर टेकिंग सच एफर्ट्स। कुछ डिफिकल्ट है कि वर्ल्ड जे हर हिकिड़े कोने कोने में भानुशाली वेठा आहियूं उन मणी के हिकिड़े साथ खणी अचे जो। गुड जॉब एंड एनीवन हू इज़ इंटरेस्टेड इन मेकिंग करियर इन रोबोटिक्स कैन कनेक्ट विथ मी ऑन लिंक्डइन। माय यूजर ID is Chalpesh Badra. All the best to all the students. I can tell you that journey won't be easy for sure, but at the same time, it would be very much rewarding. Hari Om.
हरिओम मणिके, मुझो नालो वत्सल महेश डामा है अने आउं बोईसर महाराष्ट्र to belong करियां तो। Currently I'm based in the San Francisco Bay Area. I recently graduated with a master's in chemical engineering from the University of California, Berkeley. आउं छेल्ला 2 વર્ષથી बॉस भानुशाली overseas education seminar attend कयो हियां. It has been really helpful in my journey from India to the US. The पहलो वरी जरा बॉस अटेंड कयो हो त मूंखे ख़बर है कि मूंखे हायर एजुकेशन लाइ वञिणो आहे बट किन कंट्री में वञिणो आहे अने किन यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में अप्लाई करिणो आहे हुन सिलेक्शन में बॉस मूंखे हेल्प कयईं। नेक्स्ट ईयर जहिड़ा आउं फ्लाई करे वारो हो US में अने आई वॉज अबाउट टू गो फॉर माई वीज़ा इंटरव्यू। हुन प्रोसेस में पण बॉस वटां मूंखे कुझु गाइडेंस मिलियो। ऑल इन ऑल Boss is an excellent platform to hear from and interact with speakers from a lot of different backgrounds, speakers who have a lot of experience in the education industry. They will guide you through the entire process, step by step, in your journey for higher education abroad. I highly encourage not only the students but also the parents to join this webinar on July 26th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Hari Om.
Okay, Dinesh bhai, request you to just end the webinar.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Thank you. આજે વેબિનાર સેમિનાર થોડોક લાંબુ ખેંચી વ્યાસી પણ સબ્જેક્ટ્સ ગચ મળે વા બહુ સારું લગો પાકે મણી કે એકડા જેટલા સ્પીકર્સ આવ્યા ઉની મણી જો આભાર મન્યો જેટલા જણા પાંચ સાથે જોડાઈ રહ્યા હેવરથી પહેલેથી છેલ્લે સુધી પાણી મણી જો આભાર મન્યો હતા પાંચ સાથે સેવા સમાજ ટ્રસ્ટ બોર્ડ મજાથી વલ્લભભાઈ બી અહીં હેવર સાથે અને એનથી પહેલા પ્રેસિડેન્ટ મેનેજિંગ કમિટી એજ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્डेशन जा चेयरपर्सन भी लक्ष्मीकांत भाई भी पास आते वो आखी टीम भी पास आते है। खास आभार आऊँ सेवा समाज जे ट्रस्ट बोर्ड तरफ थी मञा तो इन बॉस टीम जो कृष्णा कटारिया गज जना अड़ा ही कि जो पहली बार मिलिया ही अने एकदम अगड़ी अलग छाप छड्यो नो। कृष्णा कटारिया, कैलाश, शैलेश, गौरांग, जयंत, मोनीश, राजेंद्र भाई, रीमा एनी मणी के आऊं थैंक यू एटले लाभी चाहतो असां के हाणे एड़ो लगे तो का असां पाछळ जी जवाबदारी है जो असां ते जवाबदारी असी पूछी करे नाम ते विझी सघो अने आई समाज के असी असांजी जेको भी विजन मिशन है वो आई बड़े कंक्लूड करींदा अजी आके बे के भी साथे खणदा रीमा यूएस में वठी छता भी पाण साथे एकदम अटैच्ड है फ्रॉम 2018 ऑनवर्ड्स मुके याद है अने एवर भी पाके हेल्पफुल थ्रू आउट थई है त जेटला जना भी आयो आई लोको ई समाज केने ज रीते अगिया वधार्यो समाज आ साथे है अने आई समाज साथे है समाज केने ज रीते अगिया वधारींदा पाण साथे वल्लभभाई भी आऊं चंदो के छेलो थैंक यू बाकी का आभार बाकी वल्लभभाई छे अनम्यूट करी वल्लभभाई ट्रस्टी कच्छ वाणसाली सेवा समाज
सर्वप्रथम आई जो खूब खूब अभिनंदन अपना असांजा छोकिरा અને આ मुझे सब सेवा કે છોકરી કે ભણવામાં તો એસએસસી પાસ थी है એટલે ઉનકે કરાય મચી તો છોકરા ધંધે લગી વેંदा हुआ एसएससी फटे थिनो बहुत मुश्किल हो અને ઉન जी सफर ॾिठी कि आई पीएचडी करा हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में ही भानुशाली ही जब से पुजी वने थी ही आसे प्राउड गिनी सको आसे जो मेहनत की असा पांजा वडील जो मेहनत क्यों सक्सेसफुल आहियूं को अभिनंदन गति ना વધુ માં છોકરા વધે એ આશા રખો था અને स्पेशली कैलाश गजरा फादर मुझे खास मित्र हुआ तुलसी भाई आऊं कच्छ इनके समाज साथे आऊं संकड़ाया कैसे मुझे मित्र हुआ लकीली कृष्णा को तेरा आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कृष्णा भी बहुत सरस मैनेज करे थी जैन चांद्रा भी नाइस दे आर डूइंग वेल नसी जो कार्य संभालियो इन कार्य के मैंने संभालिया था इन बद अभिनंदन जो आज जोड़ा नहीं जो स्टूडेंट भणेला वे भणेला मंगता अने जो वडील मेरी पेरेंट्स से मिनी के धन्यवाद कि आई आज छोकरे के एतरो अगिया वचला करे प्रोत्साहित करो था तामणी के उनी माता के अभिनंदन जो पंहिंजी छोकरी के पंहिंजे छोकरे के थोड़ी सी भणला देश में हलाई था मिनी के खूब अभिनंदन
थैंक यू वल्लभ भाई लास्ट वीक भी डॉक्टर गोविंद भाई के मिलिया वासी डॉक्टर गोविंद भाई के लास्ट वीक भी मिलिया वासी कमांडर गौरी मुझी छेले अमुक टाइम थी एक्चुअली द नवीन ठकरार साहेब अने ई पाके मिलिया वा लास्ट ईयर वल्लभ भाई आज करे एकड़ो माठो प्रसंग हो त्यार पाके मिलिया वा ने त्यार पांजी ओडा ओळखाण थई गई आज भी एटलो सारो पाके समाज के गोविंद भाई कमांडर गौरी जेनी ते चाहिए था एवरेज पाछी मुके हम एकड़ो नेरिंदो से फोटोग्राफ्स मळे कमांडर गौरी साहब जा फादर जो पांच साथे समाज में ट्रस्टीज रहीवा तो उनी जी भी तैयार हम वरी फोटो नेरे तो मुके पाछो ख्याल आव्यो बहुत सरस लगो नीजो ने आजी पड़ी एटला चुस्त थई डॉक्टर गोविंद भी एटला चुस्त थई प्रताप भाई भी पांजा एटला चुस्त थई मतलब भाई आई मळे असी मळे आके नेरे ने जीवो था कई थर्ड जनरेशन है कदाच फोर्थ जनरेशन है कई मळे असी आ वटाती सीख्या आयूं અને અસી કોશિશ કરી તા કે જો કોઈ કરી રહ્યા હોય કે અસી કેવો કોશિશ કરી અસી અને અસી અગિયા અસા વટાથી જો કાર્ય એ અસી અગલી પેઢી के ॾियूं था ने ही जो पेढ़ी देखे थी पाके लगे तो पांजो फ्यूचर केतलो ब्राइट है पहली हरोड़ में वठाई कैलाश वे कृष्णा वे शैलेश वे जयंत है मोनीश है जेनी ते पांजा कार्य अगिया दपाई रही ये बहु सारो लगे तो डॉक्टर कार्तिक जो भी सी कार्तिक के भी थैंक यू चंदू से पाके मार्गदर्शन सारो लेनो पा पूरो करे थी पहला प्रताप भाई के भी ब शब्द जी बोलना है कदाच गोविंद भाई भी एकड़ो शब्द बोलता वल्लभ भाई भी आज बोलता અને कंक्लूड કર્યો
आगे चा पांजे ब्या स्पीकर चो ही पंजी जरा हिस्ट्री चो ने आके हिस्ट्री चोंदे भूली वियो से मुझा दादा लगभग 150 वरे पहला कच्छ में जानु मुंबई आया जने कच्छ में वरसाद पण हो दुकाड़ हो
हाँ चालू है प्रताप भाई चालू है
आपके तो नहीं मुझे नहीं आई मुझे के ना भी हुई हम सजा तो के हां
हाने स्विच करी हां हाने या चता
कच्छ में थी 120 वारे पहला आया जडे मुझा पिताश्री लगभग 25-27 वारे जबा के भाई 30 वारे जे आसपास हुदा तडे असांजो कुटुंब लगभग 30 स्कूलों हलाए थे कच्छ में पंहिंजी 30 स्कूलों में दर वरे 3-4 महीने वञणो दर वरे परीक्षा ॾियणी की हर जण रस्ता न हुआ એટલે ઘોડે તે વને પગે વને ગાડી पे वने 2 ॼणा भેगा में 3-4 ॾींहं रस्ते में धर्मशाला में रहे अथवा जंहिंजो घर अचे वॾा रहे इन प्रमाणे ही स्कूल जी शुरूआत थी वई ने कदाच जो मूंखे झूना मुंहिंजा पेपर सुधा त ज़रूरु अञा लगभग 60-70 वरे पहिला परिणाम जा कॉपी मूंखे ज़रूरु मिले ये पे मिली सके कदाच आऊं जो वधारे इंटर वधारे नेरी आहे त तव्हांखे बहुत झूनो आहे तव्हांखे 3 स्कूलूं मिनिमम भराईंदा हुआ कदाच ही दिनेश भाई के अथवा वल्लभ भाई के अथवा पंहिंजे असांजा प्रेसिडेंट नरेश भाई खे ख़बर हूंदी अने ही हमेशा चर्चा थी आहे भई यार बड़े ॾंड चयो रही वियो आऊं जो चई ॾींहं खे
थैंक यू प्रताप भाई पा कंक्लूड करियो पा एक्चुअली 2 के सुधी टाइम हो पा 11:15 वजी वई लास्ट वीक भी असी लास्ट संडे जो 5.5 कलाक सुधी मीटिंग कई पोइ छेले फोर्सफुली बंद करनी खपई वई कारण के पोइ एड़ो थिंदो कि मीटिंग पते ज न एड़ो लगो थे तो आज पाण मीटिंग पूरी करियो एल के एकड़ी रिक्वेस्ट करी दो थैंकिंग नोट एकड़ी लाइन में छेले एल के चे ने पोइ पा कंक्लूड एल के गजरा
बहुत प्रभावशाली कार्यक्रम रहो बहुत जाने मिलो हन एज में पर पाकी लगे तो कि पाछा 20-25 वरे ओछा थी वने अमेरिका हलिया वन अकेला करे इने की really very interesting very lucid talk and very informative અને બહુ સારા સ્પીકર વા બહુ સારો કાર્યક્રમ અને ખાસ કરીને આની મને કાર્યક્રમ એન ટાઈપ જે વેબિનાર આવી તે મેં હેર સુધી પ્રતાપભાઈ જોઈ સર વલ્લભભાઈ ને મળે આની જે હાજરી આકે બતાવે તો કે કેટલો પ્રોત્સાહન દઈ રહી પામણી કે આખી યંગ ટીમ કે ખાસ કરીને અગેન આઈ હેવ ટુ થેન્ક Krishna Kataria, you did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
The program was conducted so nicely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Very, very well done. So, Manijo Khub Abar. That's all.
Thank you. Team Roja, team जो को 7 जना है Roja 2 मिनट पहले लीव करिए इन पर रिव्यू मीटिंग करी